1641. Resurrection of Shanghai. With Wu Liangbai's constant manipulation, a miraculous scene instantly appeared on the walls of the cylindrical hall of the Rotten-K Taoist temple. Countless cut squares stood side by side, coexisting in three states: darkness, dim light, and flickering. In just a moment, Wu Liangbai understood the meaning of these different squares. As expected, this old man's premonition was correct. There are still so many star seas with vitality. I can just find one to hide in and wait for the storm to pass. Wu Liangbai's cyan light swept across the walls of the cylindrical hall, selecting a suitable target. Naturally, it also noticed the extremely conspicuous white circle of the large empty cave. Drawing a line as a prison. It should be for the purpose of delimitation and screening. This Taoist temple was inexplicably abandoned. Could it be that the target has already been found? In any case, the vitality star sea within the white circle is superior to those outside the circle in various conditions. It should be given priority. After careful selection, Wu Liangbai finally chose a strange world of mountains and seas. A boundless blue ocean, the seawater overflowed, occupying the entire starry sky. And its source was actually a mountain no bigger than a palm. Spring water flowed from the top of the mountain, flowing day and night, turning into a sea of stars. Although this mountain and sea is not that mountain and sea, its shape, image, and meaning coincide with the mountain and sea, so naturally it has its unspeakable mysteries. Moreover, the spring of life at the top of this mountain may bring the little girl back to life. Wu Liangbai turned into a cyan light and Dunru into it. Directly to the top of the mountain. From the outside, the mountain in the mountain and sea star realm is just a rather low mountain. But actually entering the realm, it is discovered that this mountain is actually more than 10 million feet high. It's just because there is no other reference object besides the Wang Land Sea that covers the starry sky. That's why the mountain appears short. The mountain is not a short mountain, and the water is naturally not a simple stream. But it is like a great river and sea, rushing and roaring, making a deafening sound like thunder. It is not just a simple sound, but it is accompanied by the rhythm of the great Tao of this starry sky. Even if Wu Liangbai shuttles through it, it will inevitably be affected by it. The rhythm of sound and water is like a carving knife, trying to carve marks on the surface of Wu Liangbai. With a flickering faint light, Wu Liangbai blocked all the abnormalities and continued to fly towards the top of the mountain. Strange, I clearly flew directly towards the top of the mountain, but I landed in the middle of the mountain. Could it be that I am too damaged, and I can't even grasp this point of accuracy? Wu Liangbai, which was slowly climbing, fell into a brief self-doubt. However, after flying towards the top of the mountain for a while, it finally realized, this mountain actually has an owner. Wu Liangbai's flying figure stopped abruptly. In the roar of the flying spring water, he hesitated for a long time. In the end, Wu Liangbai gritted his teeth and decided to continue. In front of Saint Monarch's Gate, I will borrow this treasure land for a while. I think the owner of this place will not blame me. Wu Liangbai has extraordinary vision, and can naturally see the high level of the restriction that can quietly bounce itself away from the top of the mountain. Although it is not transcendence, it is at least a nameless powerhouse. It's really hell. Even when the immortal realm was still there in the past, powerhouses of this level were not common. How come after the destruction of the immortal realm, this corner of the lower realm is actually full of them? Wu Liangbai was depressed. However, there should be no risk. Flying and watching, Wu Liangbai finally came to a conclusion. Its intuition is indeed extremely accurate. 9 times in a row, Wu Liangbai was bounced away. Wu Liangbai was always persistent and continued to move forward. The 10th time, the restriction finally stopped activating. Wu Liangbai was able to bring Bai Shuyu to the top of the mountain. Such vigorous vitality, Wu Liangbai looked at a small spring in front of him, but it was the source of the ocean that covered this world, and was shocked by the huge vitality contained within it. At the same time, he did not forget to throw Bai Shuyu's corpse up. The corpse blocked the spring. The surging water gradually weakened, and the roar of the water gradually disappeared. When the mountain and sea star realm completely fell into silence, there was no more spring water left at the top of the mountain. The self-contained mountain and sea cycle was broken, and the huge vitality originally condensed between the mountains and seas was now slowly focused on Bai Shuyu's corpse. It was just a mere mortal corpse, which should not be able to suppress the spring of the mountain and sea star realm. Looking at Bai Shuyu's corpse, which could be washed away by the spring water again at any time, Wu Liangbai revealed its original form. Gently pressed it on her body. The divine stone fell, and the mountains and seas were suppressed. With Bai Shuyu's corpse as the core of the cycle, this mountain and sea star realm fell into a new balance. Alas, I hope this works. Wu Liangbai felt Bai Shuyu's body change under the impact of the huge vitality. Well, fortunately I came in time, she is not completely dead. In 100 years, she should be able to come back to life. It's just a pity that this old man can't get any of the benefits of being washed by the spring of life. Little girl, don't forget me when you become successful in the future. Wu Liangbai kept chanting. Wu Liangbai did not realize that at the moment when it and Bai Shuyu occupied the spring at the top of the mountain, a divine thought had already paid attention to them. Naturally, it was the owner of this mountain and sea star realm, Shukyu Gong's enlightened disciple, Chengdao. It's just that Chengdao has now left the mountain and sea star sea and is outside the high wall. He also has no intention of always occupying this treasure land that helped nurture his consciousness. Since other destined people have found it and it is useful for saving lives, Chengdao did not drive them away. Of course, if it were ordinary mortals, Chengdao would definitely not be so polite. The most important thing is that Chengdao felt the aura of the Saint Monarch from the immortal realm on Wu Liangbai. Chengdao is a disciple of Shukyu. The other party is in front of Saint Monarch's gate. Naturally, give some face. The 4 words, in front of Saint Monarch's gate, are sometimes worthless, but sometimes they are worth 1,000 gold. In addition to considering the other party's background, as the backer sitting in the Shuoxing Xidao network, Chengdao also discovered that Wu Liangbai, which is now appearing in the mountain and sea star realm, is the immortal artifact that suddenly appeared in the Dao network not long ago and then suddenly disappeared after being captured. According to the residual fluctuations at the time of the Dao network, Chengdao discovered that the person behind helping Wu Liangbai escape was not weaker than himself. With such strength, it is natural to resolve the enmity rather than GHO. Chengdao has always been very principled. Bai Shuyu lay quietly in the mountain and sea star realm for more than 50 years, and vitality gradually rose. And Wu Liangbai, who had seen all the changes in life and death, discovered some strange things. The vitality has recovered slightly, and the consciousness is rebred in the extinction. It's just, after experiencing this life and death catastrophe, her ignorant consciousness has no fear at all. Wu Liangbai took a breath of cold air. It should be known that those who have experienced life and death and are not afraid of life and death are rare throughout the ages. Plus her heaven-defying aptitude. My premonition was indeed correct. Transcendence is promising. 1642. He Gangxian's practice. Just as Bai Shuyu was gradually returning to life, Li Fan finally received a reply from the faceless immortal. The moral true immortal is currently plotting something extremely important. If we can stop this, it might, to some extent, reverse the power gap between him and me. The he mentioned in the words is naturally the Dao in the moral true immortal, He Gangxian. The faceless immortal was indeed very cautious. He had considered it for more than 50 years and never intended to show his face. Instead, he waited for a good opportunity where he didn't need to appear himself, while also testing Li Fan's sincerity. Li Fan's original purpose was to meet He Gangxian, so he didn't mind. Instead, he directly inquired about this so-called good opportunity. Moral true, He Gangxian acts willfully according to his thoughts. His heart is without morality, so everything he does and thinks is attributed to morality. Perhaps because he felt that the name Li Fan gave to the other self was more appropriate, the faceless immortal simply changed his address. Although to outsiders, and even to me, the various things He Gangxian has done seem shocking and contrary to conscience, in his own eyes, his actions are absolutely correct and beyond question. He Gangxian's concept of cognition is supported by a set of independent and self-consistent logic. Note that He Gangxian doesn't think he is truly without virtue. He actually has virtue, but this virtue is contrary to the public's perception and only exists in his own cognition. For so many years, no outsider has broken his cognition. He does what he believes is right, morality circulates and becomes stronger, and he continues to practice his own ideas. For so many years, He Gangxian has been repeating this cycle, and it has become like a snowball, growing stronger and stronger. But now, there is the best opportunity to subvert his cognition. The faceless immortal narrated in detail. Feeling the slight fluctuations coming from the Zhantian stone statue, Li Fan seemed thoughtful and interrupted the faceless immortal. You can actually perceive the specific movements on He Gangxian's side. It seems I underestimated you before. He Gangxian is not without virtue, and the faceless immortal is not without Dao. You two are really interesting. I said before that the separation of Tao and virtue is by no means as simple as dividing one into two. Only the two of us know the mysteries involved, and it is really not enough for outsiders to understand. The faceless immortal perfunctorily explained, and then detailed the great opportunity to snipe He Gengxian. It involved the most basic core of He Gengxian's own moral philosophy. The reason why He Gengxian believes that he has morality is because, in his eyes, he is the only person in the world who can save the mountains and seas. Therefore, all other beings in the mountains and seas need to give way to his survival. Even if they sacrifice for this, it is a matter of course. Therefore, he can justifiably destroy an entire possibility, just for a slight improvement in his own strength. Hearing the faceless immortal's narration, Li Fan's heart couldn't help but move, a thought flashed in his mind, and his eyes narrowed slightly. However, he didn't show it on the surface, but let the faceless immortal continue to narrate. The foundation of all his actions is based on his ultimate ability to save the mountains and seas. If we can break his delusion, we can cut off the circulation of his moral self. You and I don't even need to take action. As time goes by, his strength will continue to decline instead. At this moment, he is creating boundless karma in another possibility in the mountains and seas, just to further improve his strength. If we defeat him at this time, causing him to lose his inexplicable confidence in himself, we can make him depressed. Li Fan keenly noticed the key point in the faceless immortal's words. At this moment, that is to say, even if we defeat him normally, we cannot shake his self-concept. We must wait until the critical moment. So, is he comprehending the Tao at this moment? That's right. Rather than saying he is comprehending the Tao, it is more accurate to say he is open black lens bracket cultivating close black lens bracket. He Gengxian's method of cultivation is different from ordinary people. Although he has found an excuse to slaughter all living beings, everything is for the ultimate salvation of the mountains and seas. But after all, there is still a remnant of correct conscience in his heart. He knows that what he is doing is contrary to human ethics. The specific manifestation is to deliberately create a karmic consequence of slaughter. When the few remaining conscience feels the slaughter he has created, he will feel guilt and sorrow. There may even be a period of loss of control. But after He Gengxian suppresses these various negative emotions, he can return to normal. Moreover, the remaining conscience will consume a part of it. When the conscience is completely lost, he will no longer have any flaws. And now, after so many years of cultivation, he has not much conscience left. Every cultivation is the best opportunity to stop him. I have also tried to take action before, but unfortunately the strength gap is too great. You might as well go to this possibility to find out. The faceless immortal sent a mountains and seas coordinate, and then the fluctuation completely disappeared. I don't know what he is hiding from, he is extremely cautious. These two people, one Tao, one virtue. After thinking for a moment, Li Fan jumped up following the guidance of the faceless immortal and left the original possibility. Heading to the mountains and seas to find his trace. It is quite far from the original. Fortunately, there is no concept of the passage of time between the mountains and seas. When Li Fan arrived at the destination possibility, what he saw was an apocalyptic scene. The newest and fastest novels are on 69shu.com. He Gengxian stood in the center of the broken star sea, laughing wildly. What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? He was indifferent to the countless creatures around him dying. Li Fan could vaguely see that while saying these words, there was indeed a look of sadness on his face. Seeming extremely contradictory, but his body always stood still. Sitting and watching the destruction of the star sea and even the possibility. Tears gradually dried up, and his expression slowly became firm. Even a little evil, all living beings were fleeing, howling in despair. Li Fan, who appeared abruptly at this moment and was extremely indifferent, was extremely conspicuous. In an instant, he attracted He Gengxian's attention. Without any nonsense, the cold gaze directly locked on Li Fan. Die. In Li Fan's ears, it seemed that the creaking sound of the wooden door being closed was heard. It was not a hallucination, but the sound of the collapse of the heavenly emperor caused by the collapse of too many pillars of the great Tao at the same time. Along with the destruction of the possibility, there was also the Tao annihilation tribulation like a wave. The possibility that was originally in the apocalypse was destroyed to a great extent in an instant because of Li Fan's appearance. Naturally, it was impossible for Li Fan to have the slightest sense of self-blame because of this. Instead, he shouted softly, "Well done." 1643. The birth of a saint. Not only did Li Fan not reprimand the attacker, but his expression was even a bit excited. Having traveled across mountains and seas, today I have finally found someone who shares my ambitions. As he spoke, Li Fan casually unleashed a ray of light and flame. The raging fire instantly ignited the remaining one or two traces of possibility. He Gengxian, who had originally been hostile, was immediately stunned. I wish to overturn the mountains and seas, are you willing to join me, fellow Taoist? Li Fan asked with utmost sincerity. The last remnants of possibility were completely incinerated in the true spirit fire. The surging tide of Tao annihilation crashed towards them. Above Li Fan's head, a lone sail hung high, resisting the engulfing Tao annihilation. The situation on He Gengxian's side, however, was quite strange. His surroundings seemed to contain an invisible vortex, and the flowing Tao annihilation, after undergoing a series of rotations, was actually guided towards other areas within the mountains and seas. Naturally, innocent possibilities suffered as a result, but He Gengxian, having already broken free from his state of enlightenment, no longer felt any guilt in his heart. Amidst the chaotic currents of Tao annihilation, Li Fan and He Gengxian faced each other. Overturn the mountains and seas. He Gengxian carefully savored these words. The tide of Tao annihilation is vast and mighty. Those who submit will prosper, those who resist will perish. The other shore in the holy dynasty are merely those who try to break a stone with an egg. Their hopeless struggles only invite laughter. Why not yield to the inevitable, destroy the mountains and seas, and return to the divine star? When order is rebuilt in the future, you and I may be granted sainthood for our contributions. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Li Fan said with fervent enthusiasm. The mountains and seas seemed to fall into a deathly silence. Only the surging tide of Tao annihilation silently devoured the innocent possibilities that were inexplicably affected. What trash! Silently gazing at Li Fan, after a while, He Gengxian actually uttered such a comment. Die. Seemingly too lazy to waste words with Li Fan, He Gengxian remotely reached out towards Li Fan, and grabbed. Not only was the surrounding Tao annihilation and even the true spirit fire released by Li Fan affected, forming a vortex-like shackle of imprisonment, but even Li Fan's heart, in that instant, flashed through his past actions. Destroying Xuanwang, destroying the Dark Star Sea, destroying the High Wall, destroying the Shuo Star Sea, destroying the Primordial, igniting the mountains and seas. The scale of the calamities created gradually expanded. The number of living beings who perished in the disasters also increased exponentially. What were originally just a series of numbers now transformed into specific faces, roaring with anger, surging from the depths of Li Fan's heart. Like vengeful spirits demanding their lives. Faced with the countless souls who died at his hands, if Li Fan's heart held even a shred of guilt, he would inevitably be affected, his mind would be shaken and even lost, and he would eventually be devoured by these evolved vengeful spirits. But, Li Fan, from beginning to end, coldly watched these countless vengeful spirits that suddenly appeared, without any fluctuation in his heart. There was even some doubt in his eyes. It seemed that these dead souls had nothing to do with him. If He Gengxian's, what does it have to do with me? Was a fierce conflict between his remaining conscience and his ego, then Li Fan's, what does it have to do with me? Was simply a question devoid of any emotional coloring. He Gengxian still had remnants of conscience. Then Li Fan, was. Facing Li Fan, who was even more like He Gengxian than himself, He Gengxian felt a surge of fear in his heart, instinctively wanting to flee this place. However, in front of him, wisps of true spirit fire suddenly rose up, blocking his path. Where are you going, fellow Taoist? Could it be that you actually believe that the mountains and seas can be saved? Li Fan questioned sternly. All his previous actions were for this very question. His voice was like a thunderclap, striking He Gengxian's heart. He Gengxian's body trembled violently. Can the mountains and seas be saved? Li Fan relentlessly continued to press. The true spirit fire and the tide of Tao annihilation intertwined. The terrifying tide of annihilation, capable of extinguishing everything, spread throughout the mountains and seas. Even if it initially only affected insignificant traces of possibility. But with Li Fan's repeated questions, this terrifying disaster spread throughout the mountains and seas at an unimaginable speed. It was becoming an unstoppable force. Surrounded by the true spirit fire and the tide of Tao annihilation, after several attempts, there was no way to escape. Watching the disaster spread across the mountains and seas, constantly being questioned, He Gengxian finally couldn't hold on any longer. He lost his voice and roared, "Of course the mountains and seas can be saved. The one who saves the mountains and seas is none other than I, the moral true immortal. He was finally forced by Li Fan to reveal the deepest thoughts in his heart. Li Fan, however, still did not let up. Moral true immortal. Who exactly are you? Is there Tao? Is there virtue? He Gengxian angrily refused to answer. Looking at the mountains and seas that were gradually being obscured by water and fire, his heart became increasingly anxious. He charged left and right, trying to break through Li Fan's blockade. However, his strength was already weaker than Li Fan's. The true spirit fire and the tide of Tao annihilation were both forces that could devour even the mountains and seas. Li Fan did not directly confront him, but instead used the power of burning the mountains and drowning the seas to surround him. He Gengxian, despite having 1,000 kinds of power, was helpless for a time. He was like a trapped beast in a cage, issuing cries of pain. Do you have Tao? Do you have virtue? Li Fan's questioning never stopped. Each sound was like a sharp sword, piercing into He Gengxian's heart. He Gengxian's eyes were bloodshot, and even blood tears flowed out. I save the mountains and seas, how can I be without virtue? I save the mountains and seas, how can I be without Tao? The former, I save the mountains and seas, was a thought, an idea. While the latter, I save the mountains and seas, was a concrete action, a measure. Hearing He Gengxian finally roar out these words, he nodded with satisfaction. Then, a cold light appeared in his eyes, and with a wave of his hand, the true spirit fire burned even more vigorously. More possibilities were affected by the fire. The flames soared into the sky, completely obscuring He Gengxian's vision. He could no longer see the mountains and seas. He only saw flames everywhere. From He Gengxian's perspective, it was equivalent to Li Fan burning the mountains and seas in front of him. Not only that, but Li Fan then questioned sternly, the mountains and seas are being burned before your very eyes. You save the mountains and seas. How can there be Tao? One word sealed the deal. He Gengxian was struck by lightning, his body stiff and unmoving. Do I have Tao? Do I have Tao? Do I have Tao? He muttered to himself. Finally, the constantly flickering flames in his pupils gave him the answer. The mountains and seas are burned, I have no Tao. I have virtue, but no Tao. I have virtue, but no Tao. At the moment he said these words, He Gengxian's body instantly became transparent. And behind Li Fan, another figure quietly appeared. However, Li Fan seemed to have expected his appearance. Because he has no virtue, he loses his face. Your lack of virtue is not affected by He Gengxian. But because you truly have no virtue. He Gengxian seems to have no virtue, but in reality, he has virtue. Because all sins arise from saving the mountains and seas. If the mountains and seas are saved, all sins will naturally disappear. Moral true immortal, moral true immortal. He Gengxian is virtue, and you are Tao. Clap, clap, clap. A rhythmic applause came from the figure behind Li Fan. Faceless, it was the faceless immortal. Wonderful reasoning. I didn't expect that you could see through the essence of the two of us. I thought that I could use your strength to slightly hinder his progress. But I never expected that you would do far better than I imagined. You can even directly define him. Truly amazing. The faceless immortal gently inhaled towards the ethereal He Gengxian, thoroughly enjoying the moment. He Gan's immortal illusory form offered no resistance whatsoever and was absorbed into the faceless immortal's body. After a moment of stillness, the aura emanating from the faceless immortal expanded 1,000-fold. It was as if immortal had attained enlightenment overnight, ascending to the heavens in broad daylight. The faceless immortal, who had been extremely weak and barely at the true immortal level, now seemed to have not only inherited He Gan's realm and strength but had even achieved some kind of qualitative change in his cultivation. He had stepped from the realm of transcendence onto the path to becoming a saint. The two became one. He Gan immortal, or rather, the figure of the moral true immortal became increasingly solid. His voice also changed accordingly. At first, there were two overlapping voices, but gradually, they completely merged, becoming indistinguishable. After 10,000 years of division, today I have finally achieved completion. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your accomplishment. The moral true immortal, having completed his Tao validation, actually bowed to Li Fan. However, there is one thing you said incorrectly. I am not Tao, and he is not virtue. Morality is divided, yet morality is not divided. He is the same. The moral true immortal, on his originally featureless face, slowly developed a countenance. He gazed at Li Fan and said with a smile, before we were ultimately defined, I was Tao and virtue. He was virtue and Tao. It's just that we chose different directions of evolution. I abandoned virtue, while he adhered to virtue. However, the Tao I chose did not bring me the power I had expected. And his adherence to saving the mountains and seas, using any means necessary, allowed his strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Originally, I was at a disadvantage and was about to fail in this race. I never expected it. I never expected it, the moral true immortal said with great emotion. Moral true immortal, moral true immortal. Tao gives birth to virtue, and virtue transforms into Tao. Morality cannot be separated. This is the foundation of our existence. Even if we evolve in different directions, this point still has not disappeared. If we completely lose Tao or completely lose virtue, then the basis of our existence will also disappear. As for the outcome, the moral true immortal's smile vanished instantly. It will be a return to nothingness. Faced with this seemingly unexpected situation, Li Fan was not alarmed. Instead, he looked at the moral true immortal who had successfully validated his Tao with great interest. So, which is more prevalent in you now, Tao or virtue? Was it Tao that validated your Tao, or virtue? The moral true immortal shook his head. Whether it is Tao or virtue, it is not important. What is important is who can truly reach the end. Only the one who survives in the end is the true victor. The victor becomes a saint. A vast aura rose from the moral true immortal. Like a wind sweeping across the sky, it instantly forced back the raging true spirit fire and the tide of Tao annihilation. Even though the aura on the moral true immortal had been expanding non-stop during the conversation, it now seemed to have broken through some kind of shackle, and the intensity of the aura's expansion suddenly increased by hundreds of times. The light and flames that could devour the mountains and seas, along with the tide of Tao annihilation, were all suppressed by this aura of sanctification. A shocking radiance rose from the corner of possibility, soaring upwards, shaking the mountains and seas. Although you have helped me validate my Tao, but the moral who had just validated his position as a saint, looked at Li Fan at this moment, but a strange expression suddenly appeared in his eyes. Without saying a word, his left palm descended like the collapse of the sky, immediately suppressing him. He didn't even finish a sentence, nor did he give Li Fan any time to react. At the same time, as if sensing the birth of a new saint, the other shore, the holy dynasty, and other areas of the mountains and seas simultaneously cast their gazes of attention. The moral truly ignored everything, his target only Li Fan in his eyes. So, you saints are really annoying. A hazy, curtain-like mist enveloped Li Fan. As if he were in a state of intermingling reality and illusion, the moral sky-collapsing palm passed through Li Fan out of thin air. It was unable to cause him any impact. The moral, however, seemed to have expected this, only revealing a strange look in his eyes, staring at the curtain of mist on Li Fan's body. His mouth opened, as if to say something. But in the end, he did not speak. He only changed to a solemn chanting sound. Confined within the moral's palm, the mountains and seas in Li Fan's vision seemed to disappear. The situation was exactly like before, when he gone immortal was in the blockade of the true spirit fire and the tide of Tao annihilation. What a reincarnation! In Li Fan's eyes, there was only chaos in the world. Black and white energies emerged from all directions. Surrounding Li Fan, they slowly formed a vortex. As the vortex turned, the curtain of mist suddenly rippled in layers. Is this the power of a saint? It's just so. Li Fan smiled somewhat laboriously. Under the cover of the misty curtain, his body became 9/10 transparent. Bai Shuyu reincarnated nearly 30 times, and Li Fan was not wasting his days. Each time he returned to reality, his understanding of the changes between truth and falsehood reached a higher level. When the true is treated as false, the false is also true. Originally, Li Fan's understanding of these 7 words had already achieved some small success. Coupled with the accumulation of these 28 lifetimes, it had already allowed him to reach the threshold of breaking through and achieving qualitative change. This layer of misty curtain outside his body was precisely the protection he had woven with the changes between truth and falsehood. Enveloped in the misty curtain, he was as if in a state of truth, falsehood, reality, and illusion. Even a saint could not harm him in the slightest. Originally, Li Fan had not yet deduced this divine power to such an extent. The misty curtain could only exist for 3 breaths of time. But after witnessing moral's sanctification with his own eyes, the inspiration in Li Fan's mind was like countless ignited fireworks, erupting fiercely in an instant. Especially the scene where He Gone Immortal and the Faceless Immortal were both in an undecided state of Tao and virtue, gave Li Fan inspiration. Truth and falsehood, Tao and virtue. In the dark, they had some similarities. Li Fan drew inferences from other things and suddenly realized enlightenment. Only then was he able to weave such a misty curtain coat. And it was precisely because of the existence of this divine power that Li Fan was able to not immediately return to reality in a panic, even after personally experiencing the birth of a saint. Li Fan had no power to resist before the illusory forms of the 9 saints. Having personally experienced the magnificent power of the saints of the other shore, Li Fan was certain that the moral who had just validated his position as a saint was somewhat weaker than those true saints. But he was indeed an existence of equal status. If not for the protection of the power of truth and falsehood, Li Fan's transcendent strength would be like an ant in front of him. There was no room for resistance. But now, even if the price of activating the power of truth and falsehood was extremely tragic, his own existence was gradually disappearing because of it. But after all, he had truly resisted the moral's suppression. Even before the misty curtain of protection disappeared, Li Fan's situation seemed precarious. In fact, it was as stable as Mount Tai. From the depths of the mountains and seas, it seemed that rays of light were rushing over. Their aura seemed to be no weaker than the moral who had just validated his Tao. The protective mist of truth and falsehood on his body was also about to be completely exhausted. Return to reality. Li Fan looked up at the moral outside the huge black and white vortex and muttered in his heart. 1644. Secretly glimpse into the moral law. A hazy mist spread out from Li Fan's body, instantly covering the mountains and seas. Black and white energies intertwined, forming a giant vortex around morality, attempting to reveal its form from within the mist. But it was all in vain. The mist grew thicker. Eventually, it submerged everything around Li Fan, including the many streamers of light he observed at the last moment. Watery mist, layer upon layer, concealed everything. The world plunged into darkness. Anchoring 1 year. Having successfully returned to reality and escaped morality's suppression, Li Fan remained still for a long time. He merely chose to retain his aunt's memories from the previous simulation. The spring water, containing almost the entire vitality of the mountains and seas star system, constantly washes over her, indeed capable of resurrecting my recently deceased and intact aunt. But it's a slow, grinding process, requiring at least 100 years. In the previous life, only 50 years had passed, and my aunt's consciousness hadn't fully awakened. After carefully reviewing his aunt's memories to ensure no oversights, Li Fan finally chose to let his aunt inherit them. With return to reality in hand, everything was under his control. In this saint-making plan, Li Fan held absolute initiative. The possibility of Bai Shuyu discovering the truth behind the scenes was almost zero. At least, before she became a saint, that was the case. Bai Shuyu felt like she had a very long dream. In the dream, she barely escaped from the faceless immortal and was heading to the outer star sea beyond the high wall when she encountered an unknown celestial hand. To avoid the fate of being imprisoned, she resolutely chose to commit suicide. Oh, right, it wasn't a dream, it was my experience from the previous life. Bai Shuyu rubbed her throbbing temples. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like this resurrection took longer than before. Could it be? Bai Shuyu's brow furrowed instantly, a shock in her heart. My number of resurrections isn't infinite after all. This is definitely not good news for me. Bai Shuyu became somewhat worried. Although Bai Shuyu wasn't a pessimistic person, infinite resurrections and a limited number of resurrections were two completely different things. I wonder what my number of resurrections is related to. Does each resurrection consume something currently unknown? As my strength increases, will the number increase again? Bai Shuyu couldn't help but let her mind wander. Leaving aside the fact that Bai Shuyu, having been resurrected, had secretly resolved to no longer listen to the incitement of the boundless wall, or to seek out cultivation grounds outside the Xuanwang realm. Instead, she would honestly develop and cultivate in the Xuanwang realm. Judging from her experiences in the previous life, the outside world was 100 times more dangerous than the Xuanwang realm. Li Fan, on the other hand, was playing the role of his aunt's good nephew while also recalling his last experiences in the previous life. He had long suspected the true identities and affiliations of the Faceless Immortal and He Gone Immortal, so he didn't hesitate to use the true spirit burning art to force out He Gone Immortal's true identity. It was just that Li Fan originally wanted to see He Gone Immortal and Faceless Immortal's exasperation after their identities were revealed. But he didn't expect. Faceless and He Gone actually merged and attained the saintly position. When did becoming a saint become so easy? Although Li Fan didn't yet know how to become a saint, being the only one in all the realms and having the same status as the mountains and seas should be the minimum conditions that a saint must meet. The unity of morality allows one to attain the saintly position. Does this mean that the Faceless Immortal and He Gone Immortal after the separation of morality were originally the only existences in all the realms? After some thought, Li Fan vaguely understood. That's right. If it were the original morality true immortal, perhaps there would be another version of him and other possibilities within the mountains and seas. But the Faceless Immortal and He Gone Immortal were not things that originally existed in the mountains and seas. They should be products of the morality true immortal's secret morality separation method. From the day they were born, they were unique in the mountains and seas. The unification of all selves that others painstakingly strive to achieve can be easily accomplished by this morality true immortal with a simple method. However, the method of morality separation, which can separate something unique in the mountains and seas, is inherently extraordinary. He quickly resolved the first question, but Li Fan couldn't figure out the second question. How exactly did He Gone Immortal and Faceless Immortal achieve the same status as the mountains and seas? After thinking it over, Li Fan couldn't find a reasonable explanation. He could only speculate that it might be related to the peculiar state the two were in. Morality, though seemingly separate, is actually inseparable, inherently containing me within you and you within me. It's difficult to truly separate them. But I forcibly defined their attributes, causing morality to be completely separated. Like the collapse and change of the Great Tao, this moment may have unleashed extremely vast energy. Just like the chain reaction I knew before I transmigrated. Li Fan indulged in wild flights of fancy. After all, Li Fan could only imagine the answer now. The principle of becoming a saint was one of the greatest secrets in the mountains and seas. If Li Fan could decipher the secret of becoming a saint simply by observing and thinking about it, then the number of saints in the entire mountains and seas wouldn't be so scarce. To seek the answer, I still need to start with the Faceless Immortal and He Gone Immortal. Although the Faceless Immortal is weak, he has been hiding very well. It's difficult to even find his traces, let alone capture him alive. But He Gone Immortal, I already know that he will appear at a fixed time in that possibility. Perhaps I can ambush him in advance. Of course, all of this is based on the premise that with the activation of Return to Reality and the resetting of the mountains and seas, the morality true immortal who became a saint has been reduced to his original form. In fact, Li Fan wasn't too worried about this. If morality was still present, with the power of a saint, he would definitely be able to lock onto Li Fan in the first moment, no matter how vast the mountains and seas were. But now that so much time has passed since Li Fan used Return to Reality, the mountains and seas are still quiet. This is enough to prove that there is no saint named Morality in the current stage of the mountains and seas. The authority of Return to Reality is above the mountains and seas. Or perhaps, Return to Reality doesn't reset the mountains and seas. But, associating it with his discovery regarding intuition, Li Fan had a new guess in his heart. But just like the secret of morality's attainment of sainthood, it was purely imagined and didn't have any actual evidence to support it. Li Fan could only suppress it in his heart for the time being. Having experienced nearly 30 lifetimes of reincarnation, Li Fan's understanding of the changes between truth and falsehood had reached a new level. The watery mist could resist the suppression of the newly sanctified morality. Using transcendence to resist a saint. This was truly an extraordinary thing in the mountains and seas. However, Li Fan wasn't overly confident. Although what's left in the other shore is only a saintly phantom, the actual power of the 9 saints working together is far stronger than the morality I saw. I can resist morality, but I may not be able to withstand the 9 saints phantom. Therefore, the saint-making plan must continue. However, exploring the secret of the morality true immortal's attainment of sainthood can be carried out simultaneously. Li Fan left a phantom in the original Xuanwang realm, while he took a step and leapt into the possibility where he witnessed morality's attainment of sainthood in the previous life. He Gone and Faceless cannot be underestimated. I need to make complete preparations in advance. Compared to the scene of destruction Li Fan once saw, the possibility before him was still full of vitality. The most significant difference from the original possibility was that there was no Gravekeeper Gong present. In the initial wave of the Great Tao annihilation, the immortal realm was 70 to 80% destroyed. But precisely because of this possible immortal realm was not directly destroyed. Instead, it survived by luck in the form of scattered islands on the tide of the Great Tao Annihilation. In past encounters with the Great Tao Annihilation, Li Fan had long known that the Great Tao Annihilation seemed to possess its own unique consciousness. The stronger the resistance it encountered, the more intense its offensive became. However, if there was almost no resistance in the face of the Great Tao Annihilation, it would maintain a relatively calm state for a considerable period. It would only slowly nibble away, until the remaining area was completely swallowed. The many lower realm star seas that still retained their original possibilities were in this situation. And in this possibility, it was applied to the Immortal realm. The Immortal realm was divided into tens of thousands of scattered islands by the Great Tao Annihilation. The three sages were gone, the immortal emperors were no more, and communication was severed. Even nameless true immortals were few and far between, let alone transcendent experts. Such a possibility has almost no value to He Gangxian. What is he doing here trying to comprehend the Tao? The faceless immortal had already explained He Gangxian's method of Tao comprehension quite clearly. It involved using the disasters he personally caused to completely exhaust the remaining conscience within his body, ensuring that the fundamental virtue within him would not be affected by his actions. He Gangxian's location for Tao comprehension must have been carefully chosen. If I'm not mistaken, this place holds someone or something of utmost importance to He Gangxian, or rather, the true immortal of moral decay. But the true immortal of moral decay is not a native of this possibility. The scattered immortal seas were not large, especially to a transcendent expert like Li Fan. Since he couldn't find any clues for the time being, he would conduct a general search. In any case, there was still plenty of preparation time before He Gangxian's arrival. After spending a full 5 years, Li Fan finally discovered something possibly related to the true immortal of moral decay on an Immortal Realm island. These eyebrows and eyes are extremely similar to morality after becoming a sage. Could it be a descendant of the true immortal of morality in this possibility? Li Fan looked at a female true immortal within the territory who was extremely rare in that she had no immortal servants, and pondered. If it was said that under the rule of non-action, immortal servants would not be regulated, then within this immortal island, the beings who were originally immortal servants were able to shed their servant status due to the will of the island's master. Although they were not true immortals, they enjoyed everything that true immortals enjoyed, including connecting to the boundless sea and the mountain above. However, they did not rely on their own strength to be listed among the immortals, but rather relied entirely on the gift of that female true immortal. Everything could become immortal. These beings also respected her extremely. But it was not the kind of respect that a servant had for their master. But rather, it was a reverence that arose spontaneously from the bottom of their hearts because they had received her grace. The female true immortal, suspected to be a descendant of morality, was also extremely satisfied with the attitude of the beings on the island. They mingled with each other and got along extremely harmoniously. It was quite like a carefree and ideal paradise. She really inherited the name of morality. But it's just a child's game. Li Fan sneered disdainfully. His ruthless gaze locked onto all the true immortals on the island. In an instant, it was as if 10,000 miles were frozen. The beings on the island, including that female true immortal, were all instantly frozen in a state of stillness. From her mind, Li Fan confirmed her identity. Although she was not a descendant of the true immortal of morality, she was inextricably linked to him. In this possibility, when the world-destroying Great Tao Annihilation descended in those years, the true immortal of morality tried to turn the tide and save the living beings from the calamity, just like the primal guardian Chu Gong. But unfortunately, the true immortal of morality's strength was simply not enough to contend with such a scale of Great Tao Annihilation. As a result, he died tragically in the Great Tao Annihilation. However, the true immortal of morality did not die without value. He did save many lives. The female true immortal on the island was one of them. Although a long time had passed since that calamity, and most of the beings in the scattered immortal sea had forgotten the true immortal of morality, she had not. She even took it upon herself to become the new true immortal of morality, and deliberately changed her appearance to resemble her benefactor of the past, acting in accordance with morality, saving, teaching. But it's only limited to this possibility. Yet it involves He Gangxian's Tao comprehension. For a moment, it was difficult to fathom the morality cultivation method. Li Fan decided not to alert the enemy for the time being and hid in the dark to watch. Retracting his gaze, the true immortals on the island, who had been frozen, all returned to normal. They did not notice Li Fan's arrival at all. Their lives and actions were as before. Li Fan hid in the dark, quietly arranging things, and patiently waiting. Until rolling black gas descended from the sky without warning, sweeping and spreading throughout the entire world. This black gas did not possess any substantial lethality. Even if living beings came into contact with it, they would not suffer any harm. However, their behavior and thoughts would change because of it. Without warning, they wielded their butcher knives at the people around them, and even repaid kindness with enmity, attacking their benefactor en masse. Great kindness is a great feud, and loss of virtue leads to the Tao. In this possibility, there was naturally no such thing as karmic retribution. After betraying kindness, these people not only did not suffer any retribution. On the contrary, it was as if they had absorbed an immortal pill, and their strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Those who lost virtue became even more powerful, creating boundless slaughter, spreading throughout the entire possibility. And He Gengxian was hidden above the scattered immortal sea, located in the most core position of the circulating black gas of morality. Li Fan could sense that most of He Gengxian's attention was focused on that female true immortal. Even though the island was already in a state of moral reversal and chaos, she still did not give up trying to save everyone. However, a lack of ability was the original sin of everything. Her struggles and efforts were nothing more than a drop in the bucket. However, He Gengxian did not intend to let her go. Nor did he directly harm her. Instead, he manipulated the black gas of morality, turning the original paradise-like ideal island into a terrifying purgatory. The female true immortal could not perceive the existence of the black gas raging in the world. In her eyes, the people who had been getting along extremely harmoniously in the past became enemies for some reason. It was as if they had become irreconcilable foes. And she, the island's master, had become the target of everyone's siege. No matter how much she played the role of morality, she would not allow herself to die in the hands of these people for nothing. So she took action. Her strength was far stronger than the other true immortals on the island. In the midst of the melee, it was inevitable that some would be too heavy-handed. And every time her hands were stained with a trace of blood, her face, which imitated the true immortal of morality, would fade by a fraction, slowly shedding the face of morality, returning to her original appearance. How can you shoulder the two words morality? He Gengxian looked lonely, and the black aura raged like smoke. 1645. Wonderful theory of becoming a saint. Seemingly hearing He Gengxian's soft sigh, the female true immortal, who had already reverted to her original form, wore a face full of astonishment. She looked around, trying to find the figure of her savior. However, the moral true immortal ultimately did not appear. Once there is one, there is another. After becoming accustomed to killing, there is no longer any burden in her heart, and it has almost become an instinct. Within this immortal island star territory, the female true immortal is almost an invincible existence. In the past, all other living beings were able to survive the great Tao annihilation tribulation because of her protection. But now, their savior has transformed into a ruthless killing machine, harvesting their lives. And under the influence of the mysterious black aura, these ants still fearlessly swarm towards the island master. Initially, a trace of unbearable pain would occasionally flash across the female true immortal's face, but as the slaughter progressed, her expression gradually became calm. Even a little impatient, and the moral true immortal's murmuring words also sounded at the right time. The morality of pretense, the morality formed by relying on emotions and conscience, may last for a while. But it can never last a lifetime. When swords and blades are upon you, in life and death, can you still talk about morality? When misunderstood and the whole world is your enemy, can you still talk about morality? When lonely and desolate, with no one understanding you, can you still talk about morality? When the road ahead is dark, with no hope left, can you still talk about morality? If one can still practice morality, then that is true morality. Obviously, you are not. There was a hint of loneliness and sarcasm in He Gengxian's voice. As if her true face hidden beneath the mask had been exposed, the female true immortal became angry and her expression gradually became ferocious. Immortal power surged, like thousands of sharp blades cutting. She was actually going to destroy everything she saw before her. However, how could a true immortal who barely survived in a single possibility touch He Gengxian, who was beyond transcendence? The smoky moral black aura did not move at all. It was just that after repeated killings, the rampant black aura had slowly condensed from its initial diffused state. It transformed into extremely thick, gigantic pillars, spanning the star sea. Looking down from above, Li Fan could see clearly. What these black heavenly pillars formed was precisely the two characters' morality. The female true immortal seemed to be trapped in the very center of a prison called morality. No matter how hard she tried, even if she broke her head and shed blood, she still could not escape from it. Those who pursue morality will eventually be trapped by morality, and then suffer backlash. As if confirming He Gengxian's words, the female true immortal's body slowly turned pitch black, as if it had been eroded by the black aura. She struggled to survive, trying to break free from the carbonized state. But each self-rescue could only push herself faster into the abyss of complete annihilation. Before long, the female true immortal had completely become a part of the moral black aura, merging into the towering moral heavenly pillar. And with her death, there were no longer any living beings within this immortal island. The world was quiet, only He Gengxian's concluding remarks echoed, only by turning morality into instinct. Not to pursue morality, but to become morality. The moral heavenly pillar, which had absorbed the lives of all living beings on this immortal island, expanded again in He Gengxian's faint voice. It actually traversed the sea of Tao annihilation, which separated the thousands of immortal islands in this realm, instantly enveloping all possibilities within it. Under the shackles of morality, hundreds of millions of living beings ushered in the apocalypse. You are all dead from mutual slaughter. Your demise, what does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? If the first sentence still contained a hint of hesitation, then the second, what does it have to do with me, was already completely certain. In the depths of He Gengxian's eyes, there was still a glimmer of tears. But his face was already ice cold. He Gengxian was silently watching the sentient beings of this possibility. And Li Fan was hidden in the dark, quietly observing He Gengxian. He Gengxian never personally kills people. Instead, he uses true immortal talismans, moral black aura, or other methods to indirectly commit the crime. Although there is no direct cause and effect, there is indirect cause and effect. This behavior is not He Gengxian deceiving himself. But Li Fan took in all of He Gengxian's extremely subtle changes in expression and fluctuations in aura, and seemed to understand, burning away the remaining conscience, all that remains, thoughts, our instincts, all our morality. This is He Gengxian's method of cultivation. However, in the process of burning conscience, his mind will also be severely impacted. The method of indirect killing can form a psychological comfort barrier, so as to serve as a buffer. Judging from the current situation, He Gengxian's remaining conscience is not much. A few more times like this, and he might really be able to achieve the perfect state of his own moral flow. With a split body, gathering the true meaning of morality, and achieving the position of a saint. Looking at the immortal island possibility below, whose vitality was gradually fading under the suppression of the moral heavenly pillar, Li Fan's thoughts paused slightly. If it were a normal act of burning conscience, it shouldn't help He Gengxian this much. Otherwise, the mountains and seas are boundless, he could just slaughter randomly and become a saint. In his sea of consciousness, he repeatedly savored the scene he had just witnessed of He Gengxian refining this world with moral black aura dozens of times. Watching every scene in detail. In the original possibility, this female island master should have an extraordinary relationship with He Gengxian. In other words, her position in He Gengxian's heart is extremely important. Just like my aunt to me. The more this is the case, the greater the impact brought about by her slaughter. The effect of burning conscience is also better. Combining his own experience, Li Fan could somewhat speculate on the reason why this possibility was so important to He Gengxian. Whether it is the female island master, or He Gengxian, or even Li Fan, any living being in the mountains and seas. When they gradually become accustomed to killing, they will become used to it. And if they don't care, how can they burn the remaining conscience? As the conscience is slowly lost, the threshold will become higher and higher. Ordinary methods of destroying the world can no longer shake He Gengxian's heart at all. Only by personally burying someone extremely important in his heart, like pouring oil on a raging fire, can he break through the final barrier in one fell swoop. With He Gengxian's talent, he must have foreseen this scene when the moral family was divided. So he deliberately left these important moments to the end. Wonderful! The moral true immortal is indeed a peerless genius in the mountains and seas. What happened in the previous life has already proved the correctness of his path. Moral perfection leads to the saint position. And he is ruthless to others and ruthless to himself. His inner conscience is being devoured step by step. One can imagine the torment He Gengxian's heart will suffer in this process. But once he has decided, he will definitely go on unswervingly. No matter who or what, nothing can stop him. This is just the path that He Gengxian has taken. What about the other half of the moral true immortal, the faceless immortal? I'm afraid his method of proving the Tao won't be much weaker than He Gengxian's. Li Fan pondered silently, waiting for He Gengxian to end this cultivation. When the possibility of the immortal island was completely shattered, He Gengxian swallowed the enormous pillar of morality into his stomach. Then he smiled lightly, about to leave. Li Fan finally spoke, "Fellow Taoist, please wait." He Gengxian looked at the suddenly appearing Li Fan with great vigilance. Being able to hide here and deceive his senses was enough to demonstrate this person's strength. In He Gengxian's understanding, it seemed that such a strong person did not exist in the mountains and seas. Therefore, he became even more wary. However, he wouldn't be frightened by Li Fan just like that. He Gengxian looked at Li Fan coldly, waiting for his next words. "I see that fellow Taoist also cultivates open black lens bracket morality close black lens bracket. The newest novels are on 6_9_shu_ba." As soon as these words came out, He Gengxian, who had been able to maintain his indifference, couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Also, he carefully sized up Li Fan, observing him for a long time, but he didn't detect any traces of the other party's morality, Tao. However, it was also to be expected. He Gengxian was not far from the consummation of proving the Tao. If there was someone in the entire mountains and seas who cultivated the same path, he would definitely sense it. But the person who suddenly appeared before him was clearly not among them. "Does fellow Taoist think I'm blind?" He Gengxian's voice slowly turned cold. It seemed that he would attack at the slightest disagreement. Li Fan, however, didn't seem to notice the other party's malice at all, and asked with a smile, "Could it be that fellow Taoist thinks I'm talking nonsense?" "All right, then you shall observe." Li Fan pointed remotely towards the mountains and seas, to another possibility not far from the Immortal Island star system. The Tao annihilation disaster suffered by that world is slightly lighter than that of the Immortal Island. The vitality of the billions of living beings within is far greater than here. He lightly snapped his fingers, and a spark suddenly appeared in the possibility that Li Fan was pointing to. In just a moment, it became a prairie fire, engulfing the immortal world and the star sea of the lower realm. This wasn't a big scene for He Gengxian. His expression and emotions didn't fluctuate at all. But what surprised him was that the person who had inexplicably appeared before him was also unmoved. He Gengxian looked at Li Fan again. He could feel that Li Fan was not an evil person, nor was he a crazy person who had lost his mind. Yet he could destroy a possibility so lightly. Even when the flames spread beyond the possibility, gradually affecting a larger area within the mountains and seas, he didn't panic at all. "Fellow Taoist, do you think I can be called open black lens bracket moral close black lens bracket?" Li Fan asked with a smile. "Without Tao, without virtue, without emotion, without righteousness." He Gengxian replied with only 8 words. Although he didn't know the reason why Li Fan could maintain such a cold state, out of confidence in the Tao he cultivated, He Gengxian still gave such an answer. Li Fan sighed deeply. "Fellow Taoist misunderstands me deeply. Actually, I'm here to help you." "Oh, I have come here specifically to help fellow Taoist prove the Tao and achieve the holy throne of the mountains and seas," Li Fan said with utmost sincerity. He Gengxian, who had been able to maintain his composure, couldn't help but sneer. "All nonsense, not a word of truth. You are strong, why would you amuse me for no reason? Could it be that you are stalling for time? Are you a helper he sent?" As if thinking of something, He Gengxian's expression changed. "Fellow Taoist is overthinking it. I just happened to encounter fellow Taoist and saw your morality flowing and forming a cycle on its own, seemingly only one step away from the final holy throne. Therefore, I couldn't resist showing myself. If I guessed correctly, that fellow Taoist is talking about is the other half of the open black lens bracket morality schism close black lens bracket. Am I right?" As soon as the 4 words open black lens bracket morality schism close black lens bracket came out, He Gengxian's expression completely changed. He stared at Li Fan, and thousands of black chi, like a whirlwind, slowly overflowed towards the surroundings. "You still say you don't know him?" The black chi, which could make all the creatures in an entire possibility go crazy and kill each other, had no effect on Li Fan. He still continued to speak lightly. "Although you seem to be an immortal without virtue, you are actually cultivating virtue. And the other you is a truly virtueless person, actually cultivating the Tao. Li Fan slowly spoke out the things he deduced from his experiences in the previous life. He Gengxian became more and more suspicious and uncertain, and his heart was no longer calm. This could be said to be the biggest secret on him. It could be said that in the entire mountains and seas, no one other than themselves should be able to know about it. How did this person before him know all this? Could it be, He Gengxian suddenly had a thought in his heart. Because his own Tao path was contrary to the common understanding, He Gengxian did not go to the so-called other shore after transcendence, or the holy dynasty or anything else. Instead, he just cultivated silently on his own. But he had also heard of the names of the saints of the other shore in the Taiwei Holy Emperor. It is said that in the eyes of the saints, there is only the survival of the mountains and seas as a whole. The lives within the mountains and seas, and even general possibilities, are not very important to them. Only the saints are truly qualified and have the power to save the mountains and seas. Therefore, they occasionally help and enlighten people in the mountains and seas who can become saints. Could it be that this person is an incarnation of a certain saint? If not, how could he reveal his secrets in one word? And how could he be so arrogant as to claim that he would help him become a saint? The more He Gengxian thought about it, the more he felt that this was a possibility. His words also became a little more polite. May I ask, fellow Taoist, where is the opportunity to become a saint? Proving the holy throne is not in you, nor in me, but in him. Li Fan reached out and pointed to a certain place in the mountains and seas. Although he didn't say it explicitly, He Gengxian already understood what Li Fan was pointing at. The morality schism. Morality is not a schism. This strange characteristic is the foundation for you to exist independently. If either party loses this characteristic, Li Fan showed a meaningful smile. It will become the other party's asset for proving the Tao. He Gengxian naturally knew that what Li Fan said was correct. But morality is interdependent and coexists. Even the morality schism secret technique in the beginning was difficult to completely separate the two. How could the other party be easily made to lose their characteristics? The key lies in virtue loses Tao, Tao goes to virtue. He Gengxian was still thinking hard, but Li Fan had already revealed the secret in one word. What you seek is to save the world. If you see the mountains and seas being destroyed, but you are powerless, then you will fall into open black lens bracket without Tao close black lens bracket. And what he seeks is to prove the Tao. If he sees the mountains and seas being destroyed, but he is indifferent, then he is open black lens bracket without virtue close black lens bracket. Li Fan's few words made He Gengxian tremble with fear. 1646. Eternal silence. Devoid of Tao, devoid of virtue. Before He Gengxian's eyes, a scene unfolded as if true spirit fire was consuming everything, mountains and seas alike being obliterated. Witnessing such a scene, he felt himself being judged as deviating from the Tao, due to his powerlessness. While the other version of himself remained indifferent from beginning to end, judged as lacking virtue. Morality and virtue were completely divided, the state of circulation ceased. Perhaps even his own existence would be difficult to maintain. With just a simple sentence, he revealed the method to kill the true immortal of morality. This person, even if he isn't a sage, he's not far from it. He Gengxian almost broke out in a cold sweat, now believing 5 or 6 parts of what Li Fan had said. Perhaps, the other party really came to help him embark on the path to becoming a sage. At the very least, he was an enemy, not a friend. After all, with the knowledge and strength the other party had displayed, it was entirely possible for him to help that other true immortal of morality to destroy him. He Gengxian's expression became even more respectful. What fellow Taoist says is absolutely right. I just wonder, how confident are you? Using calculation against unpreparedness, completely. However, the one who tied the bell must untie it. The path to becoming a sage still requires you to do it yourself. I can only offer reasonable suggestions. Li Fan naturally saw He Gengxian's psychological changes before and after, and became even more calm and nonchalant. He Gengxian nodded quickly. This is only right and proper. The other me, although weak, is extremely vigilant and well hidden. More importantly, he seems to have experts assisting him. I have probed several times, but was inexplicably blocked. Moreover, pushing him into a desperate situation would likely have fatal repercussions for me as well. How can I kill him while ensuring my own safety? He Gengxian continued to ask for advice. This matter is simple. Burning mountains and seas doesn't really mean burning mountains and seas. It's just putting on an act. You know it, but he doesn't, that's the most crucial difference. Deceiving with the false, achieving truth with the false. For some reason, Li Fan suddenly paused while speaking and stopped talking. As if pondering something, He Gengxian immediately became somewhat hesitant. Fellow Taoist, is there a problem? It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of some other things. After a moment of silence, Li Fan came back to his senses, and a wisp of flame suddenly appeared in his palm. What do you think of this fire? He Gengxian recognized that this flame was the terrifying existence that had just casually incinerated an entire possibility. Even from a distance, He Gengxian still felt an uncontrollable sense of dread. He had no doubt that this was a destructive power comparable to the annihilation of Tao. But after observing for a long time, He Gengxian still couldn't confirm how this flame was born. He could only awkwardly praise, fellow Taoist's divine power is truly profound. Li Fan didn't mind, and instead began to explain his plan to He Gengxian. I can use this flame, coupled with the induction of the annihilation of Tao, to create a closed arena for you and him. To make the act as realistic as possible, I will incinerate a large area of mountains and seas. Therefore, in the arena, you will only see endless mountains and seas, with countless possibilities being reduced to ashes amidst the clash of water and fire. What you need to do is confront him and seize the opportunity to prove his lack of virtue. He Gengxian peered at Li Fan's palm, and in the flickering flames, he seemed to truly see endless mountains and seas being ignited by the fire. He couldn't help but shudder. Such a big commotion, is it okay? He asked with some uncertainty. Li Fan chuckled. It's fine, it's fine. Although the mountains and seas are vast, they are irrelevant to the final outcome. As long as a new sage can be created, everything is negotiable. Such a confident and unrestrained attitude couldn't help but reassure He Gengxian. In the past, in order to obliterate the remaining conscience in his heart, he had also carried out many world-destroying acts. But they were only limited to certain single possibilities. Compared to Li Fan's actions of incinerating large areas of mountains and seas at every turn, it was definitely small-time stuff. And such breadth of mind and unrestrainedness made He Gengxian even more convinced of Li Fan's identity as a sage. What needs to be noted is that, in order to achieve the effect of deceiving with the false, you must not only deceive him, but also deceive yourself. My momentum, although close to the truth, if you within it remain indifferent, then it is an obvious flaw, and naturally will not achieve the desired effect. Li Fan stared at He Gengxian and said slowly. Deceive myself. He Gengxian frowned slightly. Think about it carefully, and prepare. I can see that there is still hesitation in your heart. When the time is ripe, I will come and find you again. Fellow Taoist, wait. Before He Gengxian could finish speaking, Li Fan's figure had already disappeared before his eyes. Hidden in the mountains and seas, whereabouts unknown. Only the flame in his palm remained in place, constantly burning. He Gengxian stood there for a long time, and finally slowly approached the flames in front of him. The scorching heat came, and it seemed that the foundation of his own existence was being ignited by the flames. Moral black energy formed a whirlwind, wrapping the flames, trying to extinguish them. But the flame stood firm in the wind, unwavering. Instead, the moral black energy was constantly consumed, and in an instant it became extremely thin. The true horror of this fire lies in. It seems to be able to consume my true spirit. He Gengxian suddenly shuddered in shock, as if burned, and quickly retreated, away from the true spirit fire. A look of extreme dread appeared in his eyes. Using the true spirit as fuel, killing 1,000 enemies and self-inflicting 800 damage. It is an outright forbidden technique. Why does that person use it so easily? Even if He Gengxian racked his brains, he would never have thought that there would be someone with infinite spirituality existing between the mountains and seas. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, he could only conclude that Li Fan's true spirit was mellow and far superior to his own, and he didn't care about this little consumption. Only a sage between the mountains and seas can do this so easily. He Gengxian couldn't help but think in his heart again. If only one clue pointed to Li Fan's identity as a sage, He Gengxian might still have some doubts. But now, every unreasonable thing revealed on Li Fan's body all pointed to the same answer. He Gengxian couldn't help but believe it. I have heard that the sages on the other shore can cross the eternal silent void. That is an empty place where even the concept of existence no longer exists, the remnants after a whole section of mountains and seas is swallowed by the annihilation of Tao. A completely blank space, but if you can cross through and return, you can filter out and bring out the true spirit. As if the sediment formed after the mountains and seas were destroyed, forming a dead mud pit. Crossing through, you will be stained with silt. Perhaps it is because of this that he can use the true spirit fire so unscrupulously. He Gengxian was naturally envious of such supernatural powers. It was a pity that although the supernatural powers were good, they could only be watched, not used. Otherwise, even if he was a genius, after using it once or twice, he would become ordinary. 1647. Spiritual rules. The unification of selves from other possibilities can also increase one's own true spirit. It's just that the true spirit foundation of selves in different circumstances is not the same. Moreover, in the process of unifying all selves, it is impossible to completely absorb the true spirit of the other selves. The amount of absorption varies from person to person. The higher the efficiency of conversion, the more one has the potential to become a saint. When all the remaining possible selves in the entire Shanhai have been absorbed, yet there is still no glimpse of the opportunity to become a saint, then hope is Miao Mang. Unless there is the grand subtle saint luck elixir, the accumulated true spirit brought back by saints from the eternal silent void realm, or the help of other sacred objects. After a moment of leisurely contemplation, he Gengxian finally returned to the arena plan proposed by Li Fan. Deceive him, deceive myself. He and I are originally one entity, with mutual induction between us. The closer the distance, the more accurate the induction. How can this be done? Unless I make the false play real. But in this way, I myself will also fall into danger. He Gengxian's face was uncertain. If Li Fan was someone he knew and trusted, he could seriously consider it. But as it is, this person's origins are unpredictable, and his identity and motives are unknown. The risk is too great. If it were a general matter, the always cautious He Gengxian would not even consider it. But this involves becoming a saint. Saint, the pinnacle of Shanhai. The ultimate powerhouse who can leap out of this Shanhai. Wasn't the reason I chose the great Tao of morality in the first place for the goal of becoming a saint. Therefore, even knowing that the road ahead is full of crises and may even be a trap, He Gengxian never gave up the idea of trying. He's right, I'm indeed not ready yet. Standing for a long time, hesitant, He Gengxian sighed. In fact, it wasn't just He Gengxian who wasn't ready. Even Li Fan himself was not fully prepared. Li Fan had seen the power of the moral true immortal after becoming a saint. Even a saint who has just attained the Tao cannot be plotted against by transcendent powerhouses. In the face of absolute power disparity, any conspiracy is useless. Li Fan would naturally not overestimate himself and do something like an ant trying to swallow an elephant. The best outcome would be to refine both He Gengxian and Wumian Xian at the same time, using their morality to achieve my great cause. But the probability is very low. The moral true immortals are originally one entity. Now that they are separated, whichever side fails, the other side's absorption speed is likely to be much faster than me, an outsider. So it is very likely that one side will win in the arena and then attain the Tao and become a saint. Li Fan had long been mentally prepared for this. After all, his initial purpose was to figure out the secret of how morality, after merging, could instantly become the same rank as Shanhai. If morality can be like this, then perhaps other great Taos in Shanhai can also be like this. In addition to repeatedly observing the process of the moral true immortal attaining the Tao, perhaps I can also rely on him to say it himself. He Gengxian is a virtuous person. I help him attain the Tao, which can be said to be a grace of recreation. After becoming a saint, the secret of morality is no longer useful. He might as well tell me. The premise is that I can't let him see the Huan Zhen in my body. Strands of fresh blood flowed out from Li Fan's body, gathering into a human form in the void in front. Although it was only blood shaping, the moment it took shape, it seemed to be endowed with spirituality, first bowing to Li Fan. Then, it curiously looked around. Li Fan used his finger as a pen, constantly writing on the blood man's body. Torso, limbs, facial features. They were carved out one by one. From today onwards, you are Li Fan. When the true is treated as false, the false is also true. As the final touch of enlightenment fell, Li Fan's main body slowly exhaled a silver-white mist towards the blood transformation in front. As if flesh and blood were merging, after the mist was completely absorbed. What appeared in front of Li Fan was another himself. Appearance and soul were completely consistent with Li Fan. Even if Bai Shuyu were present, she would probably not be able to tell which was her dear nephew. This was not just a simple clone technique, but a creation that incorporated the changes of true and false, enough to confuse the real with the fake. It was like a new extension of one's own body. But Huan Zhen was divided. In past reincarnations, Li Fan had created many clones. Holy Emperor Li Ping, Li Buren, etc. But this one in front of him was, without a doubt, his pinnacle work. Li Fan carefully observed, shaking his head slightly with regret. The newest novel is first published on 69shu.com. It's still lacking something from the theoretical best state. It's the allocation of spirituality. If Huan Zhen could retain memories and actively divide a portion of my infinite spirituality and transfer it to this clone, I'm afraid it would be possible to achieve true self-replication and creation. Li Fan had no rejection or fear in his heart about creating another self. Because of the characteristic of his infinite spirituality. It was destined to be unreplicable. Other clones, no matter how real, could not possess his unique characteristics that were unique throughout Shanghai. Spirituality, potential, or rather, true spirit. Currently, I don't know what it is. However, with my constant observation of Ant's reincarnation changes, I have vaguely glimpsed its traces. I can learn and imitate the true and false changes of Huan Zhen. This method of dividing spirituality may not be impossible to learn. While Li Fan was creating and polishing another self to deceive He Gengxian who would attain the Tao in the future, he also focused his attention on Ant in the Zanhuang realm. Although he had already made up his mind not to blindly follow the suggestions of the immeasurable wall, Bai Shuyu still found this strange object from the Saint's Tao Palace as soon as she was reborn. After some time together, the two gradually returned to their best state of getting along. What was quite surprising was that although they had not experienced various life and death crises together in this life, the immeasurable wall's trust in Bai Shuyu did not diminish. Perhaps it was because of the immeasurable wall's unique intuition. After Bai Shuyu honestly cultivated in the immeasurable wall for 100 years. The immeasurable wall, like in the previous life, couldn't sit still anymore. Too slow, waiting for you to transcend, when will that be? Why not? Bai Shuyu directly ignored the immeasurable wall's suggestion. Hey, why don't you believe me? Seeing Bai Shuyu unmoved, the immeasurable wall became a little anxious. Bai Shuyu asked back, weren't you on duty in front of the Saint's Gate in the past, why don't you have this patience? Only 100 years have passed. The immeasurable wall hummed twice and said, it is precisely because of the hard days I experienced in the past that I don't want to wait in vain like this anymore. But I also understand your fear of the outside world. If you really don't want to leave the Zanhuang realm. The immeasurable wall pondered for a while and came up with an idea. I can vaguely feel the aura of my colleagues in the Tai Palace here. Perhaps I can borrow their divine power. 1648. Concentrate on calculating the infinite. I once mentioned to you that in the old Tao Palace, the most mystical things were the Little Lord, the prayer mat, the green lamp, and the horsetail whisk. I sense the aura of my colleague here, it is indeed that Little Lord. Bai Shuyu's trust in the immeasurable wall had diminished to the extreme, and she said with some doubt, even if it is indeed that one from the Tai Palace back then, I'm afraid there's no connection with you, right? Borrowing his divine power, is it really as simple as asking to borrow it? The immeasurable wall coughed lightly, its huge single eye rolling around. If we were to directly go to his door, that naturally wouldn't work. Of course, we need to be a bit more strategic. The Little Lord, he didn't learn much of the Holy Monarch's abilities, but he did learn his temper quite well. He shouts every day about how Tai came before everything else, even before Wuji. But in reality, the immeasurable wall's tone was slightly sarcastic. The immortals respect him only because of the Holy Monarch's reputation. If he weren't a disciple of the Holy Monarch, even with his 1,000 special qualities, he would have been captured and refined into a magical treasure long ago. And he's still complacent and doesn't realize it. Bai Shuyu was a little puzzled. However, since this Wuji dares to utter such big words, he must have some special skills, right? He is, after all, the Little Lord of the Tao Palace, and you're just a tile in front of the Tao Palace gate. How dare you plot against him? Being questioned by Bai Shuyu, the immeasurable wall immediately became a little displeased. What do you know? I've been displeased with him for a long time. It's just that I haven't dared to act because of the Holy Monarch's power, I've only been thinking about it in my heart. Now that the Holy Monarch is not here, the immeasurable wall said proudly, using careful planning against his unsuspecting little Wuji, it's as easy as pie. Bai Shuyu nodded. All right, then I'll wait here and listen for your good news of success. You may go. The immeasurable wall's expression suddenly stiffened, and it pressed its manifested large head tightly against Bai Shuyu, saying with a playful smile, "Although I have a clever plan, I can't do it alone. I must have a helper. Don't rush to refuse, and listen to me slowly." The single-eyed head image shattered with a bang, returning to its original appearance. On the immeasurable wall, a faint green light revealed a scene of undivided chaos. Speaking of which, the little lord does indeed have the capital to be proud. Do you know what Wuji is? Born of the first Tao, formed before the Tao. The first of all things, infinitely precious. In the world we are in, all kinds of great Taos must yield to his Wuji. It can be said that the little lord doesn't even need to take action, just standing there is almost invincible. Along with the explanation of each word, the proud and independent figure of the heavenly capital Great Mage also appeared in the changing image of the immeasurable wall. When Wuji appears, it seems that the chaotic world scatters because of it. Its preciousness is evident. Then you still want to plot against him? Isn't that courting death? Bai Shuyu frowned, staring at the figure of Wuji. He, continue listening to me. Although this is where his greatest strength lies, it is also the reason for his greatest weakness. The little lord is naturally infinitely precious to the great Taos of our world. But for the great Taos of other worlds, I wonder if you have ever heard the saying, "I am a barbarian." The immeasurable wall chuckled. Although she didn't know the specific meaning of this sentence, Bai Shuyu was not stupid. After a little thought, she understood. Are you saying that Wuji's preciousness doesn't work for the great Taos of other worlds? Exactly, the immeasurable wall responded excitedly. In the reflected picture, a thick stone pillar suddenly appeared, swinging down on the proudly independent Wuji. Wuji cried out in surprise, with a look of horror, instinctively wanting to reach out to block it. But how could he block it? He took a solid hit, and his figure shattered instantly. In your belly, do you have treasures from other worlds? Bai Shuyu finally realized. HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. The immeasurable wall snorted triumphantly. Then it lowered its voice. The Tai Holy Palace was personally built by the Holy Monarch. Most of the materials were sourced locally by the Holy Monarch. But there are also some load-bearing pillars that come from other lands. I didn't originally know their origins. It's just that these pillars have been extremely difficult to digest in my belly over the years. So I guessed roughly. As the immeasurable wall spoke, it slowly spat out a golden and dazzling jade pillar. It was just a broken section without a head or tail, but it was still 33 feet long. The surface of the jade pillar originally seemed to be engraved with some patterns, but after years of digestion by the immeasurable wall, it had become blurred and indistinct. But the sacred aura of the jade pillar was not diminished in the slightest. This pillar is one of the load-bearing pillars of the innermost, Tai Hall, of the Holy Palace. Although it was originally an inanimate object, it has nurtured a trace of spirituality every day under the influence of the Holy Monarch's aura. Try saying, "small," to it. Bai Shuyu did as she was told, and the jade pillar moved according to her will. In an instant, it turned into a handy jade staff. Although she didn't know any staff techniques, she vaguely felt that she only needed to simply wave it with the power of the jade pillar itself to create incredible damage. For a Tao harmonization expert in the Xuanwang world, even a graze would mean death. However, Wuji is, after all, a disciple under the Holy Monarch of the Immortal Realm, asking Bai Shuyu, who is only at the mortal realm, to plot against him. Even with the blessing of foreign objects, the possibility of success is minimal. That's why we need you and me to cooperate. Seeing that Bai Shuyu was still hesitant, the immeasurable wall continued to persuade her relentlessly. I will visit him under the guise of meeting an old friend. At that time, I will deliberately say some shocking words to disturb his mind, and while he is distracted, you will jump out of my belly and give him a blow to the head. You must know that the little lord relies on his innate characteristics and despises all other living beings from the bottom of his heart. He would never have imagined that I would have the guts to suddenly attack. Moreover, apart from the Tao of Wuji, his other supernatural powers are also very ordinary. Practice well, and as long as you get close to him, even if he reacts, he will never be your opponent. The immeasurable wall repeatedly assured her. Next, the immeasurable wall talked a lot about the benefits of Wuji. If you can refine the Tao of Wuji, the predicament of this world can be broken in an instant. You can freely choose a suitable place to cultivate, without having to study this new method. Bai Shuyu was, after all, easily persuaded. Unable to resist the immeasurable wall's persuasion for many days, she finally agreed. This is the heaven-flipping staff technique, I've forgotten where I learned it. But don't worry, it's definitely an extremely powerful supernatural power. Cooperating with the jade pillar I gave you, when you wield it, it truly has the power to overturn the heavens and the earth. Of course, the most important thing is the first strike of the staff. It must be fast, accurate, and ruthless. This staff technique was obviously not a common supernatural power. It seemed to contain the supreme principle of controlling the Tao with a staff. With Bai Shuyu's comprehension and the assistance of the immeasurable wall, it still took her 3 years to achieve initial mastery. By the way, to prevent you from being intimidated by the little lord's power, it's best to dress you up a bit. Before leaving, the immeasurable wall looked at Bai Shuyu again, pondering. After saying that, it spat out a bamboo hat and a raincoat from its belly, and asked Bai Shuyu to put them on. These 2 items looked somewhat tattered and emitted an unpleasant odor. However, Wu Liangbai, who took them out, appeared extremely distressed. He was much more cautious than when he had given Yuzhu the item earlier. Remember to return these 2 items to me after you're done with them, he muttered softly. Bai Shuyu nodded with amusement. Putting on the bamboo hat and raincoat, she instantly felt that the surrounding world had become vastly different. Because in past reincarnations, Bai Shuyu had experienced all sorts of bizarre deaths, even having memories of being dissected alive after being restrained with golden needles. Therefore, Bai Shuyu, living in the Xuanwang realm, was actually extremely uneasy. Even though she knew that she possessed the ability to constantly be reborn. However, this awakening seemed to have taken a longer time. The various uncertainties only heightened her anxiety. But now, hiding under the bamboo hat and in the raincoat, all the anxieties in her heart disappeared. An extremely strong sense of confidence arose in her heart for no reason. Even if the outside world was filled with continuous rain and raging floods. As long as she wore this outfit, the storms outside could not harm her. This is not your illusion. As if sensing what Bai Shuyu was thinking, Wu Liangbai continued. This bamboo hat and raincoat were worn daily by a frequent visitor to the Tai sacred palace in the past. This person enjoyed observing the Tao annihilation engulfing mountains and seas. He often wore a bamboo hat and raincoat, personally going into the Tao annihilation tides to observe the destruction of mountains and seas. Just a few simple sentences made Bai Shuyu's heart tremble. Although these 2 items have been worn for a long time and are somewhat worn, they still have some lingering, eternal, aura. They are more than enough to withstand the young master's power. Wu Liangbai said with great confidence. Eternal, could it be another name for a sacred ruler? No, no, no. Wu Liangbai quickly shook his head. In the vast immortal realm, from ancient times to the present, there have only been 3 sacreds. But, eternal, is perhaps only half a step away from proving the Tao and becoming a sacred. He interacts with the sacred rulers as an equal. When the Tai sacred ruler was around, he often came to visit. I even received guidance from him. Wu Liangbai seemed to be lost in memories, falling into an extremely rare moment of silence. After a while, he came back to his senses and continued, these 2 treasures, because they were often worn by Eternal, have also been stained with some of the Tao rhythm of the Eternal Great Path. The immense sense of security that arises in your heart after wearing them comes from this. These are truly my treasured possessions. Bai Shuyu narrowed her eyes, recalling whether these 2 treasures were among the thousands of treasures released by Wu Liangbai when she faced the faceless immortal in her previous life. However, she was too busy escaping at the time to pay attention to these details. She could only assume that Wu Liangbai was not lying. After dressing neatly and holding the jade pillar, Bai Shuyu calmed her mind, focused her spirit, and slowly practiced the heaven-turning staff technique once more. With her state adjusted to its peak and everything prepared, Wu Liangbai swallowed her into his belly in one gulp. Then, he transformed into a stream of light and quietly flew towards the Tao source state of the Xuanwang realm. Oh, now that the moment has arrived, you're not nervous anymore. Sensing the change in Bai Shuyu's expression in his belly, Wu Liangbai asked somewhat strangely. Bai Shuyu smiled and did not answer. Even if I fail, it's just a matter of doing it again. Before long, they had already arrived within the borders of Tao source state. As Wu Liangbai slowly approached, a simple Tao palace that was originally hidden and invisible in the sky inexplicably revealed its form. Hey, he even built it quite nicely. He really thinks he's a sacred ruler. Wu Liangbai secretly complained in his heart. He emitted a blue light, shining towards heavenly capital. Before the sacred ruler's gate, I request to see the young master. Heavenly capital, which had been unmoving for 10,000 years, awoke from its slumber after sensing the aura emitted by Wu Liangbai. The doors of the Dao Palace suddenly opened wide. Wu Liangbai quickly drilled into it. Wu Liangbai was extremely familiar with the layout of Heavenly Capital. He skillfully came to the deepest part, where the Heavenly Capital Grand Magister, Wuji, was located. Pushing open the door, what entered Wu Liangbai's eyes were two figures, one large and one small. The small one was naturally the Heavenly Capital Grand Magister. And the one sitting in front of the Grand Magister was Albi Saint Rulered. Even though his figure was extremely blurred, Wu Liangbai, as a loyal guard dog, recognized the other party's identity at a glance. His mind went blank and he collapsed on the spot. Bai Shuyu, hiding in Wu Liangbai's belly, did not have a specific understanding of sacred rulers and was not as afraid as Wu Liangbai. Seeing his embarrassing performance, she silently criticized him in her heart. However, she did not dare to make a sound, to prevent being discovered. She only tried her best to hide herself, silently waiting for the opportunity to suddenly launch an attack. Get up, Master has already left. This place is just an empty phantom. The Grand Magister looked at the trembling Wu Liangbai below, couldn't help but find it a little funny, and slowly spoke. An empty phantom. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Wu Liangbai, who was already prepared to have his intelligence refined and turned back into a guarding tile, was suddenly stunned when he heard the Grand Magister's words. In an instant, he felt a sense of relief. So it was a false alarm. Immediately, a burst of anger rose in his heart. Good you, Wuji, you actually used the Saint Ruler's image to trick me and make me look bad. He cursed the Grand Magister thousands of times in his heart, but on the surface, Wu Liangbai was still respectful. I made the young master laugh. The Grand Magister was extremely satisfied to hear this, young master. It seemed as if he had returned to the days when the Saint Ruler was around, and all the immortal emperors were respectful to him. The destruction of the immortal realm was a long time ago. After so long, you and I can actually meet in the lower realm. The Grand Magister said with some emotion. All thanks to the grace and protection of the Great Master and Young Master. Wu Liangbai said without blushing or skipping a beat. The Grand Magister was somewhat curious. The Tao annihilation suddenly descended, and I escaped in a very disheveled manner. How were you able to escape safely and survive until now? Wu Liangbai said somewhat flatteringly. After cultivating under the Saint Ruler for so many years, I still have some skills to barely save my life. But I was also severely injured because of it, and it took me so many years to recover. That's why, after waking up, I realized that your aura, young master, was also nearby. So I hurried over to pay my respects. Wu Liangbai's words were reasonable, and the Grand Magister nodded slightly when he heard them. Therefore, he didn't ask any more questions. In fact, the reason why he woke up from seclusion and opened the door today was entirely because Wu Liangbai was indeed an object from the Tai Sacred Palace in the past. As for the small tile itself, he really didn't think much of it. 1649. Each has its own destiny. Time changes, and the world is unpredictable. I never thought that after so many years, the huge Tai Palace would be where we two meet again today. The great mage glanced at the immeasurable wall, observed it for a moment, and nodded slightly. It seems that you are doing quite well. Immeasurable Wall smiled and said, it's all thanks to the blessings of the Great Master and Little Master. Otherwise, how could I be where I am today? But it's still far inferior to you, Little Master. This Tao Palace is even more impressive. Quite similar to back then. It's just a casual act, just to have something to remember people by. The Heavenly Capital Great Mage, also known as Open Black Lens Bracket Wuji Close Black Lens Bracket, liked to be praised by others when he was in the immortal realm. Although he had experienced many things, this trait had not changed. Especially since the other party was an old acquaintance from the Tai Palace, it made the great mage feel a long-lost joy. He originally thought of just meeting him once, then sending him away and continuing to cultivate and comprehend. But now he felt that there was no need to be so hasty. Immeasurable Wall used all his skills to flatter and coax the great mage, making him more and more elated. Finally, Immeasurable Wall's single eye darted around, looking at the illusory image of Tai. Little Master, why is this illusory image of the Great Master so real? When I first saw it just now, my whole body was so frightened that it went weak. The great mage smiled. Although the Master has ascended to immortality, he still left behind an illusory image to stabilize the collapsing heavens. Although it is only an illusory image, it still possesses some of the Master's divine power. Although you have made some progress over the years, wanting to distinguish them at a glance. That's still a bit of a daydream. Immeasurable Wall was furious because of the great mage's words, but his face was still respectful as he continued to listen. When the Master was here, he was the open black lens bracket tie close black lens bracket Tao of this world. Now that the Master has left, only this illusory image remains, but it is still enough to represent open black lens bracket tie close black lens bracket. However, with the destruction of the immortal realm, the great Tao is incomplete, and the Tao of Tai has also undergone corresponding changes. Now this open black lens bracket tie close black lens bracket is no longer the open black lens bracket tie close black lens bracket of the past. The great mage's words were a bit convoluted. But Immeasurable Wall in the field, including Bai Shuyu inside Immeasurable Wall's belly, could all understand clearly. Immeasurable Wall stared closely at the illusory image of Tai, and an uncontrollable greed rose in his heart. But the Saint Monarch's power, like an instinct, pressed on his heart, causing Immeasurable Wall to hesitate to act. With the Great Master's divine power, since he left this illusory image behind, he should be able to contact him through it, right? Immeasurable Wall said tentatively, full of envy. The great mage snorted softly. What you said is indeed somewhat reasonable. But it is based on the premise that the Master wants to see and hear. Precisely because the Master's true strength is too strong, even if he leaves normally and only leaves an illusory image of himself, he can still sense everything around him through this illusory image. This is completely contrary to his original intention. So he used the method of open black lens bracket immortal dissolution close black lens bracket, truly severing his existence in this world and completely cutting off the connection. In fact, it is no different from falling. This illusory image is just the open black lens bracket tie close black lens bracket of this world. Not the Master. If you really want to contact the Master, instead of pinning your hopes on this illusory image, you might as well recite the Master's name thousands of times in your heart every day, and the possibility will be greater. Immeasurable Wall was immediately relieved. In that case, I can rest assured. Immeasurable Wall's reaction was somewhat unexpected to the great mage. Just as he was slightly stunned, he saw a figure leap out of thin air. Holding a white stick, hidden in a straw raincoat and hat, he swung it down on his head. Courting death, the great mage laughed in anger. He couldn't believe that a mere tile in front of the Tai Palace dared to attack him. Could it be that I misjudged him? Is he not the original body, or has he been taken over by someone else? The first thought that came to the great mage's mind was this. Although he was full of surprise, the great mage's movements did not stop. Since you have seen Wuji, why not disperse? The arrogance of being open black lens bracket Wuji close black lens bracket made him not dodge or avoid even though he had glimpsed Bai Shuyu's movements the moment before. He said lightly, but in the next moment, he realized that something was wrong. That stick seemed a bit familiar, and it was not affected by the Wuji Great Tao. And that hat, that raincoat. Having comprehended the Tai Great Tao for many years, the great mage had evolved countless appearances of the heavens and the Tao in his heart. His memories of the past had become somewhat blurred. But at this moment, the simultaneous appearance of the jade pillar, the hat, and the raincoat awakened the past deep in his mind. Aren't these all old objects from the Tai Palace? The great mage was both surprised and angry, no longer calm, and his figure retreated violently. However, the stick-wielding person followed closely like a maggot attached to a bone. The stick carried the power of the sky, getting closer and closer to his head. Presumptuous. Seeing that there was no way to retreat, the great mage was also forced to arouse the ferocity in his heart. He pointed at the person in the raincoat from the air, and in an instant, hundreds of thousands of different figures shot out like a rain of swords. The prototype of each figure can be found among the creatures of the Origin Tao continent. They were all tools used by the great mage to comprehend the Tai Great Tao, and at this moment, transformed into divine powers, they also had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. Like a torrential rain, they bombarded Bai Shuyu. If she didn't have the eternal raincoat to protect her, she would have been turned into ashes in an instant. Although hindered, the momentum of the heaven-turning staff technique did not diminish. While swinging the stick, Bai Shuyu also noticed the countless figures that were blocked outside and blooming like fireworks. It seems that each image corresponds to a certain great Tao. Tai, born innately, evolves the Tao of all things. The superimposed comprehension of nearly 30 lifetimes was truly terrifying, so that Bai Shuyu could vaguely generate various insights while fighting. Originally, these shadows of the sky were all obstacles. But after Bai Shuyu comprehended them, she could instantly use them in reverse. The initial resistance was quite large, but as Bai Shuyu comprehended and adapted, she slowly became more and more comfortable. In the eyes of the great mage, this scene was extremely terrifying. The stick-wielding person on the opposite side also seemed to understand all the Taos in the world, just like him. His killing move seemed to be useless to her. He could only watch helplessly as the heaven-turning staff fell on the top of his head. In a trance, the great mage recalled the events of that year. An unknown true immortal who had not yet proven the Tao found his way to the front of the Tai Palace. Although he was blocked by the restrictions and could not enter, he still refused to leave. He insisted on meeting the Saint Monarch. However, the Tai Saint Monarch had long since ceased to care about the affairs of the immortal realm. The great mage came forward, wanting to send him away. "Immortal Elder, please do me a favor and announce it, just let me meet the Saint Monarch." The man still refused to leave, and even took out a jade slip, trying to please the great mage. "This is a staff technique that I accidentally comprehended. It has the power to turn the world upside down. Immortal Elder, reading it will definitely give you some insights." With the great mage's vision, how could he look up to the comprehension of an unproven true immortal? This person's attempt to please him angered the great mage instead. He slapped the jade slip to the ground and forcibly drove the true immortal away. This staff technique seems to be what was recorded in that jade slip. Why did that person insist on seeing Master back then? Before his consciousness faded into darkness, this was the thought that surfaced in the Archmage's mind. Ding. A sound like the clashing of metal, continuous and resounding, echoed through the heavens. Bai Suyu, wielding the jade staff, struck the center of the Archmage's brow. The Archmage was indeed knocked unconscious by the blow, but the jade pillar also suffered from the force of the impact, and countless cracks instantly appeared on its surface. Quick! Before he wakes up, control him. Boundless Wall was extremely excited, revealing its true form and emitting thousands of precious lights. Some of these lights transformed into ropes, binding the unconscious Archmage tightly. Others, however, seemed to be discarded, flying towards the corners, as if simply to create enough space to suppress the Archmage. The newest novels are first published on Lu_9_Shu_Ba. A huge crack appeared in the center of Boundless Wall, like a gaping maw. Countless ropes tethered the Archmage, slowly pulling him into it. "That Limitless isn't dead yet," Bai Suyu muttered. "Although he's a bit stupid, he's still the Limitless Tao. How could he be killed by a single blow from you? It's just that his mind is temporarily shaken, and he's lost consciousness. Help quickly, drag him into my belly, suppress him, and slowly refine him." Ha, who would have thought this kid would have this day? Boundless Wall cheered, and Bai Suyu hurriedly helped. The Archmage was just a boy, but dragging him felt as heavy as a mountain. It took a great deal of effort to move him into Boundless Wall. Boundless Wall emitted boundless light. The light twisted and struggled, as if the Archmage had already woken up and was about to break free at any moment. Bai Suyu watched from the side, her heart filled with apprehension. Fortunately, it seemed that years of gluttonous devouring had enlarged Boundless Wall's appetite. In the end, the Archmage's struggles grew weaker and weaker, eventually returning to silence. "Is it over? For now. It will take a long time to truly digest him, and your help will be indispensable." Perhaps because it had eaten too much, Boundless Wall's thoughts were affected, its responses were extremely slow, and sometimes its words didn't follow each other. But Bai Suyu, who already had a great understanding of Boundless Wall, could barely understand the meaning of its words. "Hurry, find a safe place." Boundless Wall could no longer walk, urging Bai Suyu to carry it away. Pointing to the Tai Phantom, which had witnessed the entire process of the Archmage's capture but remained indifferent, Bai Suyu hesitated. What should we do? I feel that the value of this phantom might even be above Limitless." "Your feeling is correct, but let's not covet the Holy Monarch Phantom." Boundless Wall, which was always greedy, said such words, which surprised Bai Suyu. But since Boundless Wall had said so, Bai Suyu would not be greedy. They fled in a hurry. Yuan Dao Continent, heavenly capital, once again returned to the deathly silence it had before. Only the Tai Phantom silently sat and stood. After an unknown amount of time, a figure came outside heavenly capital. Its state and appearance were somewhat strange, without a physical body, shrouded in a pale blue halo. Like a feather, it slowly floated into heavenly capital. Without hindrance, following the memories of its life, it went straight to the Tai Phantom. The chanting of the Tao, which had disappeared due to the Archmage's absence, resounded again. The blue feather, bathed in the Tai chanting, actually showed a faint golden light. Boundless Wall and Bai Suyu naturally did not know what happened in Tai Palace. At this moment, they were still on the run, and Boundless Wall was telling Bai Suyu the reason why it had abandoned the Tai Phantom. Firstly, Limitless's words may not be true. He said it was just a pure phantom, right? What if the old master can feel what's happening around him through the phantom? Although I look down on Limitless, in the old master's eyes, his status may indeed be more important. If I offend him, I'm afraid I'll be punished. Boundless Wall muttered. Furthermore, it's hard to swallow if you're too greedy. Just the limitless Tao is enough for us to digest for a while. More Tai Phantoms will only disrupt our minds. Bai Suyu looked at Boundless Wall with some suspicion. Could it be that you've been taken over by Limitless? These words don't sound like something you would say. It's hard to swallow if you're too greedy. HMPH. Don't think that I hid so many treasures before just to eat them all. Of course, there's that reason too. But the main thing is to use them as reserves. Perhaps they can save lives at a critical moment. If you can find something better, replace it. If there is no such opportunity, then slowly swallowing it is also fine. Boundless Wall shook its head. Recalling the means Boundless Wall used to rescue her from the faceless figure in her previous life, Bai Suyu couldn't help but nod slightly. You're going to swallow and digest Limitless. Are you still afraid of the Holy Monarch's punishment? Maybe you can hide for a while, but you'll have to face it sooner or later, right? Bai Suyu asked again. Who said I really want to swallow Limitless? I don't want to become the new Limitless. Isn't the most fundamental purpose to help you break through the shackles of cultivation? Boundless Wall asked rhetorically, feeling that Bai Suyu was hopeless. Bai Suyu was stunned when she heard this. I'm just temporarily imprisoning him in my belly for a while, borrowing his power. When you transcend, I will let him go. And with his temperament, he will definitely not tell others about being captured by us, Boundless Wall said triumphantly. Try holding me tightly, Boundless Wall suddenly said to Bai Suyu. Bai Suyu reached out and gently stroked Boundless Wall, which had become a strange color. A sense of chaos and emptiness arose spontaneously in her heart. No wonder he has such arrogance. Is this open black lens bracket limitless close black lens bracket? It's not a difference in the strength of the Tao, but a suppression in seniority, like an elder looking at a junior. Holding the limitless Boundless Wall, Bai Suyu scanned the Xuanwang world. She only felt that the various shackles in the world, the crisscrossing net of heaven and earth, were no longer as indestructible as they had been in the past. It was as if she could tear them all apart with just a reach of her hand. Perhaps we don't even need to find another safe place to cultivate. Even in this Xuanwang world, we can ignore all kinds of rules. Bai Suyu suddenly said. This is the wonderful use of Limitless. How about it? I told you I was right. This is only the initial stage. Later, when Limitless compromises more, we can borrow more power. So, don't study any new laws. Let's break through cultivation as soon as possible. Hearing this, Bai Suyu's expression showed a rare hint of hesitation. 1650. Zushan Mountain Trail. Despite experiencing so much, Bai Suyu still hadn't forgotten her dear nephew. The reason she initially conceived the idea of creating a new method was partly for Li Fan's sake, so he could cultivate. Moreover, Bai Suyu vaguely sensed that the potential and prospects of the new method would surpass ordinary cultivation methods. The vision of the immeasurable wall is limited to this lifetime. But what I'm planning is for the next dozens, or even hundreds of lifetimes. I can't possibly calculate the wuji before each lifetime of cultivation. It's not only troublesome but also potentially leads to unfortunate failures, wasting a chance at reincarnation. The new method cannot be abandoned. However, this doesn't contradict my temporarily cultivating the old method to quickly improve my realm. With higher strength, my vision will undoubtedly be different, making the deduction of the new method much more efficient. In an instant, various thoughts flashed through Bai Shuyu's mind, and she nodded towards the immeasurable wall, saying, "Don't worry, I have my own considerations." Temporarily setting aside the deduction of the new method, Bai Shuyu, with the help of the power of Wuji, ignored the heavenly venerate of law transmission's rules against reason within the Xuanwang world and focused on cultivation. In terms of resources, with the Immeasurable Wall's sponsorship, there was even less to worry about. The terrifying accumulation of spirituality from 30 lifetimes of reincarnation was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. After cultivating in seclusion for more than 10 days, Bai Shuyu felt an invisible barrier blocking her path. Ahead, there was no way to go. According to the ancient immortal cultivation classics, I have now reached the end of mortals, the peak of Tao harmonization. If seeking immortality is hopeless, I can only seek the method of longevity, either by borrowing the power of the rules of heaven and earth or relying on longevity extending treasures. The realm that countless cultivators throughout history have dreamed of, I reached in 10 days. Cultivation is actually this easy. Bai Shuyu raised her head and looked at the sky, letting out a long sigh. To be honest, even she herself didn't expect her cultivation speed to be so terrifying. So much so that after leaving seclusion, she was somewhat unable to react for a while. Not to mention the Immeasurable Wall. The Immeasurable Wall, which had previously been clamoring for her to quickly go into seclusion and cultivate, after witnessing Bai Shuyu's cultivation speed without restrictions. Instead, it fell into an eerie silence. It even became somewhat afraid, quietly hiding further away, no longer as close as before. Bai Shuyu found it amusing. You were the one who tried every means to make me cultivate. Now that I'm truly working hard to cultivate, you're the one acting this way. What's the reason? The Immeasurable Wall muttered. I just suddenly thought of some frightening things. Frightening? Perhaps, in other worlds, you are some extraordinary figure. It's just that in this world, you are suppressed by the special environment of the Xuanwang world, which is why you have always been immortal. If you transcend and meet the you in other worlds, wouldn't that be a lamb entering a tiger's mouth? The more the Immeasurable Wall thought about it, the more it felt it made sense, and its expression became increasingly worried, sighing like an eggplant beaten by frost. How is it a lamb entering a tiger's mouth? Bai Shuyu felt curious. At this time, she didn't have a deep understanding of the truth of the mountains and seas, the fact that countless possibilities coexist, let alone the cultivation method of transcendence experts, the unification of all selves. The Immeasurable Wall briefly explained it to her, and Bai Shuyu's expression also became serious. So, even after achieving transcendence, it's not necessarily safer. Instead, it will be more dangerous because of exposing oneself. Under normal circumstances, those who can reach the realm of transcendence don't need to worry about these things at all. After all, even if there are infinite possibilities in the mountains and seas, it is extremely rare for multiple selves to achieve transcendence. But your talent is so monstrous, it's hard to say. The Immeasurable Wall sighed. Having high cultivation talent is indeed a good thing. But if it's too high, it's not necessarily a good thing. This was something the Immeasurable Wall hadn't considered before. However, those in the know understand their own affairs. Bai Shuyu was very clear about where her heaven-defying aptitude came from. The other me in other worlds, if they don't have the ability to constantly reincarnate, they certainly won't be like me, Bai Shuyu understood in her heart, feeling slightly relieved. Even though she knew it clearly, she couldn't explain it clearly to the Immeasurable Wall, so she maintained a strange silence. In a moment of silence, Bai Shuyu couldn't help but let her thoughts run wild again, feeling curious about the truth behind her constant reincarnation. If I constantly reincarnate, then what about the other me in other worlds? What kind of power is dominating all of this? When she was first immortal, Bai Shuyu didn't feel much fear about her ability to constantly reincarnate, only feeling that it was an ability she had fortunately obtained. But now, she was only one step away from becoming an immortal, and because of this, she could see everything more clearly. This was a great divine power that even those ranked as true immortals could hardly reach or imagine. The more she thought about it, the more she felt her own insignificance and powerlessness in front of it. The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack is uptack at uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack hair. The Immeasurable Wall and Bai Shuyu simultaneously fell into a long silence. But what the two feared was not the same. After a long time, the Immeasurable Wall finally broke the silence. Damn it, I still believe my intuition. It shouldn't be a disaster, but a great blessing, he said, gritting his teeth. Bai Shuyu came back to her senses and shook her head with a self-deprecating smile. Let's take it one step at a time. I was originally just a small mortal, and now I've lived so many lifetimes. Even if I suddenly die, it's worth it. What's the point of thinking so much for no reason? After a short interlude, the two formally discussed the method of ascending to immortality. Immortals, the reason they are different from mortals lies in the open black lens bracket mountains and seas close black lens bracket. The upper mountain, achieving the high momentum of immortals, the infinite sea, supplying infinite springs. Like any other living being who heard the truth of the mountains and seas for the first time, Bai Shuyu's mind was deeply shocked. The power of immortals far exceeded their imagination. No wonder the difference between immortals and mortals is like a chasm, Bai Shuyu sighed inwardly. The immeasurable wall continued, your current realm is enough. If the immortal court is still there, I'll secretly get an immortal emperor's decree, which will allow you to become an immortal on the spot. But the immortal realm is destroyed, so even if I still have stock in my stomach, I'm afraid it won't work. Bai Shuyu was puzzled when she heard this. How much stuff have you swallowed into your stomach? The immeasurable wall rolled its eyes. What do you know? With food in my belly, I'm not afraid. If I hadn't planned ahead in my early years and collected so many supplies, how could I have survived the great calamity of the immortal realm's destruction back then? Perhaps it's precisely because I'm too full that my current strength is inferior to what it used to be, Bai Shuyu sneered. There's some truth to that. But the immeasurable wall rolled its big eyes, quite pleased, and said, the strength I pursue is actually very different from you cultivators. In the end, I'm just a tile. What's the point of pursuing fighting and killing? Having been together for so many lifetimes, it was the first time Bai Shuyu had heard the immeasurable wall say this. After thinking about it, a look of disbelief appeared in her eyes. Could it be that your ultimate pursuit is? That's right. What I desire is to become the first-class talent of the mountains and seas. The immeasurable wall said sternly. You must know that in the past, in the Tai Palace, I was above the holy monarch. Looking down on the holy monarch and suppressing the mountains and seas is what we pillars seek in our lives. In the past, all the resources swallowed were transformed into internal polishing power, constantly pushing me towards the goal. Of course, external assistance is also very important. The immeasurable wall suddenly changed the subject and looked closely at Bai Shuyu. If you can transcend, take me to the legendary other shore, it can directly save me millions of years of hard work. You're not even a true immortal yet, you still need to work hard. After a joke, the previous oppressive atmosphere completely dissipated. Now that the immortal realm no longer exists, how can I ascend to immortality? Bai Shuyu asked again. Floating clouds obscure the eyes, unable to see the mountains and seas. To see its face. Grasp me tightly, the immeasurable wall suddenly said, while releasing strands of the great Tao of Wuji. Only then did it continue. Use the bones of true immortals in this world to pave a road to climb the mountain and connect to the sea. Bai Shuyu's heart trembled. To perform the act of slaying immortals with the body of a mortal should have been a fantasy. But with the great Tao of Wuji in hand, it was not impossible. 1651. Empty Yuban toy. As the saying goes, when one possesses a sharp weapon, the intent to kill arises. Feeling the boundless aura surrounding her, Bai Shuyu suddenly felt a surge of heroism. True immortals, nameless true immortals, so what? With the body of a mortal, it's not certain that one cannot slay them. The first person Bai Shuyu thought of was the starving immortal comprehending the Tao outside the Xuanwang realm. However, the immeasurable wall hurriedly denied this plan. Although you have the ambition to slay immortals, you must proceed step by step. That one is only one step away from the nameless realm, making them a bit too strong as an initial opponent. Within the Xuanwang realm, there are many who possess immortal artifacts and are born as such, equivalent to descended immortals. Why not use them to practice first? The realm doesn't matter, the main thing is to adapt and use Limitless to break through all laws. Hearing this, Bai Shuyu immediately thought of O Shangtian, whom she had encountered before. However, with her current strength, she stood at the pinnacle of mortals. Even without using the power of Limitless and the true immortal runes, O Shangtian was no match for her. Choosing him as a target would be pure bullying. Fortunately, the immeasurable wall immediately resolved Bai Shuyu's concerns. Even if an immortal artifact transforms into a mortal, it still cannot completely escape its past as an immortal seed. As long as I am near them, I can generally sense it. Leave the matter of finding opponents to me. Having gradually become accustomed to the various magical abilities of the immeasurable wall, Bai Shuyu nodded in agreement. The two, one person and one tile, began searching heaven and earth within the Xuanwang realm. The first suitable opponent they found was named Kong Yu. It was said that she was a famous beauty of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Even Bai Shuyu couldn't help but admire her upon their first meeting, wondering how such an alluring beauty could be born into this world. This little lady has a piece of Taiyan jade, originating from the immortal realm. She naturally possesses an extremely yin and gentle body, a rare genius in cultivation. However, someone implanted half a piece of incomplete sun jade into her. Called yin-yang, but in reality, yin and yang are difficult to harmonize. In the eyes of the immeasurable wall, there was only the simple value of whether something was delicious or not. Human beauty was completely disregarded by it. It sized her up like inspecting goods, passing judgment. According to you, the disharmony of yin and yang doesn't seem like a good thing. Bai Shuyu frowned. That's natural, someone is deliberately tormenting her. When the imbalance of yin and yang flares up, she will be consumed by lust. Moreover, this yin-yang power is innate. Congenitally nurtured, artificially manipulated, it's extremely difficult to resolve. She must have a man holding the other half of the sun jade to resolve it for her. Even if the other party is immortal with no strength to truss a chicken, she can only give and take at his behest, even actively seeking pleasure. The immeasurable wall scrutinized Kong Yu, seeing through all her secrets. Furthermore, in this process, she won't enjoy any of the benefits brought by the harmony of yin and yang, it will all benefit the other half. Tisk tisk tisk, the people of the Xuanwang realm are truly playing elaborate games. Enough, Bai Shuyu coldly interrupted the immeasurable wall halfway through its words. Although she had been a widow for over a decade, she had long forgotten the affairs of men and women. But after all, she was a married woman and knew what kind of torment such methods meant for a woman. Kong Yu has the cultivation of Tao integration, yet she is still regarded as a plaything. It seems the person behind this should be one of those law-transmitting individuals from the Myriad Immortals Alliance. HMPH. Having served in the Myriad Immortals Alliance for several lifetimes, Bai Shuyu immediately understood the ins and outs. While the two were communicating through sound transmission, Kong Yu, who had been inexplicably stopped, had already taken the lead in attacking. Enjoying a great reputation among the cultivators of the entire Myriad Immortals Alliance, Kong Yu didn't rely solely on her appearance. Her own strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. The innate Taiyan power, coupled with the Tao integration soul, gloomy hue, wove thousands of obscure threads, harming and trapping enemies invisibly. The Taiyan is continuous and inexhaustible. Even in a head-on confrontation, there are few opponents of the same realm who can match her. But, she couldn't withstand a single strike from Bai Shuyu. This was also the first time Bai Shuyu had actively tried to manipulate the power of the limitless Tao to defend against an enemy. As if her ability had suddenly been stripped away, the Taiyan power suddenly abandoned her, and the thousands of threads woven by Kong Yu slowly dissipated in the air. Her hidden figure was also shockingly exposed. She was struck on the brow by Bai Shuyu. Dizzy and disoriented, she fell to the ground in a disheveled state. Bai Shuyu looked at Kong Yu, put away the jade staff, and her expression slowly softened. She inquired about the identity of the person tormenting her behind the scenes. However, Kong Yu's words caused the killing intent in Bai Shuyu's heart to surge several times more. This concubine does not know his specific identity, because the person who comes with the yang half jade is different each time. Perhaps it is a noble young master from a wealthy family, or an unknown small cultivator, or a mortal beggar. Or perhaps, it is even possible that, like me, it is a woman. And no matter what the other party's cultivation is, this concubine is powerless to resist. Who would have known that the famous Kong Yu fairy of the Myriad Immortals Alliance is actually like this? Perhaps, this is what he truly wants. Kong Yu did not cry, as if she had long recognized her own destiny, and quietly recounted her story. Hearing this in full, not only was it difficult for Bai Shuyu to accept, but even the immeasurable wall was stunned. Goodness, the mortals of the Xuanwang realm have truly wonderful methods. A moment later, feeling the cold gaze cast by Bai Shuyu, the immeasurable wall quickly changed its tune. Such manipulation of people's hearts truly deserves death. Although filled with righteous indignation, Bai Shuyu did not lose her mind because of this. She had the immeasurable wall investigate again and, after confirming that Kong Yu's words were true, Bai Shuyu made a decision. The next one to use for practice will be the person behind this. Can you help me find him? Feeling the unprecedented anger in Bai Shuyu, how could the immeasurable wall dare to say no? After helping to remove the half-piece of yang jade from Kong Yu's body, it swallowed it in one gulp. After a while, it spat out a complete one and handed it to Kong Yu. Little lady, if you reabsorb this jade, with your cultivation skills, you will be able to achieve yin-yang completion on your own within a few years, and you will never be controlled by others again. The immeasurable wall coughed lightly and said softly. Kong Yu tremblingly took the yang jade, as if she couldn't believe it, feeling the familiar yet unfamiliar complete aura. Even though she had suffered countless hardships in the past and had never shed a tear, she cried at this moment. She solemnly put away the yang jade and kowtowed to thank the two for their grace in recreating her life. Well, the feeling of being a good person occasionally is not bad. Although it cost me some of the stock in my belly, the immeasurable wall shook its head and said. Never to be controlled by others again. In her heart, Bai Shuyu was pondering the words that the immeasurable wall had inadvertently said. As if it had touched some kind of spiritual sense in her, she seemed to be about to touch some truth in the dimness. Unfortunately, this feeling flashed by. Before she could find it, it had already disappeared without a trace. The immeasurable wall's next words brought her back to reality. With the yin-yang jade's control broken, and the carefully crafted toy damaged, the person behind the scenes will surely come knocking in anger. We just need to wait patiently in place. What if he doesn't come? Bai Shuyu raised her eyebrows. Wu Liangbai glanced at Bai Shuyu and immediately offered a backup plan. During the process of refining the yang jade, I captured the aura of its original owner. Although it's just a wisp, it can still lead us to the person behind the scenes. It's just a bit troublesome. Even if I have to search every corner of Xuanwang, I will find this person. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest easy. Bai Shuyu clenched the jade rod in her hand and issued a firm order. Wu Liangbai sighed quietly and could only agree. As Bai Shuyu had expected, the person hidden behind the scenes had not come to look for Kong Yu for a long time, for some unknown reason. It wasn't like someone had destroyed a beloved toy and then became furious. Search. With Bai Shuyu's order, Wu Liangbai could only work hard. Fortunately, the Xuanwang realm wasn't too big, and after some effort, Wu Liangbai quickly locked onto the target. It points to this void. It seems to be the headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Can we break in? Bai Shuyu frowned and asked. She knew that the headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance was actually inside the Tianquan Mirror. Moreover, there was a restriction set by the Dharma-transmitting Heavenly Lord, making it extremely difficult to invade. You can't stop me. Although this Xuantian treasure mirror is a high-grade immortal artifact, how can it compare to my Saint Monarch's Gate? Wu Liangbai said proudly. But very quickly, it sighed quietly. However, I'll have to use up some of my reserves again. Don't worry, I'll find some treasures to feed you in the future. Bai Shuyu glared at Wu Liangbai. With Bai Shuyu's guarantee, Wu Liangbai immediately felt relieved. A wisp of cyan light covered it, like lightning, tearing through space and suddenly drilling into the gap. By the way, you just said Xuantian treasure mirror. I remember that the treasure of the Myriad Immortals Alliance should be called Tianquan Mirror. Bai Shuyu suddenly realized something while searching for the person behind the scenes along the faint connection of the yin-yang jade after successfully breaking into the headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, and asked. It's definitely the Xuantian treasure mirror. Although it has degenerated from an immortal artifact to a mortal one, it can't escape my eyes. I just don't know why it changed its name. In theory, the name of an immortal artifact is one with the spirit of the immortal artifact. It won't change on its own. Wu Liangbai was also a little puzzled and carefully observed the interior of the Tianquan mirror. After observing for a long time, it really discovered some clues. This is Daisy's method. A replica, Wu Liangbai exclaimed. Daisy. Bai Shuyu looked at Wu Liangbai, somewhat puzzled. My Saint Monarch, I didn't expect this one to be in the Xuanwang realm too. Wu Liangbai shuddered, subconsciously looked around, and immediately shut up. Even when the extremely puzzled Bai Shuyu repeatedly asked, it didn't say another word. It's not that I'm treating you like an outsider, but some things are better left unsaid. Knowing about her won't do you any good. On the contrary, if you keep mentioning her, you might attract inexplicable disasters. Just like I won't mention the other one besides the three saints of the immortal realm. Sometimes, it's these great powers that you can't afford to offend the most. After all, they're not like the Saint Monarch, who is truly a saint. Wu Liangbai explained intermittently. Knowing that Wu Liangbai must have its difficulties, Bai Shuyu didn't force it. She just suppressed the anger in her heart towards the riddle solver and continued to move forward. The headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance was layered upon layered, with countless spaces engraved. If it were fully expanded, it would be hundreds of times more vast than the Xuanwang realm. The Dharma transmitter's residence was located in the deepest part. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble after being discovered, Wu Liangbai proceeded cautiously all the way. Finally, after traversing into a small world that had been created, it finally found the person behind the scenes. It looks like an ordinary world. The master here doesn't seem to be playing around so much, Wu Liangbai muttered. But I'm sure I haven't made a mistake. Sensing Bai Shuyu's unkind gaze, Wu Liangbai immediately clarified. It's right there. The cyan light flashed and landed below, enveloping a seemingly young cultivator. Being attacked by outsiders in his own world. This Dharma transmitter was immediately shocked and angry. But when he saw that Kong Yu was among the 3 attackers above, he instantly calmed down. Tisk tisk, I really didn't expect that your toy is really capable. Not only did you break free from control, but you even came to my door. What, do you want to take revenge on me? The young Dharma transmitter said somewhat frivolously, with a hint of mockery in his tone. Having finally met the person who controlled her from behind the scenes, Kong Yu originally had 1,000 words to say. But after hearing the young Dharma transmitter's words, her mind was filled with the word, toy. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. You're courting death and don't even know it. Only Bai Shuyu said coldly. Death. As if hearing something extremely funny, the young Dharma transmitter laughed wildly to the sky. Ignorant juniors, do you know that we Dharma transmitters have made great contributions to the initial establishment of the Immortal Alliance? We have received the Heavenly Lord's reward and have an immortal and indestructible body. With just you dare to try to kill me. If we Dharma transmitters were so easily killed, how could we maintain the myriad Immortals Alliance's thousands of years of foundation? He's stalling for time, Wu Liangbai said indifferently, as if looking at a clown. Perhaps he's waiting for some helpers. In fact, his heart is far less shocked than it appears on the surface. The young Dharma transmitter's expression changed abruptly. Bai Shuyu also snorted coldly. I naturally know. Although the Dharma transmitters are lewd and gradually lose their humanity, they are not stupid. We've already fought our way here, so how could he underestimate us? Reinforcements. I'm afraid it's too late. Before the words were finished, Bai Shuyu had already used the heaven-turning staff, swinging it down on the young Dharma transmitter's head. Immortality is just a parasite. The power of the limitless great Tao surrounded the other party. All external rule connections were severed at this moment. As if sensing something, the young Dharma transmitter's face suddenly showed a look of horror. The next moment, flesh and blood were blurred, and brains splattered everywhere. Disgusting. Bai Shuyu withdrew her hand, looking at the young Dharma transmitter who was already dead, and finally vented the anger in her chest. Wu Liangbai, on the other hand, looked around at the flesh and blood remains with one big eye. I know why this Dharma transmitter Feng didn't come earlier. He has too many toys like this. Even if 1 or 2 are broken, they're broken. It's not worth risking a trip in person at all. 1652, Shanghai Bufunxian. Hearing that there were many other toys like himself, the deceased law transmitter Feng, a complex expression appeared on Kong Yu's face. And this was just law transmitter Feng alone. What about the other law transmitters in the Myriad Immortals Alliance? How many people in this Xuanwang realm, throughout their lives, could not escape the fate of being playthings? It would be good to destroy them, Bai Shuyu suddenly said inexplicably. Under the power of the limitless Grand Tao, law transmitter Feng died silently. The blood splattered everywhere had already cooled, and the other law transmitters and law transmitting celestials did not notice anything. But when Bai Shuyu withdrew the power of limitlessness, the headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance immediately fell into great turmoil. It's time to go, Bai Shuyu glanced at the immeasurable wall. A cyan light enveloped the 3 of them, and as they had come, they quietly done so. There is no need to mention the various things that happened within the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Bai Shuyu, who had placed Kong Yu in a safe place and then continued to look for trial opponents, had been feeling somewhat depressed since they separated. The immeasurable wall was a little puzzled. Didn't you already kill the law transmitter Feng behind the scenes? Why are you still so unhappy? Moreover, now that I think about it, I really didn't expect you to stand up for that little female cultivator. In the world of cultivation, the weak are prey to the strong, there is nothing to say. Even I have harmed many people's lives. But, Bai Shuyu frowned. Killing in an instant is one thing, but this kind of tortoise playing is another. I don't know why, but after seeing Kong Yu's experience, I felt a nameless fire rising in my heart. It's as if Bai Shuyu carefully savored the emotions in her heart at that time. Although the emotional fluctuations in her heart had already calmed down, the sudden impulse just now was too strong, and Bai Shuyu still seemed to be immersed in it. Just as she seemed to be about to capture something crucial, the immeasurable wall suddenly shouted, interrupting her thoughts. Not good, someone is chasing after us. Before the words fell, a figure had already descended. A weak-looking young man, with a trace of delicacy that had not yet disappeared on his face. Staring at Bai Shuyu and the immeasurable wall, his expression was calm with a hint of killing intent. And when Bai Shuyu saw the other party, she couldn't help but think of her nephew. The immeasurable wall seemed to have met other pillars of the former Tai palace. The vigilance in their hearts disappeared completely. But soon, the limitless Grand Tao surged, dissolving the strange power that enveloped them. Hiss, we were almost deceived by the other party. This strange characteristic, the immeasurable wall protected Bai Shuyu, widened the distance from the abruptly descending young man, and carefully distinguished him. He vaguely felt that he had seen a similar power in a certain immortal artifact in the immortal realm. But he resided high in the Tai Palace and had seen countless creatures in the immortal realm. This immortal artifact was not particularly outstanding, so he couldn't remember it in a short time. As expected, eating too much is bad for the brain. Compared to the rapid thoughts of the immeasurable wall, Bai Shuyu was much calmer. The jade pillar reappeared in her hand, pointing forward. Are you here to avenge Law Transmitter Feng? I was originally, but now I'm not. The young man's answer was beyond Bai Shuyu's expectations. He smiled and cupped his hands. With the cultivation of the two seniors, you would definitely not attack for no reason. Feng must have done something damned, so he died. He deserved to die, so why should I avenge him? Bai Shuyu snorted lightly, her expression slightly huan-a. However, I am ordered by the Celestial Venerable to take charge of all affairs of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Feng, as one of the law transmitters, died inexplicably like this. Although it has no substantial impact on the stability of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, if the Celestial Venerable asks, I must give an explanation. The young man bowed deeply to Bai Shuyu and the immeasurable wall. I hope the two seniors will tell me the cause and effect. Bai Shuyu hesitated for a while, feeling that what the other party said made some sense, so she told the story and questioned, is this how you manage the affairs of the Myriad Immortals Alliance? Speaking of which, you have such a position, are you? Law Transmitter Zhang. Bai Shuyu narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking of this law transmitter who was only known by name but never seen. Oh, I remember, it's him. No wonder even with the protection of the limitless Grand Tao, we were still slightly affected by him. The immeasurable wall exclaimed again. Bai Shuyu was awakened by the words. In front of this stranger, she was a little too easy to talk to. Just a moment ago, they were enemies facing each other, but with just a few words from the other party, the vigilance in her heart was dissolved. And almost without any hesitation, she agreed to the other party's request. The immeasurable wall quickly explained the origin of Law Transmitter Yang's, all things are me, characteristic. A long time ago, there was a 100-knowing immortal in the immortal realm, who claimed to know all the secrets of the immortal realm from ancient times to the present. Even the secrets of the immortal emperor and the saint monarch were not beyond his knowledge. At first, the immortals thought that his words were somewhat exaggerated, but after the 100-knowing immortal wrote a grand and magnificent immortal emperor's secret record, no one in the entire immortal realm did not believe him. Immortal emperor's secret record, what is that thing? If I knew, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to lie peacefully on the roof of Tai Palace. It's probably some forbidden content involving the privacy of the past immortal emperors. Once it was published, it caused the immortal emperor to be furious and ordered that the 100-knowing immortal himself must be captured. This move by the 100-knowing immortal even angered a hidden emperor who had been in seclusion for many years, who personally took action and forcibly erased the immortal emperor's secret record, which had already spread, from the memories of the immortals. What happened later? Bai Shuyu asked. What else could happen? His extremely arrogant behavior even angered the Saint Monarch. Later, he was naturally captured and suppressed. And after this, people realized the reason why the 100-knowing immortal was 100-knowing. It was not the Grand Tao he cultivated, but because he created an immortal artifact called As You Wish. Living beings all have a heart of vigilance and defense against others. But if it is against themselves, there is no such defense. It was precisely using this principle that the 100-knowing immortal spent the first half of his life, collecting countless treasures to create the heaven-defying immortal artifact as you wish. We living beings, walking in the Grand Tao, are all like shadows of the Grand Tao. And as you wish can do, to imitate shadows with shadows. To transform into the shadow of the Tao shadow. Seeing it, one will have an instinctive sense of closeness, and even mistake it for oneself. It is extremely strange, and even the immortal emperor cannot avoid it. The shadow of as you wish almost covers the entire immortal realm. It has almost seen through the hearts of everyone. Such a heinous act is really something that everyone shouts and beats. So much so that after he was suppressed, there was not a single person willing to stand up and speak for him. After many years, his deeds have almost completely disappeared from people's minds. If I hadn't seen a lot and been knowledgeable, I would almost have forgotten this past event. The immeasurable wall slowly told a past event. Bai Shuyu frowned as she listened. Are you sure you didn't remember it wrong? Misremembered? How could that be? Don't you dare question this Great One's memory. Boundless Wall finally reverted to addressing himself as Great One, extremely angered by Bai Suyu's suspicion. But I always feel that there are many inconsistencies in the story you tell. Some parts even seem disjointed, Bai Suyu murmured. Mistake, it's definitely your mistake. Boundless Wall declared with certainty. Bai Suyu, however, firmly believed in her own judgment, the shadow of the Tao shadow, all things are like me. This ability is indeed incredible, but what does it have to do with the name, as you wish? You said you angered the Holy Monarch. Although I have never seen the Holy Monarch's true face, I know that he possesses supreme divine power. Even the destruction of multiple possibilities might not be noticed by the Holy Monarch. It's just a trivial matter of privacy being leaked, how could it provoke the Holy Monarch's wrath? And, careful what you say, careful what you say. After being reminded by Bai Suyu, Boundless Wall also slowly realized the untruthfulness in his memory. But he quickly realized something, shuddered, and hurriedly stopped Bai Suyu from continuing. I understand, this 100-lore immortal is unpardonable by mountains and seas. Unpardonable by mountains and seas. Someone so heinous that even if the Tao annihilation crisis ends and the mountains and seas are rebuilt, they will still be difficult to pardon. It is said that they will be suppressed forever in the depths of the far shore, unable to be free for all eternity, Boundless Wall whispered. Good heavens, how did fragments of a celestial artifact created by such an evil person end up in the Xuanwang realm? This is a bit bad. Let me think, why did I escape to the Xuanwang realm in the first place? Was it really just a coincidence? Boundless Wall's expression was somewhat horrified, and he fell into a soliloquy. Bai Suyu, however, was still thinking, unable to connect as you wished with the heinous crime of being unpardonable by mountains and seas. On the other side, the transmitter Zhang, noticing the constant changes in the expressions of the two and their gazes sweeping over him, felt a faint sense of unease in his heart for some reason. He solemnly said, Rest assured, seniors, I already know the truth of the matter. Feng indeed deserved to die, and even failed the name of transmitter. The Myriad Immortals Alliance will never pursue this matter. We should even thank you two for helping the Myriad Immortals Alliance eliminate a pest. What Senior taught earlier is correct. I have indeed been too lenient with other transmitters. Perhaps it is really time for a rectification. After speaking, Transmitter Zhang was about to hastily take his leave. Hold on, Boundless Wall stopped him. Let me take a good look before we talk. Transmitter Zhang did not know what Boundless Wall wanted to see. But it was probably related to his innate special ability. Although he instinctively wanted to refuse, a cyan light had already enveloped him. Alarmed, he wanted to use his magic to resist. The newest novels are at 69shuba.com. But it was as if he was trapped in a quagmire, unable to use even a shred of his strength. He could only let the other party see him clearly. Transmitter Zhang secretly lamented in his heart, but he was helpless. He could only try his best to use his all things are like me characteristic to the extreme in order to protect himself. What are you looking for? Bai Suyu asked, watching Boundless Wall's mystical actions. I'm seeing if I can find the memories of when this kid came to the Xuanwang realm from him. On Boundless Wall, cyan light kept reverberating. His tone also became unprecedentedly serious. I always thought that my and Little Master's arrival in the Xuanwang realm at the same time was just a coincidence. But during this time, as I searched the Xuanwang realm with you, I actually discovered so many traces of unfathomable powers existing. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. It's really hard to imagine what else is hidden in this small Xuanwang realm. So I'm afraid, I must confirm it again. The cyan light fluctuated, showing transmitter Yang's entire life. From the thousands of years he was in charge of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, to when he was still an ordinary mortal who became a disciple of the transmitter sect, to when he was an ignorant child. Although not every detail was shown, most of it was exposed to Bai Suyu and Boundless Wall. Although transmitter Zhang could not move, his face was flushed red, and he felt extremely ashamed and indignant in his heart. However, the instigator, Boundless Wall, was not interested in these facts at all. The cyan light continued to shine, wanting to peek into things from even further back. This time, the time spent searching was longer than all the previous times combined. What was shown on Boundless Wall maintained a large stretch of darkness. It was unknown how long had passed, but Boundless Wall seemed to have become a little thinner, due to the huge consumption. Finally, there was another change. The Tao annihilation tide swallowed the mountains and seas, the immortal realm was destroyed, and immortals died like ants. The terrifying scene seemed to bring Boundless Wall back to the time when the great calamity descended. Boundless Wall's body trembled slightly because of fear. The immortal realm shattered, and a fragment of light escaped from its prison. Like a shooting star, it flashed across the collapsing immortal realm, trying its best to avoid the constantly attacking Tao annihilation tide. After constantly shuttling, it finally escaped the immortal realm and came to the lower realm Star Sea. However, as if sensing something, or being attracted by something. It was flying well in the lower realm Star Sea, but suddenly changed direction. Heading towards the Xuanwang realm. During this period, seemingly to escape pursuit, the streamer itself also underwent inexplicable changes. Until it completely integrated into the small Xuanwang realm. Buzz. With a trembling sound, the cyan light exploded. A faint crack appeared on the wall, and Boundless Wall broke free from the prying. Transmitter Zhang, who had regained his freedom, immediately fled in a panic. Bai Suyu was about to chase after him, but was stopped by Boundless Wall's panicked voice. Don't worry about him, let's run. Run from what? Bai Suyu was slightly stunned. Something bad has happened. I peeked into the scene of the immortal realm's destruction in the past, and attracted the Tao annihilation's induction. The doomsday tide is coming. As if to confirm Boundless Wall's words. At this moment, the Xuanwang realm, the Dark Star Sea, and even the entire primordial possibility fell into a brief silence. A moment later, a huge rumbling sound, like a towering tidal wave, faintly came from beyond the sky. Like dark clouds pressing down, the sky became eerily black. And all living beings felt a sense of impending disaster in their hearts. This feeling, run, Boundless Wall screamed. But it was already too late. For some reason, the Tao annihilation caused by Boundless Wall's peeking into transmitter Yang's past memories was unprecedentedly strong. It even exceeded most of what Li Fan had caused. As a result, the phantom left by Shou Chu could not support it. And it came so quickly. The high wall shattered, and the primordial collapsed. Including Bai Suyu and Boundless Wall, the creatures of the primordial possibility were all instantly swallowed up. Only Li Fan's figure escaped from it in time. 1653. Mountain and Sea Fairyland. The Mountain Sea Unpardoned Immortal. What kind of weird thing is that? This time, the annihilation of Tao came so suddenly that even Li Fan, who had been watching from behind the scenes, almost didn't have time to react and was nearly harmed by it. But after all, he had seen big scenes before. After escaping in a disheveled state, Li Fan quickly calmed down. I didn't expect that the ability of the lot transmitting person Zhang, open black lens bracket all things are like me close black lens bracket, would have such an origin. With Li Fan's experience, he could see at a glance that Bai Xiaoshan and the immortal artifact open black lens bracket as you wish close black lens bracket were definitely not as simple as Wu Liangbi initially described. Offending the holy monarch, the mountain sea will not pardon. Could it be that this Bai Xiaoshan is one of the two suppressed in the other shore eternal heaven stairway? Moreover, there's also the strange reaction of the Tao annihilation tide. In the past, through various close encounters with the annihilation of Tao, Li Fan had confirmed that it possessed some kind of self-awareness. Or rather, if the annihilation of Tao was seen as an approaching army, then there was a supreme commander directing its offensive. The army pressed on, infiltrating everywhere, surrounding and gradually devouring. Encountering strong resistance, it would send more troops to completely crush the enemy. But this time, after sensing Bai Xiaoshan's presence, the reaction of the annihilation of Tao was different from before. It's as if a scout discovered the traces of a target enemy. And so, in an instant, it summons the main force, its spearhead pointing directly at them. Li Fan felt a sudden shock in his heart. The essence of the annihilation of Tao is the fusion of mountain and sea. It is the return of the power of open black lens bracket stars close black lens bracket that transcends mountain and sea. Just a fragment of the immortal artifact that was forged can cause such a commotion in the annihilation of Tao. In a sense, this Bai Shaoshan, or rather open black lens bracket as you wish close black lens bracket, can enter the open black lens bracket stars close black lens bracket, sight. Instinctively, curiosity arose in Li Fan's heart. Perhaps I could glean more from the memories of the law-transmitting person Zhang, but there will be no chance in this life. Let's wait for the conflict between Tao and virtue. Li Fan glanced remotely towards the outside of mountain and sea. He did not go to find other possible places to settle down, but simply propped up a lone mountain sea sail and drifted on the tide of Tao annihilation. Feeling the undercurrents of the Tao annihilation, a realization arose in Li Fan's heart. Even if the primordial was destroyed, they have not given up their search. In other words, in the eyes of the Tao annihilation, the kind of world-destroying tide just now could not possibly have killed Bai Shaoshan. If he is gone, he must have escaped and hid again. To be able to cause the emotions of the holy ones of the other shore to fluctuate, he really is something. Li Fan recalled that when he encountered the holy ones in the simulation, they always had a calm and confident appearance. It was hard to imagine what Bai Shaoshan had done to cause the holy ones to specifically suppress him. The source of the law-transmitting person Yang's power, the fragments that escaped when the immortal realm was destroyed, may only be one of the many remnants of Bai Shaoshan in the other shore. Even so, the annihilation of Tao values it so much. The above is enough to infer that Bai Shaoshan and As You Wish may play a crucial role in the great battle between Tao annihilation and Mountain Sea. If not to decide the outcome with one blow, at least it can significantly change the temporary stalemate. In this light, this Bai Shaoshan is also unique to the primordial. What's going on? Is the possibility I'm in a bit outrageous? Not to mention a saint like Shukyu, there's also such a character. Plus Jing Fen, Daoda, King Zantian and his wife. Plus me and Hai Zhen. Didn't we say that a single possibility has a potential limit? Li Fan frowned tightly. Could it be that I accidentally gave the primordial the right name back then? But the observed facts are inconsistent with this. The primordial immortal realm has long been destroyed. I don't know how many times the remaining parts have been destroyed. It doesn't seem special at all. Where exactly is the problem? Li Fan keenly felt the deep contradictions within. Everything seemed so strange and disharmonious. Theoretically speaking, a prosperous era produces talents. If the foundation of a single possibility is sufficient to support the emergence of so many mountain sea powerhouses, then this possibility must not be too weak. But now, Li Fan drifted with the current, floating above the Tao annihilation and hidden within the mountain sea, constantly thinking about this problem. There are no years in mountain sea. I don't know how long it had been, after seeing the scene of other nearby possibilities where the immortal realm was still prosperous. Li Fan suddenly had an idea flashing through his mind like a thunderbolt. I always thought that the primordial immortal realm had already been destroyed. But what if, if, Emperor Tianluo's plan was successful? Emperor Tianluo's method of saving the world was to promote the immortal realm to sublimate again. Transcending mountain and sea would naturally avoid the annihilation of Tao. Although it sounds completely like a fantasy, after all, the original appearance of the plan is unknown. The fact that there were many supporters at that time indicates that this plan must have a certain feasibility. Even if the probability is extremely small, it is not completely impossible to succeed. If Emperor Tianluo had indeed carried the primordial immortal realm and completed the feat of transcendence, then many of the weird things in the primordial seem reasonable. After transcendence, the foundation of the entire possibility also changed qualitatively. Then, it blessed countless creatures in the primordial. Even if it was just the remnants shed during the transcendence process, it was affected by it. Mediocre people become geniuses, and geniuses become peerless geniuses. Standing out from their kind, surpassing their peers. The talents who were originally limited to nameless true immortals could look forward to the realm of transcendence. Perhaps, this can explain why so many transcendent powerhouses were born in the small primordial. Moreover, I should have realized earlier that Mountain Sea is boundless, with countless possibilities. It may not be a coincidence that open black lens bracket high gen close black lens bracket shows open black lens bracket primordial close black lens bracket. It's not just the Xuanwang realm that's special, but also the open black lens bracket primordial close black lens bracket. It is precisely because it inherited the various resources of the primordial that the small Xuanwang realm seems to be so crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Thinking of this, as if breaking through the fog, Li Fan felt that everything was going smoothly. Although so far, all of these are his guesses. But Li Fan's intuition, like a guiding light, told him that perhaps this was the truth of the matter at the moment of guessing. It's really a bit unbelievable. Li Fan himself was silent for a long time about this result. Because it was too bizarre, even though there had been various signs before, Li Fan did not think about it in this direction. And didn't dare to think so. However, in this life, by chance, after knowing the existence of open black lens bracket by Shaoshan close black lens bracket, Li Fan suddenly broke the previous limitations. But even bigger questions followed. Emperor Tianluo, what kind of person is he? After the primordial immortal realm successfully transcended, where did it go? 1654. The saint of the end of the mountain and sea. Perhaps only the holy monarch could know the answer to this question. With Li Fan's current strength and realm, it was truly pointless to overthink it. Concealed within the annihilation of Tao, he quietly observed everything around him. Only after this disturbance had completely subsided did Li Fan sigh, the mountains and seas are boundless. Beyond the mountains and seas, could there still be mountains and seas? What exactly are the so-called stars and creator gods? At this moment, Li Fan stood outside the primordial ruins, as if he had returned to the ruins of Xuanjing City, when he, as a mortal, had first glimpsed the grandeur of the immortal cultivation world. That time, that moment, is just like this time, this moment. However, the current me is no longer the simple grand tutor Li of the past. Even if my body is like an ant, I still have the power to reverse the universe. This was the absolute confidence that Li Fan had developed after constantly reincarnating, understanding his true nature, understanding his own infinite spirituality, and understanding his intuition. Although the road ahead is vast and distant, I will surely be able to walk to the end of it. Morality and the holy monarch are destined to be unable to stop me in the slightest. Let's give it a try. There was no soaring ambition, nor any surging passion. Li Fan only said this faintly in his heart. Only the remaining mountains and seas served as witness. In order to explore the secret of how morality achieved sainthood, Li Fan spent the next period of time selecting a remote potential collection area in the mountains and seas, far from the other shore and not within the sphere of influence of the supreme micro-holy dynasty. Then, he scattered the true spirit fire seeds everywhere. Such a large expanse of mountains and seas, burning in an instant. If one were trapped within it without knowing the truth, it would be truly difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion, and one would only feel that the end of the mountains and seas had truly arrived. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, mentally deducing and rehearsing it, and nodded with considerable satisfaction. I just don't know how He Gengxian is preparing. Although there was no agreed-upon method of contact between the two, Li Fan deliberately left a trace of aura as a flaw before leaving. If He Gengxian was determined, he would surely contact him along that wisp of aura. Let's wait a little longer. If he continues to hesitate, I might as well look for Faceless Immortal again. In Li Fan's hand, the faceless stone statue of the Xuanwang world was wrapped in a gently flowing silver light. Although the primordial annihilation of Tao Tide came suddenly, the immortal of morality would naturally not fall so easily. The trace of immortal power still existing in the faceless stone statue was the best proof. When the primordial collapsed and I escaped, I seemed to see 2 or 3 other figures. However, in the annihilation of Tao Tide, escaping for my life was the most important thing, and I didn't see clearly. Moreover, Faceless Immortal should not be among them. This kid is truly cautious. He Gengxian didn't make Li Fan wait too long. On this day, Li Fan, who was still wandering within the mountains and seas, suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. Then, he transmitted his location. Waiting in place for a moment, a wisp of black and white energy crossed the annihilation of Tao and descended before him. Compared to the last time they met, He Gengxian's own circulation of morality had advanced even further. He was not far from Li Fan's former moral saint realm. It seems that you have made up your mind to resolve the remnants of your inner conscience in advance. Truly decisive, Li Fan observed him and praised softly. It's either success or benevolence. He Gengxian cupped his hands, expressionless. Before the grand plan begins, I have a question in my heart. I wonder if you can enlighten me. Feel free to speak, Li Fan smiled. Friend, are you a sage? He Gengxian's eyes were burning, staring fixedly at Li Fan. He seemed determined to remember any slight fluctuation in Li Fan's expression. Sage, Li Fan smiled faintly, speaking the truth, friend, you are really thinking too much. If I were a sage, I'm afraid it wouldn't be your turn to prove this mountains and seas morality. Li Fan's words did not sound false, and He Gengxian, having received the answer, breathed a long sigh of relief. But immediately, his eyebrows furrowed, and an even greater doubt welled up in his heart. I know the doubts in your heart. Why can I understand you so well? And why do I have this divine art of burning the mountains and seas? I cannot tell you the specifics of this. However, there are mountains beyond mountains, and seas beyond seas. Nothing in this world is surprising, Li Fan said calmly. This remark had an even greater impact on He Gengxian's heart than if he were the sage of the mountains and seas. Mountains beyond mountains. What do you mean? Could it be that this person comes from other mountains and seas? His heart trembled endlessly, and He Gengxian almost instantly thought of that ancient legend. The reason why the sages were willing to go one after another, traversing the eternal silent void and heading to the previous segment of the mountains and seas, to jointly complete the important task of saving the mountains and seas with countless cultivators from different time periods. The earliest reason was that someone had come from the end of the mountains and seas, traversing against the current, igniting hope. If not for this initial spark, the beings of the mountains and seas might still be fighting on their own. And there would be no unified goal. Could it be that this person comes from the mountains and seas of another time period? Having crossed the eternal silent void several times, this can explain why his true spirit seems to be inexhaustible. Moreover, he said directly upon our first meeting that he would help me become a saint. Thousands of thoughts flashed through He Gengxian's mind in an instant. All the previous doubts seemed to have a perfect explanation. Although only those in the sage realm can traverse the eternal silent void. But as he said, the mountains and seas are boundless. Nothing is surprising. Perhaps he suffered heavy injuries and fell from his realm during the traversal process. Or perhaps, he is talking about the sage who is not from our space-time mountains and seas. In any case, the most important thing is, since this person is not a sage, then I don't need to worry so much. His gaze finally became firm, and He Gengxian cupped his hands again. I have been taught. When will the friend's plan be implemented? I am ready to confront that one head-on. His tone was calm, without worry or fear. Very good. The day is as good as any. As Li Fan spoke, he threw the Xuanwang faceless immortal stone statue over. With this thing, can you trace his whereabouts? A trace of surprise flashed in He Gengxian's eyes. With his cautious behavior, he would actually leave such a flaw. The black and white energy of morality enveloped the faceless immortal stone statue. Slowly, a face actually grew out of the originally empty face of the stone statue. It was somewhat similar to He Gengxian, but not entirely the same. Instead, it was more similar to the moral holy monarch that Li Fan had seen in his previous life. He is me, and I am him. Although morality is divided. But with this medium, it is not difficult to contact him. HMPH, you refuse to speak up. In that case, the black and white energy became even more intense. Weaving like a mist, under the cover of the thick fog, the stone statue seemed to come alive. It slowly turned its head, looking at a certain place in the mountains and seas. Suddenly, how is that possible? He's already dead. Accompanying He Gengxian's incredible exclamation, as if seeing some kind of taboo, the stone statue's head was also broken off at the same time. Falling in response. 1655. Same culprit. A single stone stirs up 1,000 waves. Dao Yin seemed to sense something, and a tide gradually rose. Li Fan felt something was wrong, his spirit instantly tensing, ready to return to reality at any moment. Fortunately, this unknown and strange power only severed the statue's head and took no further action. He Gengxian, amidst his shock, touched his own neck. At the moment the statue's head fell, he felt as if he had also been attacked. He Gengxian's morality flowed, nearing perfection. He considered himself only one step away from the saint realm. However, when facing that strange power just now, he seemed to have no power to resist. How could this be? Could it be that a saint really took action? Can you grasp its origin? Li Fan asked with a solemn expression. He Gengxian gazed into the mountains and seas, and after a long time, shook his head and replied, it came in a bizarre and ethereal way, difficult. Moreover, even if I could sense it, I wouldn't dare to delve into it too deeply. The other me, although a little weaker, still possesses the true meaning of morality. It would be extremely difficult to kill him with transcendent strength. The meaning in He Gangxian's words was already very clear. However, Li Fan held a different opinion. Even Bai Shaoshan, who seemed to threaten the safety of the entire Shanhai, was not killed by the saints, but only suppressed in the eternal heavenly stairway. Although Wu Mianxian lacked virtue, he had not done anything morally depraved so far. There was no reason for the saints to take action. Then, besides them, who else in Shanhai has such strength? The two fell into an eerie silence. The sudden fall of Wu Mianxian completely disrupted their plans. He Gangxian's hopes of attaining Tao in a short time were dashed, and Li Fan's plan to glimpse the true meaning of morality also fell through. Regarding this unexpected situation, Li Fan felt a chill in his heart, and at the same time, an inexplicable sense of annoyance. Wu Mianxian lived well in the previous life, but this time he died strangely. Is it related to the destruction of the origin or to Bai Shaoshan? I clearly still feel remnants of his immortal power on the faceless stone statue. Li Fan couldn't help but look at He Gangxian with some suspicion. Seeming to see Li Fan's doubts, He Gangxian had no choice but to explain. Morality flows, ceaselessly regenerating, this is our means of avoiding disaster. Wherever we leave traces, there will be residual moral aura. It can be seen as a special clone we leave behind. If the main body is unfortunately killed, but there are still these moral aura remnants in Shanhai, we can be reborn from destruction. It should have been like this. He Gangxian said heavily, his expression extremely ugly. But now, he is dead. He Gangxian pointed to the severed head statue. Although there is still moral aura flowing on it, it has lost the backbone that should have existed. Even if the moral aura can recover on its own in the future, he will never return. This is truly dead. Li Fan vaguely heard a hint of rabbit dies fox grieves and unconcealable fear in He Gangxian's words. After all, he and Wu Mianxian were two sides of the same entity after the separation of morality. Since that unknown and strange existence could kill Wu Mianxian, it could also kill him, He Gangxian. While killing the main body, it also erased him as a separate individual from Shanhai. All the backhands he left behind were unrelated to him the moment he disappeared. This is a true method of obliteration. While the method was certainly terrifying, what made Li Fan even more uneasy was its unheralded appearance and elusive nature. You should know that Li Fan had traveled nearly 1/10 of Shanhai. In addition, with the vast power of the Holy Dynasty spanning Shanhai, it could be said that the current Shanhai had few unknown realms for Li Fan. That's what he originally thought. The inexplicable appearance of this strange power that killed Wu Mianxian gave him a huge shock. This scene was like every time he thought he had completely explored the secrets of the Xuanwang realm, the Xuanwang realm could always bring him surprises. More importantly, this power seemed to be very close to him. If Shanhai was seen as a gradually familiar pond, then now, a terrifying monster that devoured people was hidden in the depths of the water. How could Li Fan not feel shocked and angry? What shocked and angered him was not the other party's strength, but the unknown. The saints of the other shore and the Taiwei Holy Emperor were certainly strong, and Li Fan could afford to avoid them even if he couldn't afford to offend them. What he feared was this kind of existence, powerful enough to pose a threat to Li Fan, and always hidden in the dark. If he was unlucky, Li Fan, who was traveling in Shanhai, might one day run into it head-on. The unease in his heart was difficult to suppress, and Li Fan immediately made a decision. To take advantage of the good opportunity that Wu Mianxian had been killed by the other party and there were still some clues left, to explore as much information about the other party as possible. If he couldn't completely figure out the other party's identity, he should at least find out which area of Shanhai the other party was roughly in. Before he had enough strength to avoid danger, he should try to detour around it. Thinking this way, Li Fan looked at He Gangxian again and sneered, "Are you afraid? The opportunity to become a saint is right in front of you, but it was cut off by someone with a single blow. As the saying goes, blocking someone's path is like killing their parents. The two of you are morally one and two sides of the same entity. His death is like your death. The person who killed your entire family is right in front of you, and you choose to escape. You don't even have the courage to pursue it." Hearing Li Fan's mocking words, He Gangxian's expression did not change at all, and he still said calmly, "If your strength is not as good as the other party, what can you do? If it were me, I would at least find out the other party's identity. Otherwise, when I have enough strength in the future and want to take revenge, but I can't even find the target, wouldn't that be sad? I think you wouldn't be so devastated that you would become discouraged from now on and even cut off the thought of revenge, right? Li Fan stared at He Gangxian. He Gangxian fell into silence again, seemingly very hesitant in his heart. If that's the case, then just pretend I didn't say anything. I didn't expect the legendary moral true immortal to be so timid. Li Fan shook his head with a tisk. You don't have to provoke me. I'm a little curious instead, why are you so concerned about this murderer? He Gangxian asked back. Firstly, it's because I'm annoyed by the loss of the opportunity to witness the birth of a saint. Secondly, Li Fan's eyes were deep. I suspect that this murderer is the person I have been tracking. One sentence stirred up He Gangxian's inner turmoil again. Are you so sure you can help me become a saint? If morality is complete, then it's almost certain. But now, perhaps you have to wait for several years, until morality flows and virtue is reborn. I hope that at that time, this Shanghai is still there and you are still alive. Li Fan smiled meaningfully. After saying that, his figure gradually faded and he was about to disappear. Wait, at the last moment, He Gangxian suddenly spoke. Let's try it for now. I hope that in the future, when the opportunity is ripe again, you can help me again. After all, the temptation to become a saint was too great. Even if it was just a vague and baseless promise, He Gangxian was reluctant to give up just like that. Easy to say. Don't worry, if there's a chance, I will definitely help you become a saint. Li Fan said proudly. After the two reached an agreement, He Gangxian looked at the headless faceless stone statue in front of him and took a deep breath. Then, he reached out and grabbed his own head, and let out a low growl. He actually lifted his head directly from his body. Please, treasure, find your place. He Gangxian's head, held in his own hand, glared angrily and murmured. He Gangxian's body, on the other hand, walked towards the faceless stone statue step by step, rather woodenly. Finally, with both hands, he solemnly placed his head on the neck of the statue, where the light shone. The faceless immortal stone statue body and He Gangxian's head. Originally belonging to the same body, the combination of the two immediately produced an extremely mysterious change. It was as if the faceless immortal, who had completely died before, had been resurrected. As if reliving everything the faceless immortal had experienced in his lifetime, a few traces of fear gradually welled up on He Gangxian's face. His hands and feet waved uncontrollably, as if instinctively wanting to escape. But whether in reality or in recalling his memories, he could not escape. The most uptack new uptack small uptack say uptack is uptack at uptack 6 uptack 9 uptack book uptack bar uptack first uptack issue. Fear eventually turned into despair. My life is over. In a wail, He Gangxian's head soared into the sky, detaching from the stone statue. The same scene appeared again, but this time, a large amount of blood gushed out from the stone statue's body. Only a moment later, the departing head had already regained its clarity. While searching for his body, he shouted, "Run!" Li Fan reacted even faster. When he sensed that strange power coming again, beheading He Gangxian's head, and still spreading towards the surroundings, Li Fan had already ignited the true spirit fire seeds he had pre-buried around the possible areas. In an instant, raging flames soared, burning mountains and boiling seas, forming a terrifying wall of light and heat, blocking the power tentacles from the depths of the mountains and seas. The arena, originally used to trap the moral true immortal, at this moment, turned into a life-saving straw for the two of them. And it was precisely because he had this means that even though he had fallen into an extremely dangerous situation, Li Fan still had not reverted to the original. The true spirit fire shattered the possibility of being burned. After losing support, it immediately attracted the tide of Tao annihilation. Water and fire raged, swallowing the mountains and seas. In just a moment, it was as if the end of the world had arrived. At this moment, He Gangxian, who had found his separated body, reattached his head, and returned to normal, was stunned by the scene before him. He never expected that Li Fan would be so unscrupulous. Such a good mountain and sea, burned as he pleased. Why are you still standing there in a daze? The fire is raging. If we don't run now, when will we? Li Fan's low shout brought He Gangxian back to reality. He couldn't care about much at the moment and instinctively followed Li Fan into the fire. After all, the fire was ignited with Li Fan's spirituality as fuel. With Li Fan leading the way, He Gangxian was not scorched by the true spirit flames at all. He only had to avoid the waves of Tao annihilation. He quickly escaped from the water and fire blockade. Fleeing countless possibilities, the firelight gradually faded away. After the strong sense of crisis in his heart gradually disappeared, the two slowed down. He Gengxian looked back at the mountain and sea ruins that had been burned to ashes and swallowed by Tao annihilation, his soul still not settled. After a long time, he cupped his hands to Li Fan and sighed in admiration. If it weren't for fellow Taoists' decisiveness in burning the mountains and seas, I'm afraid we would have really had a great disaster this time. Li Fan's expression became serious. Don't slander me. When have I ever done such a horrifying and heinous act as burning the mountains and seas? It was clearly done by the villains who wanted to put us to death. He Gengxian was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Then he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Did you gain anything from suffering such a great danger? Li Fan asked. He Gengxian nodded, then shook his head. I used the method of Tao and virtue to see the scene of my previous life. But it was only limited to the last short period of time. Moreover, the murderer, from beginning to end, never truly revealed his figure. So, their true identity is still unknown. But I remembered the place where I died and the aura of the other party. If I can meet them again, I will definitely be awakened in advance. This result was also within Li Fan's expectations. Can you point me in the direction? He Gengxian immediately marked a location in the mountains and seas. It should be near here. Li Fan stared at the flashing mountain and sea phantom in front of him, feeling a trace of familiarity. This is. He Gengxian also noticed Li Fan's strangeness and quickly asked, could it be that fellow Taoist knows this place? Li Fan remained silent, and after a long time, he slowly uttered a few words. The 5 Calamity Venerables, the realm of birth and death. The realm of birth and death. He Gengxian repeated to himself. With his knowledge, he had never heard of such an existence within the mountains and seas. He couldn't help but believe a little more in what Li Fan had said before, that the murderer might be the person he had been tracking. In fact, even after Li Fan's hundreds of reincarnations, he had only heard the message of the realm of birth and death once. It was from the memories of the fallen immortal realm in the Supreme Tao book. A long time ago, the black shadow named Zhu Kong, who stole the 30 true immortal seal characters from the original Supreme Tao book, came from the realm of birth and death. In addition to Zhu Kong, there were 4 other people. They jointly resisted the attack of the original inscribed Tao Immortal. The inscribed Tao Immortal called them the 5 Calamity Venerables. In order to retrieve the stolen 30 true immortal seal characters, the inscribed Tao Immortal tracked Zhu Kong away. But he never returned from then on. The danger of the realm of birth and death can be seen from this. Relying on the subtle connection between the Supreme Tao book and the stolen true immortal seal characters, Li Fan knew the approximate location of the realm of birth and death. Therefore, in the process of wandering the mountains and seas later, he deliberately avoided it. Now it seems that he really avoided a disaster. So many years have passed, have the so-called 5 Calamity Venerables become so strong? The sense of crisis that arose in my heart just now. Even if they are not saints, they are not much weaker. Of course, it is also possible that it is because the 5 Venerables joined forces. I just don't know how the faceless immortal provoked such fierce people. Countless thoughts flashed through Li Fan's mind in an instant. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The mountains and seas are still the mountains and seas in his cognition, and there are no deadly enemies that have appeared out of thin air. It's just that the objects that originally needed to be vigilant have to be raised by several levels. Next, where does fellow Taoist intend to go? After experiencing such a big disturbance, and still remembering Li Fan's promise to help him become a saint, He Gengxian looked at Li Fan, who was thinking deeply, and couldn't help but ask. Li Fan glanced at He Gengxian and said in a deep voice, I want to go to the realm of birth and death to find out. Are you willing to go with me? 1656. Holy Ghost. Fellow Taoist, is this truly the case? Immortal Hegon was stunned, his expression clearly hesitant. Haha, of course. Not true. Li Fan suddenly changed his tone. Although I've pursued them for quite some time, their strength has undergone a qualitative change compared to the beginning. It seems now that the 5 members of the Calamity Syndicate, working together, possess power close to that of a saint. The current me is no match for them and we must consider it carefully. Li Fan's honest words were somewhat unexpected to Immortal Hegon. Do you know what kind of existence these 5 members of the Calamity Syndicate are? Li Fan asked. Immortal Hegon shook his head. Unlike the saints of the other shore and the Grand Mist Saint Emperor, they don't aim to save the mountains and seas. Instead, like the great thief Tao, they forcibly seize strange objects from various possibilities to fill themselves. Their goal is to create a possibility that can rival, or even transcend, the mountains and seas and lead to the annihilation of Tao, Li Fan said, gazing into the depths of the mountains and seas, his tone somber. As if he had truly been to that realm of creation and destruction himself. How can this be allowed? If they steal one portion, the mountains and seas will lose one portion of their foundation. Won't the possibility of us successfully resisting the annihilation of Tao be reduced because of this? Immortal He Gone was a virtuous immortal, and thus he was enraged upon hearing this. Moreover, this act is almost equivalent to recreating the mountains and seas. How could it be so easy? Not to mention that the 5 of them combined barely have the cultivation of a saint. Even if 5 true saints joined forces, it would be difficult to do, right? Otherwise, why would the saints of the other shore go through such hardships to cross the eternal silent void? Originally, that's what I thought too. I believed that the 5 members of the Calamity Syndicate were just doing something meaningless, struggling in vain. But now, Li Fan suddenly thought of how the Celestial Emperor of Tianluo had successfully led the primordial celestial realm to transcend, and how the 5 members of the Calamity Syndicate had personally gone to the primordial realm to steal the true immortal runes from the Supreme Tao Book. Judging from the expression of inscription Tao Immortal at that time, the stolen 30 true immortal runes were definitely not simple. If my guess is correct, and the primordial celestial realm truly transcends the mountains and seas, then it is not impossible for this realm of creation and destruction to repeat the story. This thought flashed through his mind, and Li Fan continued, their strength has increased somewhat beyond my expectations. I'm afraid the realm of creation and destruction is also like this. From this, it can be seen how much foundation of the mountains and seas they have secretly stolen. Perhaps they are still a little short now. But if we continue to let them go on like this. In front of Immortal He Gan's eyes, it seemed as if a group of shadowy thieves were quietly roaming around the mountains and seas, constantly stealing various resources. An uncontrollable surge of anger arose in his heart. If he wasn't indeed not a match for the 5 members of the Calamity Syndicate, he would have almost taken the initiative to drag Li Fan to the realm of creation and destruction to find out what was going on. Seeing the subtle changes in He Gan's expression, Li Fan nodded inwardly, gaining a deeper understanding of his character. He smiled and said, although the 5 members of the Calamity Syndicate are rampant, we don't need to worry too much. After all, the mountains and seas are not just ours, but the common mountains and seas of all immortals, saints, and saint emperors. The saints and saint emperors are fighting in the eternal silent void, in even more ancient times. How could they allow such termite-like existences in the rear? He Gan seemed thoughtful. What do you mean, fellow Taoist? Just spread the news of the realm of creation and destruction, and then watch from the sidelines. Although the 5 members of the Calamity Syndicate are strong, how can they be stronger than the foundation of the other shore? He Gan was a little embarrassed, because the path I cultivate is special. I have always been wary of the other shore and have never gone there. I only vaguely know the names of the saints of the other shore. It doesn't matter, I have my own methods. Just watch. As he spoke, a figure almost identical to his true self appeared in front of Li Fan. Apart from the distorted face, making it impossible to see the specific appearance, its aura was no different from Li Fan's. But in He Gan's eyes, this seemed to be another separate individual. Fellow Taoist, this incarnation technique of yours, the more he observed and pondered, the more shocked He Gan became. This created clone was almost the same as the other self he had produced using the method of separating virtue and Tao. It was just that he relied entirely on the special nature of the great Tao of virtue, and that Tao and virtue, you and me, I and you, even if separated, there were still countless connections. Just like just now, he could use the same method to sense the memories of the other him before his fall. And He Gan could perceive that the clone created by Li Fan's clone's supernatural power seemed to be a completely independent individual. Almost instantly, He Gan understood what Li Fan was going to do next. Just as he thought, the newborn Li Fan received his mission, and scorching flames surged around his body. After brewing for a moment, he turned into a stream of light and escaped into the mountains and seas. The great fire of true spirit in the mountains and seas, which had not subsided in the first place, was ignited again. This time, the newborn Li Fan was even more unscrupulous, rapidly shuttling through the annihilation of Tao, igniting the possibilities he passed one by one. Fellow Taoist, this, He Gan's eyelids twitched as he watched. Li Fan just smiled and waved his hand. If the previous great fire of true spirit that isolated the 5 members of the Calamity Syndicate was only limited to a corner of the mountains and seas, then the disaster created by Li Fan now had the trend of affecting a wide range of the mountains and seas. Even if it was allowed to burn down, it was not impossible for this section of the mountains and seas to be destroyed in advance. Knowing that the other shore would definitely respond, Li Fan estimated the time and decisively dissipated a wisp of his divine sense left in the clone. This divine sense was not used to communicate with the clone. It was the trigger used to perform the true spirit burning technique. Li Fan's clone's supernatural power of comprehending the transformation of true and false, although mysterious, had not yet reached the point where it could create infinite spirituality. He couldn't even distribute his own infinite spirituality. Therefore, if he wanted to ignite the mountains and seas, he still needed the true self to take action. At this moment, he had already caused enough commotion, so he burned and dissipated the remnants of his divine sense, destroying the only clue that could be traced back to the true self. The clone then fled rapidly towards the location of the realm of creation and destruction according to the plan. Although this move can expose the 5 members of the Calamity Syndicate, the price is a bit too high. Looking at the mountains and seas, which were full of fire, He-Gon said with some heartache. A heavy illness requires strong medicine. If the 5 members of the Calamity Syndicate can be eliminated in one fell swoop, this little bit of payment is definitely worth it. You don't have to worry, this little possibility is irrelevant to the final outcome. Look, if it weren't for this, how could the other shore be so mobilized? He-Gon only saw Li Fan pointing his finger in the distance, but his eyes were closed for some reason. Thinking that the other party was afraid of the matter of arson being exposed, he did not delve into it. He looked in the direction Li Fan was pointing. He only saw a bright white halo, seemingly infinitely wide and immeasurably large. It seemed to descend from outside the mountains and seas, covering countless possibilities in the mountains and seas. In the white halo, there seemed to be several figures standing and flashing. However, hidden within the halo, He-Gon couldn't see clearly. He only felt that just touching it with his eyes would give rise to a feeling of palpitations and impending disaster. He felt as if all the secrets in his heart were exposed, as if he had been stripped naked and thrown into broad daylight, left for others to observe. Wherever the white circle reached, the raging true spirit fire instantly subsided. The surging tide of Tao annihilation crashed against an indestructible dam, unable to cross it no matter how the tides churned. As the calamity gradually ceased, illusory images of mountains and seas emerged from the white circle. Those possibilities that had been devoured and destroyed by the true spirit fire and the tide of Tao annihilation actually reappeared in this illusory mountain and sea, filling in the blank spaces. A simple wooden boat then sailed around this newly created mountain and sea. It was as if the clock had been turned back, and countless beings that had disappeared reappeared. As if returning to the time before this mountain and sea were affected by the true spirit fire. The anomaly was not over yet. After the wooden boat reversed the mountain and sea, an inconspicuous small brush flew out into the air, wielding ink and splashing it around. A figure emerged from under the brush. Looking at its appearance, it was none other than Li Fan. Or rather, Li Fan's avatar that had ignited the mountain and sea. A thin black line connected the figure under the brush to a certain place in the mountain and sea, within the realm of life and death. The white circle suddenly shrank, descending upon that place. And then, there was no earth-shattering battle as imagined. Only after a moment did the white circle disappear into the mountain and sea. Along with it, the realm of life and death seemed to have disappeared as well. He-Gangxian was filled with doubt and uncertainty, gazing for a long time but failing to make a correct judgment. He only saw the mountain and sea regain a vibrant and flourishing appearance. The original water and fire calamity seemed to have never happened at all. This is the might of a sage. He-Gangxian had never seen a sage take action personally before, and witnessing it today was truly earth-shattering and dazzling. With a mere wave of the hand, they could reverse the power of the mountain and sea's collapse. Such divine power was truly unimaginable. And recalling Li Fan's calm and composed appearance when he set the fire, He-Gangxian's heart stirred. Could it be that he had already foreseen that the sages of the other shore would take action? The latest and most complete novels are on 69 Shuba. What happened in the outside world? Just as He-Gangxian was pondering, Li Fan suddenly asked. He-Gangxian couldn't help but be stunned. Under Li Fan's repeated questioning, he recounted in detail everything he had just seen. Hearing that the sages were no longer present, Li Fan slowly opened his eyes. Indeed, Having truly experienced the terrifying nature of the sages, Li Fan had not only simply closed his eyes just now. He had even severed all observation of the outside world, only guarding his inner self. He was afraid that his act of observation would be noticed by the sages. Even if it was just an illusory image left behind by the sages. At the same time, he maximized his internal vigilance, using his own intuition as a guide, ready to return to reality at any time if he sensed danger. The grand scene of the sages displaying their divine power, restoring the collapsing mountain and sea, and instantly suppressing the realm of life and death. He didn't dare to watch it even once. Only after the situation had completely calmed down did he return to normal and quickly inquire with He Gangxian. White circle, mountain and sea, wooden boat, brush. Li Fan listened carefully, a strange look in his eyes. He Gangxian had really overestimated him. He really didn't expect that the sages of the other shore would have the means to reshape the mountain and sea in reverse time and space. Although it was the sages working together, this kind of action is almost no different from returning to reality. Especially that wooden boat. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. He didn't associate it with the titles of the sages he had once glimpsed in the other shore. He was only thinking about the great Tao of the mountain and sea that these phenomena represented. The illusory image of the mountain and sea symbolizes the mountain and sea. That wooden boat seems to be able to reverse the time and space of the mountain and sea. But it is obviously not on the same level as the usual reverse Tao, it is far superior to it. And that brush, it's definitely not just as simple as tracking down enemies. Li Fan had a premonition that the fate of his avatar would not be good. No wonder they were unmoved by my threat to burn the mountain and sea, treating it as a joke. The strength of the sages is actually so terrifying. You must know that this is only the power of the sages, illusory images. The sages themselves are not within this section of the mountain and sea. The 5 venerables of the same calamity, who were regarded as great enemies, didn't even make a ripple and were suppressed like this. In addition to being amazed, Li Fan also reaffirmed his previous plan. Before finding a way to deal with the sages, he would never actively expose himself in front of them. Otherwise, it would really be tantamount to suicide. It wasn't just Li Fan who was full of thoughts. Even He Gangxian on the side, and even all the transcendent experts within the mountain and sea who were fortunate enough to see the sages, illusory images take action, were immersed in enlightenment. They were eagerly comprehending the mysteries of the sages' phenomena. Sages were almost legendary beings. It was difficult to even see the face of a sage, let alone see them take action personally. This opportunity was truly rare. All thanks to Li Fan. It was a pity that the sitting heaven art did not seem to be able to generate feedback cultivation from this. Otherwise, it would have been an unimaginable power feedback. Morality, He Gangxian muttered to himself. After seeing the real sage, he seemed to have a new understanding of the true meaning of morality. After a long time, he said to Li Fan, perhaps, without the help of fellow Taoist, I also have a chance to prove the Tao and become a sage. Of course, if I fail, I'm afraid I will still have to ask fellow Taoist to take action. He Gangxian quickly added. It seems that you have gained a lot this time. Naturally, it's easy to say. Li Fan readily agreed. The 5 venerables of the same calamity seem to have been suppressed by the sages. Why not take advantage of now to go to the remaining location of the realm of life and death and investigate? Li Fan suggested. Isn't there nothing remaining there? Even if it is the remaining power of the sages, it is extremely valuable. He Gangxian felt that Li Fan's words made sense, so he nodded in agreement. The two of them traveled together, traversing the void. When they arrived at the original location of the realm of life and death, there were already 5 figures standing there. They stood apart, silently watching the traces here. They also ignored the newly arrived Li Fan and He Gangxian. They are all transcendent experts. There are none that I recognize. Li Fan said secretly after observing. He noticed that more and more transcendent experts were rushing from all over the mountain and sea. Li Fan hurried to check the traces here. At this time, He Gangxian quietly sent a message, pointing out a direction for Li Fan. The other me seems to have fallen here. Li Fan's heart stirred, and he devoted more of his mind to investigate. The sages, illusory images did not destroy the realm of life and death, but transferred the possibility as if they were moving house. The people, things, and objects in the possibility all disappeared, leaving only a blank space to resist Tao annihilation. 1657. Wan Dao Chu Zhang Yan. It was said to be blank, but it was not a void. The possibility itself still existed. If a comparison must be made, it could almost be seen as the time when heaven and earth were first opened and chaos had just begun. It's a pity that the sages have cleaned it up, and even the vague images can't be sensed anymore, Gengxian said with some regret after staring for a long time. I can only faintly perceive that another me seems to have died under this power. As he spoke, Gengxian transmitted a wisp of Tao rhythm. Li Fan had never seen this Tao in other possibilities of mountains and seas before, it was extremely rare. Even finding the words to describe it was difficult. It vaguely represents the calamity of consciousness sinking and falling into great silence. If consciousness ceases to exist, all other existences are meaningless. Not to mention morality, even mountains and seas are the same. No wonder it can destroy the faceless immortal. Li Fan carefully savored the remaining Tao rhythm of the 5 venerables of tribulation and was amazed. On the ruins of the realm of creation and destruction, the blankness did not last long. Suddenly, a rainbow light came from the depths of mountains and seas. In an instant, it rode the wind and waves, passed through Tao annihilation, and fiercely pierced into the blank space. Looking at its origin, it was precisely the location of the other shore. All the transcendents present looked at the descending rainbow light. It was surprisingly a small, 7-colored flag. The sages have taken action again. Amidst the exclamations, the rainbow flag shattered with a bang, revealing a vague figure. The figure looked down, surveying the blank possibility. Then, it merged into it. The saint's illusory figure disappeared, and the blank possibility here was like the surface of water about to boil. Calm, yet full of power. The saint's divine power is wonderful beyond words. This is a method to catalyze the reenactment of the Great Tao. Before long, new Great Taos will surely be conceived and born here. This scene is rare in mountains and seas, and it is fortunate that you and I can witness it today, which may be of great benefit, Gengxian said, his eyes shining, zay. As if to confirm Gengxian's words, a few traces of color changes appeared in the originally blank possibility. Like misty smoke, waves arose. It was also like a stone falling into a calm water surface, causing ripples. In an instant, one change gave rise to 100 changes, and 100 changes evolved into 10,000 changes. The speed of reconception of the Great Tao here was even faster than the two had expected. From the beginning of movement, only a few breaths passed before the Great Tao here became as unfathomable as the starry sky. Mountains and seas' illusory images seemed to emerge from the depths. The mountain was the mountain above, and the sea was the boundless sea. Mountains and seas connected, and the immortal realm was born. A ray of light exploded from the darkness. Then, it continued to jump in the darkness, and every place it passed seemed to create islands in the darkness. One after another, vibrant starry seas were born. The light spots kept jumping and self-replicating, and in just a moment, they had turned into a sky full of twinkling stars. The vast and endless immortal realm took shape in the observation of everyone. This is. Li Fan stared at the light spots that gradually dissipated after completing their mission, as if realizing something, profound origin initial spirit grand array. These shining light spots that reshaped mountains and seas contained the aura of the profound origin initial spirit grand array. It was just that the complete version of the profound origin initial spirit array seemed to have transcended the level of array, and reached the height of Tao. Moreover, the scene of the immortal realm being rebuilt was too fast. Although Li Fan had some feelings, he couldn't see it too clearly. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. And those transcendent powerhouses who arrived late and missed a good show of the reopening of heaven and earth all stamped their feet and sighed endlessly. The sages took action to sweep away everything and re-establish earth, fire, water, and wind. Such a grand scene, missed today, who knows when we will encounter it again. An old man holding a wooden staff lamented. It was really sudden. The calamity and the arrival of the sages came and went quickly. And those who could react in the first time and observe Tao at the beginning in the blank Great Tao were either experienced older generations or those with spiritual senses different from ordinary people. After all, they are only a few. Beside the old man, a middle-aged woman wearing a tight-fitting long dress said calmly. However, there was still regret in the depths of her eyes. The old man and the middle-aged woman looked at Li Fan and the others who arrived first with envy. When their eyes met Li Fan's, they nodded slightly to show their respect even if they didn't know each other. Li Fan's heart moved, and he transmitted his voice to Gengxian, "Have you gained anything?" If it were ordinary opportunities, those transcendent powerhouses who were onlookers would never have shown such expressions. But Li Fan didn't have any special insights, so he asked Gengxian. He Gangxian's eyes were tightly closed, and he seemed to be still immersed in enlightenment. However, he did not forget to reply to Li Fan. The phenomenon of the rebirth of all Taos is like a mirror that can reflect one's own path of cultivation. The manifestation here is the initial and purest state of the great Tao. It has an extremely important verification effect on our cultivation. Moreover, the corresponding newborn Tao in this newborn possibility, at the moment of conception, before it is completely possible, can be directly captured to strengthen oneself. Under normal circumstances, to absorb the Tao path, another self is needed on the possibility, at least cultivated to the nameless realm. It is a matter of luck. Therefore, even for powerhouses of the transcendent realm, this reopening of all Taos is an extremely rare opportunity. How is fellow Taoists understanding? He Gangxian did not forget to ask with concern. Li Fan smiled. My great Tao is not here. Therefore, there is no understanding. Hearing this, He Gangxian's body trembled, and his eyelids twitched slightly. He almost couldn't help but open his eyes. Blank possibility, the rebirth of thousands of Taos. If the Tao that one cultivates is not seen in the blank mirror, either the aptitude is too poor, and the eyes are like blind, making it difficult to see the truth, or the level of the Tao path cultivated is too high, and it has already exceeded the scope touched by ordinary mountains and seas possibilities. Looking at Li Fan's calm and indifferent appearance, he should not be speaking nonsense. Therefore, He Gangxian believed Li Fan's identity from other mountains and seas even more. In fact, Li Fan did not deceive He Gangxian on this matter. He indeed did not see the traces of the evolution of change of truth and falsehood, in this possibility, in the process of the rebirth of all Taos. Or rather, the change of truth and falsehood does not exist within the mundane mountains and seas. If the macro mountains and seas are not seen, then there is no need to mention the micro possibilities. The change of truth and falsehood only exists at the moment when still true is activated and the mountains and seas are reset. At ordinary times, it is extremely difficult to detect. Otherwise, I would not have been so slow in my understanding and cultivation of it. However, it is not to say that Li Fan gained nothing from observing this spectacle. If the rebirth of all Taos is evolved into a mirror, and ordinary transcendent cultivators can see their own path of cultivation in the mirror, then the change of truth and falsehood is another mirror. What is reflected is the 10,000 Taos themselves. It's just that the evolution speed of the 10,000 Taos from nothing to something is too fast. With Li Fan's current aptitude, it is difficult to see all these countless Taos within this short period of time. Perhaps if anti-spirituality is superimposed thousands of times, it might be possible. Li Fan did not force it. After the reopening of heaven and earth and the re-evolution of the great Tao, it still takes a considerable amount of time for new life to be conceived. Unless there is external force to move the living beings in. The transcendence experts naturally didn't have such leisure. They all dispersed one after another. Although Li Fan had nothing to do, he still waited for He Gangxian to finish his enlightenment. The time He Gangxian needed for enlightenment was longer than other transcendence experts. Only when they were the only two left did He Gangxian slowly open his eyes. Here, I have recaptured a wisp of the Qi of Tao and Da. I only need to carefully refine it, and perhaps I can perform the Tao-Da separation again. Seeing that there was no one around, He Gangxian said to Li Fan with great joy. Oh, after the death of my other self, my Tao-Da separation cultivation method was considered a failure. Originally, I would have needed to spend hundreds of thousands of years to re-nurture the Tao and Da into balance, and then wait for the right opportunity to perform the separation. However, today a sage took action, and I was fortunate enough to capture a wisp of nascent Tao and Da. This pure great Tao is ignorant, unconscious, and masterless. Once refined, it can be directly transformed into one's own power. Li Fan understood what He Gangxian was saying. Re-evolving the nascent great Tao, which hasn't yet intertwined and integrated into the operation of heaven and earth, is still in a distinct state. Although it only lasts for a moment at the beginning of heaven and earth. But if captured, it is equivalent to a cultivator's 10,000 years of arduous cultivation, comprehension, and refinement. It is even better than that. He Gangxian's ability to grasp this fleeting opportunity shows his high talent. How long will your refinement take? 100 years. Good, I wonder if I can observe the secrets of the Tao-Da separation. Li Fan asked with a smile. He Gangxian said freely, the great Tao of Tao and Da can be seen by others. If a fellow Taoist wants to observe it, I will naturally prepare a seat for you. Then I will accept it without ceremony. Li Fan laughed loudly. He discovered that since the fall of the faceless immortal and the failure of the Dao separation, He Xian had slowly lost the characteristics that should belong to He Xian and was slowly regressing to the original true immortal of Dao and Da. The great Dao of Dao and Da is indeed somewhat mysterious. I want to see what's going on, Li Fan thought to himself. It's just that the Dao Da separation requires borrowing the interaction between heaven and man, so a suitable place must be found. He Xian glanced at the surrounding mountains and seas and shook his head slightly. There is no suitable place nearby. What conditions are needed? A critical moment when disaster is imminent and a decision must be made. He Xian looked at Li Fan and said. This is easy. Li Fan immediately knew why He Xian said this to him. But I just burned the mountains and boiled the sea not long ago, so it's not easy to make a particularly big commotion again. But if it's just to help you force yourself into a desperate situation, then I don't need to rely on the mountains and seas. As Li Fan spoke, a wisp of flame suddenly appeared in his hand. The firelight was like a dragon, surging out. In just a few breaths, it surrounded He Xian. He Xian stared at the surrounding true spirit fire, secretly shocked in his heart. If the previous fire that stretched across the mountains and seas relied on countless possibilities between the mountains and seas as fuel, then the flame in front of him at this moment was purely supported by Li Fan's spirituality as fuel. The most crucial thing is, He Xian vaguely felt that the flame in front of him seemed to be able to burn infinitely. After absorbing that wisp of nascent Dao and Da, He Xian's own intuition had become a bit stronger. He was very confident in his premonitions. It must be because he crossed the eternal silent void that he carries so much incredible spirituality. Moreover, it is precisely because these spiritualities do not belong to him that he cannot transform spirituality into his own cultivation talent. He Xian understood. Li Fan didn't mention his own talent in front of He Xian. He hadn't even cultivated in seclusion. But He Xian could see some clues from the subtle traces of contact. For example, the beginning of heaven and earth and the re-evolution of the myriad Daos. Although Li Fan claimed that the great Dao he cultivated was not among them. If one's cultivation talent is truly high to a certain extent, even if one doesn't cultivate the myriad Daos, one will still have insights from observing the myriad Daos. But Li Fan woke up too quickly. Although he saw this, He Xian didn't look down on him because of it. On the contrary, he became even more solemn. Cultivation talent and realm strength should never be confused. In other words, isn't it even more indicative of his extraordinary qualities to reach the same transcendence realm with lower talent? Moreover, Li Fan seemed to have crossed the eternal silent void from other segments of the mountains and seas. I suddenly understand that it is not those who cross the eternal silent void who are sages. But in our cognition, only those who reach the realm of sages and possess the strength of sages can survive and walk in the eternal silent void where even conceptual existence no longer exists. That's why we have such misconceptions. But what if there is a special method that allows transcendence below the sage to walk in the eternal silent void? Since He Xian slowly regressed into the true immortal of Dao and Da, his thoughts were no longer so extreme. Instead, he considered everything more comprehensively. Besides, this person said that he could help me become a sage with great confidence. It shouldn't be a lie. No matter what the reason, this person is worth making friends with. Surrounded by the true spirit fire, countless thoughts flashed through the true immortal of Dao and his mind. Without changing his expression, he felt the power of the true spirit fire. He shook his head slightly. Although this fire is powerful, it cannot force me into a desperate situation. Even if I am completely surrounded, at the cost of spiritual damage, I can actually break out a path to survival. Then what if I add Dao annihilation? It still won't work, unless, the power of the destruction of the mountains and seas. The true immortal of Dao and Da still shook his head. This time, it was Li Fan's turn to frown deeply. The true immortal of Dao and Da said in a deep voice, the current me is not as strong as before. If I want to perform the Dao Da separation again, I need to borrow the desperate situation of the eternal silent void. Upon hearing the words eternal silent void, Li Fan's eyes narrowed instantly as he sized up the true immortal of Dao and Da in the firelight. The true immortal of Dao and Da looked at Li Fan calmly. Fellow Taoist, are you familiar with the reverse word technique? After a long silence, Li Fan suddenly asked. I know a little. I learned it to facilitate traveling the mountains and seas. The true immortal of Dao and Da said lightly. Then at the end of the mountains and seas, at the beginning of time, see you before the eternal silent void. With that, Li Fan leapt up and plunged back into the mountains and seas. Only this time, it was no longer a crossing of Tao annihilation, but against the direction of the river of time, heading towards the earliest time of this remnant mountains and seas at high speed. Compared to the initial panic of falling into the river of time, Li Fan could now be said to be handling it with ease. But the true immortal of Tao and De was actually no weaker than him. Following closely behind, 1658, the Enlightenment Method before the Void Realm. 74,876 years. This was the limit of Emperor Tai Tian's ability to travel upstream in the river of time. This time, after Li Fan traveled upstream with the moral true immortal for nearly 60,000 years, a sense of crisis gradually arose in his heart. This feeling, is it almost to the beginning of time in this segment of the mountains and seas? The feeling that Li Fan had when he looked into the distance at the beginning of time in the eternal silent void from the other shore's myriad ages heavenly stairway was exactly the same as what he was feeling at this moment. It's just that the other shore had set up reminders and blocking restrictions outside the eternal silent void. But now, Li Fan was personally traveling upstream, venturing into dangerous territory. As he got closer to the beginning of time, the crisis in his heart and his instinctive sense of fear increased rapidly 100-fold. Therefore, the two men's upstream speed slowed down involuntarily. After advancing another 500 years, it was almost to the point where it was difficult to move forward. Can you still keep up? Li Fan turned his head and asked calmly, without revealing any flaws. The moral true immortal looked solemn. Even though I already knew the level of danger of the eternal silent void, only by being here in person can I truly understand its meaning. If one accidentally falls into it, even the concept of morality will instantly disappear. However, I can still barely try again. Wouldn't that be even more in line with the open black lens bracket desperate situation close black lens bracket you need? Li Fan smiled, his posture unchanged, and continued forward. On the surface, he was still extremely calm, but in reality, his heart was already drenched in sweat. Every cell in his body was frantically warning him, desperately resisting approaching the eternal silent void ahead. And Li Fan's own spiritual sense was also constantly warning him that the crisis ahead was extreme. The only thing that made Li Fan feel somewhat relieved was that Huan Zhen did not react in any way to his attempt to approach the eternal silent void. Just observing from a close distance, not actually entering, should be fine. Thinking this, Li Fan overcame his own instincts and continued to step forward. Complete nothingness and darkness slowly rose in his vision, presenting an absolute overwhelming power. The closer he got, the more suffocating it became. Li Fan even sensed that his own cultivation path was becoming somewhat unstable. As if sensing the impending doom, Tao, itself instinctively wanted to escape. It was like a drop of ink in water, turning into thousands of ink strands and scattering in all directions. Wanting to continue to exist and circulate was also one of the instincts of Tao. Therefore, Li Fan could hardly stop its self-dispersal with his will. Moreover, this process of disintegration is irreversible. Once it is lost, it is completely lost. Even if I return to the normal time point of the mountains and seas later, these dissipated cultivations will not return. Instead, I will need to cultivate again from scratch. However, relying on the benefits of Huan Zhen, Li Fan didn't care about the dissipation of his cultivation. Anyway, even if he was reduced to immortal, as long as he returned to the preserved anchor point, he could be restored to his original state. It's just that as his cultivation decreased, his situation at the beginning of time became more and more dangerous. Li Fan became more and more careful and cautious in his heart, ready to activate Huan Zhen at any time. On the other hand, the moral true immortal was far less calm than Li Fan. His cultivation was painstakingly accumulated through cultivation, and every step forward at this moment meant that decades or even hundreds of years of hard work would be in vain. He had not yet become a saint, so how could he not feel heartache? In addition, the increasingly strong sense of crisis in his heart made the moral true immortal's forward speed even slower. Sometimes he even almost stagnated, moving only one step after a long time. Looking at Li Fan's back, whose speed did not decrease at all and whose figure was elegant and unrestrained, the moral true immortal's admiration for Li Fan arose spontaneously. It seems that my previous guess was indeed correct. I'm afraid that only someone who has crossed the eternal silent void can walk so leisurely at the beginning of time. The further forward he went, the faster his cultivation dissipated and the lower his strength became. The lower his strength, the less courage he had to continue forward. Under this negative cycle, the moral true immortal ultimately failed to truly reach the limit of this segment of the mountains and seas. However, he did manage to get within one step of it. Another half a year forward, and it will be the initial time node of this segment of the mountains and seas. Approximately, anchored 68,437 years ago. The nothingness of the eternal silent void stretched across his vision, almost within reach. Darkness covered his head, almost enveloping his entire body. It was as if reaching out his hand would cause it to sink into that deep darkness. Every time Li Fan thought a thought, he had to expend 1,000 times more effort to suppress the instinctive fear that constantly emerged from the depths of his soul. This had nothing to do with his state of mind, but rather it was the instinctive fear of a living being for the calamity of concept disappearance. If thoughts were like this, actions were even more so. The moral true immortal was dripping with sweat, his expression ferocious and terrifying. He wanted to move his feet. He tried several times, but ultimately failed to do so. Finally, he sighed wearily, sighing and giving up. This is my limit. The moral true immortal closed his eyes and said with great difficulty, I have a premonition that if I insist on moving forward, I'm afraid that before I fall into the eternal silent void, my own existence will disintegrate on its own. The front, for me, is a desperate situation. Li Fan stood in front of the moral true immortal, with his hands behind his back, leaving the other party with an unforgettable back view. He slowly said, it's a pity. Here, every step forward, the scenery you see can be described as earth-shattering. What I see at this moment, you cannot perceive. After saying that, Li Fan shook his head and retreated from the front. Even though his heart had not yet recovered from the extreme state of fear, and it was experiencing severe tearing pain from time to time, it did not affect Li Fan's calm expression, a look of unfinished business. In fact, the mysteries further ahead are 100 times better than here. It's just a pity, Li Fan sighed softly, wanting to say something but stopping. He did not explicitly say where the front was, but in the moral true immortal's ears, it clearly referred to the eternal silent void. Is it really because crossing it caused damage to his cultivation, and he is no longer in the realm of a saint? The moral true immortal thought instantly when he heard this. The loss of cultivation before the eternal silent void was already so serious. What's more, inside the eternal silent void, it was only natural that crossing it would cause a drop in realm. All of his previous guesses about Li Fan formed a closed loop. The moral true immortal said solemnly, I hope fellow Taoist, lend me a hand. Okay, a gleam of light flashed in Li Fan's eyes. The true spirit fire reappeared. The fire was raging, turning into an arc, sealing off the moral true immortal. At this moment, from the moral true immortal's perspective, forward was the extremely terrifying eternal silent void. And behind him was the blazing true spirit fire. Although the true spirit fire was also extremely dangerous, it was still weaker than the threat of the eternal silent void. Therefore, in this life and death moment, if he wanted to survive, he would definitely choose to break through the blockade of the true spirit fire. Just as the moral true immortal had said before, even if the true spirit fire was added to Tao annihilation, it would not be considered a desperate situation. But Li Fan still had actions. Gazing at the moral true immortal sitting cross-legged in the void, Li Fan's expression suddenly became indifferent. That was a kind of demeanor, incompatible with everything in the mountains and seas, high above, overlooking all living beings. When Dao de Junxian's gaze met Li Fan's, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He actually felt the illusion of facing a saint again. Perhaps, it's not an illusion. Thinking this, Dao de Junxian suddenly felt a great terror descending within the flames of his true spirit. The threatening nature of the true spirit fire increased 1,000-fold in an instant. Moreover, the feeling it gave Dao de Junxian seemed extremely similar to that of the eternally silent void realm. Falling into it, body and soul will be extinguished. A moment ago, there was still a way out. The next second, there was nowhere to escape. Dao de Junxian's hair stood on end, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Are you satisfied with such a desperate situation? Li Fan's extremely cold voice, passing through the flickering firelight, fell into Dao de Junxian's ears. Please quickly perform the Dao de separation. Do not attempt to flee, otherwise. I'm afraid there will be no more Dao de Junxian in this world. The newest novels are first published on 6_9_shu_ba_com. The firelight suddenly flared up, completely blocking Dao de Junxian's vision. He naturally heard that Li Fan's words were not a joke at all. If he instinctively forced his way through, the other party would probably not show any mercy. This desperate situation was what he had sought so hard for, even going back 10,000 years, in order to perform the divine art of Dao De separation. But now that he was truly in a desperate situation, Dao De Junxian felt a little regretful. However, now was not the time for regret, seeing that Dao De Junxian had not acted for a long time. That true spirit fire was actually slowly advancing forward. Dao De Junxian's heart jumped violently, and he shouted out, "Fellow Taoist, please wait." However, Li Fan seemed to not hear his words at all, disregarding everything and continuing to push forward with the true spirit fire. At this moment, Dao De Junxian was truly trapped in a desperate situation. Going forward, the pressure from the eternally silent void realm would cause him to disintegrate. And going backward, the true spirit fire, and the power of great terror within the flames, would also cause his body and soul to dissipate. Dao De Junxian could only force himself to calm down first. This moment is just like when the immortal realm was destroyed and the annihilation of Dao descended. Only when there is no way out, can a divine art be born in response to the situation. The so-called when one is in dire straits, one changes, change leads to solutions. Dao De Junxian's face now showed two completely different expressions. The left half, with tightly furrowed brows, seemed worried, while the right half seemed to have suddenly realized something, smiling happily. But in the next instant, the expressions on the left and right side switched. The left side relaxed, and the right side became worried. In another instant, the expressions on both sides switched again. This cycle seemed to repeat endlessly, and the speed of the expressions changing became faster and faster. In the end, the two completely different expressions seemed to merge, returning to the same calm face. The change in expression on the face was only the first step in the Dao De separation. It seemed that a wisp of Dao De true intent was constantly rotating during the transformation. Gradually, two strands of aura, one black and one white, were separated out. However, from a distance, these two auras of black and white did not seem pure. They still contained each other, inseparable. The black and white intertwined and revolved, constantly rotating, transforming into a Taiji diagram. And from all over the mountains and seas, it seemed that the Dao De Great Dao was attracted by it, ignoring the blockade of the true spirit fire, and descending here one after another, merging into that Taiji diagram. This is, outside the true spirit fire, Li Fan maintained the output of his spirituality and the transformation between truth and falsehood, carefully observing the mysterious changes taking place on Dao De Junxian's body. The great terror that Dao De Junxian felt was naturally the transformation between truth and falsehood. Or, to be specific, it was the transformation of, truth is also false. After more than 30 lifetimes of comprehension, compared to the initial spirit-shedding blade, the power of the current, truth is also false, divine ability has increased by more than 100-fold. It is no longer as simple as simply reducing spirituality. Even for a transcendent powerhouse like Dao De Junxian, Li Fan had the confidence to slowly erase his existence and completely turn him into nothingness. It would take some time. Dao De Junxian's premonition was both right and wrong. The true spirit fire, coupled with the truth is also false divine ability. Under the double reduction, it would indeed erase his existence like the eternally silent void realm. But Li Fan was naturally incomparable to the eternally silent void realm. If the eternally silent void realm was a vast swamp that could swallow Dao De Junxian in an instant, then Li Fan was at most a pool of black ointment, which could only slowly devour the local area it came into contact with. Although the effects that the two could achieve could barely be said to be similar. The swallowing efficiency was absolutely incomparable. The reason why Dao De Junxian had the illusion that he was truly in a desperate situation was still due to the vast momentum disguised by the true spirit fire, and the complete unknown of the transformation between truth and falsehood. If he really disregarded everything and rushed towards the true spirit fire, he would definitely be able to escape, at most suffering some injuries. But Dao De Junxian had come for enlightenment in a desperate situation, so he did not act in this way. The flow of Dao De tends towards change. It has formed an atmosphere that seems to transcend. Therefore, it was able to attract the same Dao De Great Dao from the mountains and seas, coming from thousands of miles away. Li Fan, hidden in the true spirit fire, quietly observed the Taiji diagram, as if in thought. Just like Tian Luodi's Transcend Immortal Realm plan, which was able to attract a group of followers to work for him. The mysterious Taiji diagram evolved by Dao de Junxian at this moment also constructed a picture of transcending the mountains and seas. However, it was only a picture after all. If Dao de Junxian's understanding of Dao de true intent truly reached the limit of the mountains and seas, perhaps he could really turn the picture into reality. Dao de flows naturally, and the Taiji gives birth to all things. This is a Dao path that can be compared to the mountains and seas, just like the great Dao of longevity. It's just that Dao de Junxian is, after all, only an ordinary transcendent realm, and he is far from reaching the point of completely understanding its true meaning. He hasn't even fully understood Dao de, not to mention the Taiji. Sure enough, as if confirming Li Fan's guess, the Dao de great Dao who came from afar from all over the mountains and seas, after discovering that the Taiji diagram in front of them was just a fabricated picture, most of them no longer lingered. They soon returned and disappeared. But there was still a very small part that seemed to see Dao de Junxian's potential and still chose to stay. Having obtained the replenishment of the Dao de great Dao out of thin air, Dao de Junxian's aura became a bit more solid. The strength lost due to being close to the eternally silent void realm was also mostly restored. The most crucial thing, this departure and stay, these two different choices, generated the most initial driving force for the Dao de separation. As if struck by a knife, Dao de Junxian split into two completely identical phantoms. 1659. Virtual world blocks the truth. Between the two illusory figures, there seemed to be a vortex spinning. A vague Tai Chi diagram, with the Dao and de true immortals divided figures as the yin and yang fish eyes, appeared to be moving yet still, stopping yet spinning, separating yet merging. The separation of Dao and de. Li Fan stared intently at the wondrous phenomenon of one transforming into two before him. As the black and white Tai Chi spun to a certain speed, it vanished from Li Fan's sight in an instant. At the same time, the Dao and de true immortal was no longer present in the world. Replaced by this were one Dao and one de, two transcenders. At this moment, they had not yet awakened, still sitting cross-legged, eyes tightly closed. But after the separation, the situation of the two true immortals was vastly different. For now, let's continue to use their previous titles. He Ganxian's aura was stable, without any major fluctuations in strength. His strength even seemed to have subtly improved. However, Wu Mi and Xian's realm seemed to have plummeted. His face also slowly became transparent. The feeling they gave Li Fan was still that Wu Mi and Xian was more threatening. The ultimate goal of the separation of Dao and De is to completely abandon one of the two, Dao or De, and retain only the pure essence of the other. Dao and De are inherently difficult to separate, and this continuous separation process also represents a kind of aggregation. Before Li Fan's eyes, the already vanished Tai Chi diagram seemed to reappear. And as it spun rapidly, the black and white colors were separating from the fusion. However, outside the original Tai Chi, there was an even larger, new Tai Chi diagram being conceived. Or rather, that magnificent Tai Chi diagram had already transcended the concept of Tai Chi, and was more like a brand new world. Just like the scene of the re-evolution of myriad Daos that Li Fan and He Ganxian had glimpsed before. Once the separation and reorganization are complete, it will be the severing of the old and the creation of the new, the Tai Chi generating myriad phenomena. The separation of Dao and De is actually escaping the constraints of one's own Dao principle nature. No wonder they can become saints on the spot. Li Fan vaguely understood the mechanism by which Dao and De became saints in the previous life. In short, it is to use the great divine art of the separation of Dao and De to get rid of the nature of the Dao and De great Dao itself. Because it is nothingness, it is all-encompassing and contains everything. It's like, in a feudal dynasty with a strict bureaucratic system, no matter how diligently and laboriously you work, when it comes to rewards, Prime Minister, Grand Secretary, Grand Tutor, or Prince of the first rank are already the limits of what a subject can be granted. If you want to go further, either you deceive the emperor and usurp power, donning the yellow robe, or you trample the bones of all the nobles in the capital and recreate the world, or you seize land overseas and become a king, starting anew. If the normal methods of becoming a saint are one or two, then the Dao and De true immortal's path to enlightenment is the third method. Taking a different approach, a small country with few people, no wonder that Dao and De I saw in the previous life was far less powerful than the saints of the other shore. I even thought that there was such a big difference in strength between saints. Observing the secrets of Dao and De becoming saints at close range, Li Fan finally understood why he was able to escape calmly in front of a saint in his previous life. However, strength and weakness have no fixed rules since ancient times. Although weak when attaining sainthood, it does not mean weakness for life. As long as you become a saint first, there will be opportunities to become strong later. Having seen too many examples of small and desolate countries rising up, Li Fan was very certain about the potential of this method of Dao and De becoming saints. It's a pity that it seems to only apply to the path of Dao and De and does not have universal applicability. Or perhaps, my comprehension is not enough. While Li Fan was pondering, the new Hegan Xian and Wu Mian Xian finally woke up from their enlightenment. They both looked at Li Fan, and although they both cupped their hands to show their goodwill, one's eyes were filled with gratitude, while the others were filled with vigilance. Li Fan laughed and waved his hand, dispelling the true spirit fire and the maintained true and false divine power. The separation of Dao and De is indeed infinitely mysterious. Far inferior to fellow Taoists' divine power. Wu Mian Xian said with a gloomy smile. This me is not the same as the previous me. The memories and emotions before the separation are completely the same as mine. As for afterwards, we can already be regarded as two different people. Hegan Xian explained from the side. With the initial separation of Dao and De, we need to reaccumulate our foundations. Perhaps we will have the opportunity to become saints on our own. But if not, I am afraid we will still need to borrow fellow Taoist strength. Hegan and Wu Mian still seem to be connected in their hearts, speaking one after another. Li Fan readily agreed. Easy to say. I also very much hope that another saint will emerge in this Duan Shanhai. In the future, when needed, contact me with this. With that, Li Fan flicked out 2 rays of light, heading straight for the 2 immortals. After the 2 immortals received them, they found that they each held a different chess piece, one black and one white. The aura of these tokens was actually somewhat similar to their Dao and De Great Dao. Even Wu Mian Xian solemnly accepted it. After all, it represented the hope of becoming a saint. As for whether it is Dao or De, who will be the ultimate winner, that will depend on their abilities. You may leave, I still have scenery to view ahead. Without waiting for the 2 immortals to respond, Li Fan's figure drifted away, continuing to head towards the everlasting silent void realm, disappearing into the passage of time. Although he also wanted to follow and see what the so-called scenery was like. But the instinctual fear of the everlasting silent void realm made it difficult for the 2 immortals to keep up. They could only sigh and give up. Hegan Xian and Wu Mian Xian exchanged glances, then each snorted softly and went their separate ways. This is truly, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together. What they did not know was that Li Fan had not taken a few steps forward before he could no longer hold on. Without putting the previous promise to the Dao and De immortals in his heart at all, Li Fan just tried his best to look towards the nothingness and darkness ahead. Then he silently recited in his heart, Huan Zhen. His aunt had already fallen in this life, and the reason he had stayed all along was to glimpse the secrets of Dao and De becoming saints. Now that the goal had been achieved, what reason was there to continue staying? Could it be that he really had to wait hundreds of thousands of years and be a good person to help Dao and De become saints? Li Fan was not so kind. Therefore, when activating Huan Zhen, there was no hesitation at all. And the reason why he took the great risk of continuing to head towards the everlasting silent void realm was because Li Fan wanted to see clearly whether the activation of Huan Zhen would affect the current Duan Shanhai. If it can, then even the everlasting silent void realm will undergo corresponding changes. If it cannot, familiar hazy mist enveloped everything around. Li Fan's vision struggled to penetrate the white mist and look beyond. The initial end of time seemed like a very clear dividing line. The pitch-black everlasting silent void realm had no white contamination within it. Even though this side was already like a moon in the mirror or a flower in the water, the everlasting silent void realm was still eternally silent. Could it be that it is really as I guessed, that Huan Zhen only covers the current Duan Shanhai? The saints in the everlasting silent void realm and other Shanhai are not within the scope of Huan Zhen. Seeing this clear demarcation before his eyes, Li Fan's heart skipped a beat. Afterward, various encounters with the hill-guarding lord in past reincarnations surfaced. Doesn't that mean that as long as I meet the hill-guarding lord, the fact that I possess stillness will definitely be exposed? The misty fog was about to completely obscure all the scenes before her. Just as she was about to fall completely into darkness, Li Fan suddenly raised his head again. Within the everlasting silent void, something seemed to be watching him. Or, to be precise, it was watching stillness. It was as if something was about to emerge from the depths. The darkness seemed to be fading. Even while in the process of stillness, this moment felt extremely long. Cold sweat dripped uncontrollably from Li Fan's forehead. As if completely falling into the everlasting silent void, his entire body trembled violently due to extreme fear. It was as if, in the next second, he would fall into the hands of that unknown existence. Fortunately, the white mist of stillness shielded his vision in time. Seemingly subjected to a violent impact, the white mist swayed and trembled incessantly. Stillness, stillness, stillness. Still not returning to the established anchor point, Li Fan was surrounded by white mist, like an infant wrapped in swaddling clothes, unable to make any response. He could only instinctively call out continuously, trying to escape from this terrifying situation. This was the first time Li Fan had encountered a situation where stillness was almost ineffective. It was enough to show the terrifying nature of that unknown existence in the everlasting silent void. The newest chapters are first published at 6_9_shu_ba_. It was even a notch above the sages of mountains and seas. Most importantly, neither stillness, nor Li Fan's intuition, gave any warning of its arrival. This seemed to indicate that its existence had exceeded the scope of the existing cognitive system. All of Li Fan's life-saving methods were almost as useless. His heart stopped abruptly. Li Fan looked at the distorted white mist in horror, feeling somewhat regretful for his reckless actions just now. The distorted part of the white mist was getting closer and closer to Li Fan. But Li Fan could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. The detachment cultivation obtained through hundreds of lifetimes of reincarnation seemed like a joke in the face of this level of terror. Stillness. Li Fan roared again in his heart. Finally, as if hearing his call, the white mist calmed down in an instant. The collision and distortion disappeared. The mist became hazy and quiet. As in the past, Li Fan slowly fell into a deep sleep. Anchored 1 year. When Li Fan regained consciousness, he seemed to have not yet recovered from the terrifying situation of the previous life. He was still drenched in sweat, his heart filled with fear. He looked up at the sky suspiciously, looking beyond the mountains and seas, fearing that the unknown existence in the everlasting silent void would track him here. But after waiting for a long time, the great Zon small world was still quiet. It was no different from the anchored 1 year in the past. Only then did Li Fan breathe a long sigh of relief. I'm alive. His face regained the demeanor of a grand master who had transcended. Li Fan began to ponder the strange situation that occurred during the stillness of the previous life. The everlasting silent void is a place of absolute nothingness where even the concept of existence does not exist. Then, what exactly was it that I just sensed? Even without appearing, the threat it brings far outweighs the saints of the other shore. Associating it with the fact that Tao annihilation was originally a part of the mountains and seas belonging to open black lens bracket stars close black lens bracket. Li Fan almost subconsciously thought of the creator god mentioned in the mountains and seas fable. In the past, he had only glimpsed its existence in the simple words left by Sun Piao Miao. There was no specific understanding of the power of the creator god. After this change, Li Fan had a preliminary understanding. The pressure it brought exceeded everything Li Fan had experienced in reincarnation so far. So much so that in the following year, when no one was around, Li Fan would still look up at the sky from time to time, fearing that disaster would suddenly descend. And Li Fan's aunt, Bai Shuyu, was not having an easy time either. Everyone, at every stage, has their own fears. Li Fan was frightened by open black lens bracket stars close black lens bracket, while Bai Shuyu was frightened by the scene of Tao annihilation that swept in at the end of the previous life, which still surfaced from time to time. Bai Shuyu would not overly blame the immeasurable wall for inexplicably attracting disaster. She was only horrified by the legendary destruction of the immortal realm. What kind of cultivation is needed to survive such a catastrophe? Transcendence. Bai Shuyu felt apprehensive. Knowing that she could not let the experience of the previous life become her inner demon, Bai Shuyu, who had overlaid her own spirituality nearly 30 times, did not choose to escape. Instead, she closed her eyes and concentrated, constantly recalling the feeling of being swallowed by Tao annihilation in her previous life. When she chose to face the fear in her heart directly, the fear in her heart slowly disappeared. In just over a month, Bai Shuyu's expression became completely calm. Tao annihilation. It's nothing more than that. In this life, even if I am trapped in it again, I will never be so frightened. Bai Shuyu was very sure. After getting rid of her inner demons, Bai Shuyu restarted her path of cultivation. Almost subconsciously, she wanted to cultivate according to the cultivation methods of her previous life. But after thinking about it, she couldn't help but stop. Without open black lens bracket Wuji close black lens bracket, it's really a bit unaccustomed. The restrictions placed on my body are really too many and too heavy. There was no way, Bai Shuyu could only go to find the immeasurable wall again to replan the matter of Wuji. After some preparation and planning, she finally suppressed Wuji again, without any danger. The immeasurable wall praised, as expected of someone with the posture of transcendence. I was worried that you would fail at a critical moment, who would have thought you would be so calm? Bai Shuyu just smiled and did not answer. Having is the best way to dispel charm. When she habitually regards Wuji as a means to facilitate cultivation, how can she be afraid of it? It's just a matter of a stick. After using a year, she finally recovered her peak cultivation from her previous life. At this time, in order to ascend to immortality, the immeasurable wall once again proposed a plan to continuously find and suppress true immortals to pave the way for immortality. And also proposed to first practice with the remaining immortal artifacts in the Xuanwang realm. I don't think it's necessary. Just choose immortals as enemies directly. Bai Shuyu said domineeringly. If there are no suitable opponents in this world, we will go outside the Star Sea. There is no need to waste time here anymore. Bai Shuyu was very determined, and the immeasurable wall could not stop her. True immortals are also divided into strong and weak, let's take it step by step. Passing through the high wall, Bai Shuyu and the immeasurable wall came outside the Shuo Star Sea, and suddenly stopped. I remember that in one life, as soon as I entered the star space in front, I was captured and suppressed by a palm. Let's see how his quality is now. Thinking this, a cold light flashed in Bai Shuyu's eyes, rushing into the Tao ensnaring net. 1660. The Holy Way of Blessing. It was no different from the last time she broke into the Tao net. Countless fine lines, both horizontal and vertical, instantly appeared around her, like a giant net enveloping Bai Shuyu. Even a pair of transparent hands manifested, incomparably furious, suppressing the person and the wall. How dare you? But today, Bai Shuyu was not as helpless as before. The rhythm of infinity overflowed around her, transforming into an armor impervious to all laws. The transparent hands were twisted and shaken apart the moment they collided. Just as they were in astonished uncertainty, Bai Shuyu, wielding the jade staff, arrived in an instant. Truly possessing the power to turn the world upside down, the transparent hands were shattered in a breath. Even the Tao net within a large area of the surrounding starry sky was broken and twisted because of it, directly revealing a path leading to the inner core. The fragility of the Tao net was beyond Bai Shuyu's expectations. However, her reaction was truly not slow. Fearless, she rushed straight into it. From time to time, strands of restored threads stretched out like tentacles, trying to block Bai Shuyu's impact. However, the restraint of the grand Tao of infinity on the Tao net was too prominent, making each of these Tao strings, whose power was almost comparable to that of a true immortal, collapse at the first touch. Seeing Bai Shuyu advancing triumphantly, Boundless Wall excitedly shouted, "Go this way, I can feel a strong true immortal aura here. Although its Tao is prosperous, its power is weak, it should have been suppressed for a long time." Following the guidance of Boundless Wall, Bai Shuyu continued to fly rapidly towards the depths of the Tao net. Figures began to appear in groups, blocking Bai Shuyu's path. "Those who block my path shall die." Facing these mortals blocking the way, Bai Shuyu only snorted coldly, her speed undiminished. The heaven-turning staff technique burst out with a sweeping clear light like waves, engulfing most of the enemies in front of her in just a few breaths. But there was actually a figure that forcibly blocked Bai Shuyu's staff. Bai Shuyu's momentum of a rapid charge was immediately hindered. She couldn't help but squint her eyes, looking at the person blocking the way in front. A middle-aged, refined man, dressed in white, wearing a loon towel. Making eye contact with Bai Shuyu, beneath his calm eyes, there was a hint of anger. Without any nonsense, he directly attacked. "Nangong Fusheng, please let the Tao net empower me." Along with a light shout, Bai Shuyu seemed to see countless interwoven rays of light, as if someone had gently tapped them, and then dropped a light rubbing. Slowly falling, imprinted on Nangong Fusheng's body. The other party's aura rose and expanded without limit. At the beginning, he was just like Bai Shuyu, at the peak of immortal. But after a while, he was already a strong expert among true immortals. Then, his body was comparable to the Nameless. And this was not his end. His body seemed to be engraved with the paths of the heavens. Nangong Fusheng stood there alone. Bai Shuyu seemed to be facing the Grand Tao itself. In just an instant, Nangong Fusheng had completed the transformation from an ant to a giant. Glaring at Bai Shuyu, who dared to invade the Tao net, Nangong Fusheng did not hold back at all. Universe in the palm. A palm as majestic as a mountain, pressed down from above. Everything else that Bai Shuyu saw disappeared, only the palm lines protruding like mountain ranges remained. The mountains and rivers in the palm, endlessly continuous, reaching up to the heavens and down to the earth, there was nowhere to escape. Turn it over for me. Bai Shuyu was still calm, constantly stirring the jade staff in her hand, wanting to overturn this collapsing sky. Continuous clear light rose up, trying to support the pressing giant palm. But at the moment of contact, Bai Shuyu realized the huge gap in strength between the two sides. Perhaps she could rely on divine powers and artifacts to hold on for a while. But there was absolutely no possibility of pushing it away or even overturning it. Grand Tao of Infinity. Bai Shuyu then instinctively wanted to use the property of infinity to break all laws, to resolve the opponent's attack. But the previously invincible rhythm of infinity, on Nangong Fusheng, for some reason, failed. The Tao patterns, although sensing the aura of infinity, remained condensed and did not disperse. Damn it, this is the Grand Tao descending, using the law for oneself. Boundless Wall, who was knowledgeable, saw the clues and exclaimed to remind her. Grand Tao descending. Although infinity can break all laws, the other side is not directly using the various Grand Tao laws to defend against the enemy, but engraving this entire Tao net on his own body, thereby increasing the strength of his own body. It does not directly confront infinity, there is an extra layer of barrier, so it can maintain its own existence. Strictly speaking, the other side is a body cultivator. He does not rely on divine powers to defeat the enemy, but purely relies on his physique to suppress people. You must first break the Tao net descending on him. In a flash, Bai Shuyu and Boundless Wall completed the information exchange. And Nangong Fusheng's giant palm was already above her head. No need to worry, I will help you. Boundless Wall sent out the eternal rain cape, covering Bai Shuyu's entire body in time. As if pressing on a hard pebble, although Nangong Fusheng's palm had already pressed down, it only pierced the palm with blood and he painfully withdrew his hand. Bai Shuyu took the opportunity to escape, getting out of the range covered by the palm. The jade staff, wrapped in the Grand Tao of Infinity, smashed towards the Tao marks engraved on Nangong Fusheng's body. Where infinity arrived, all Taos dispersed. Nangong Fusheng's originally flawless Tao tattoos, therefore, had a gap. But he did not panic at all, staring at Bai Shuyu, who was Quan Lai Quan Ku, sneering, Tao creates the world. Every Tao pattern on his body burst out with dazzling light. Then figures walked out of the light. In just a moment, they had filled the sky. Arranged like hemp, covering the sky and the sun. Nangong Fusheng's giant body disappeared in the blink of an eye, replaced by countless heavenly soldiers and generals. And without exception, they were all body cultivators. Boundless Wall gasped. This kid, he has refined all the chi and blood in his body into clones. Although the power of the Tao net descending has been dispersed to each clone, the overall strength has decreased. But for us, it is even more difficult to deal with. He has seen through the Grand Tao of Infinity that we rely on, and has thought of a countermeasure. Under the siege of countless body cultivators, Bai Shuyu could not help but fall into a bitter battle. Even if every staff strike could take away dozens of figures, Nangong Fusheng's chi and blood surged, as if inexhaustible. The speed of consumption was far from keeping up with the speed of his generation. Slowly, more and more figures surged around, like ropes, wanting to lock Bai Shuyu firmly. Even with the eternal rain cape protecting her, Nangong Fusheng could not harm Bai Shuyu in a short time. However, Bai Shuyu felt that her movements were becoming slower and slower, and her actions were becoming more and more laborious. If this continues, the situation is not good, Boundless Wall said with worry. Bai Shuyu was also quite depressed in her heart. She originally thought that with the Grand Tao of Infinity and the many magic weapons of Boundless Wall, she would definitely be able to kill everyone. How is it that now, without seeing any success, she has already suffered a setback? Could it be that the plan for the Immortal slaughtering chart and the Immortal path would be aborted before it even started? Bai Shuyu's expression was unsightly. The immeasurable wall, having detected that the Tao network, originally breached by the limitless Grand Tao, was slowly beginning to recover, hurriedly urged, retreat temporarily, and return to consider countermeasures. Bai Shuyu was not one to be stubborn, and immediately ceased her entanglement with Nangong Fusheng. The limitless Grand Tao cleared the path, and they broke out from the depths of the Tao network. They temporarily escaped the Shuo Star Sea and returned within the high wall. Having withdrawn his countless incarnations, Nangong Fusheng, clad in white, calmly gazed in the direction of Bai Shuyu's disappearance. Beneath the white robes, the traces of Tao patterns remained clearly visible, as if branded by a scorching iron, covering his entire body, a shocking sight. Nangong Fusheng coughed lightly a few times, a trace of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. Are the lower realms now universally so strong? The two, initially defeated in their operation, fell somewhat into self-doubt. That Grand Tao possession technique is indeed difficult to deal with. It is practically confronting the power of that Tao network in the starry sky, but it has merely been converted into physical strength by the opponent. Without the advantage of the limitless Grand Tao breaking all laws, it is already not easy for us to retreat unscathed. After a long silence, the immeasurable wall spoke, self-consolingly. The latest and most complete novels are on 6_9_shu_ba. Bai Shuyu looked up, towards the immortal ruins outside the Xuanwang realm. How about we change opponents? The immeasurable wall pondered carefully for a moment, then shook its head. The starry sky Tao network is on our inevitable path. If we are to compose a path to immortality, relying on one or two true immortals alone is far from enough. Hearing this, Bai Shuyu narrowed her eyes slightly and nodded slowly. However, it is not to say that we must necessarily be enemies with that Tao network. Suddenly, the immeasurable wall changed its tone. During the battle just now, I vaguely glimpsed that many true immortals seem to be suppressed beneath the Tao network. Now that I think about it, the reason they can weave such a giant net in the starry sky is probably because they are imprisoning and utilizing these true immortals. What do you mean? From my understanding of the true immortals in the immortal realm, they will definitely not sit idly by and wait for death after being captured like this. Therefore, this Tao network force is very likely to be hostile to the group of immortals. In other words, we may be able to cooperate, the immeasurable wall whispered. However, the premise is that they have not yet wiped out all the true immortals in this realm. Returning once again outside the high wall, towards the Shuo Star Sea, the immeasurable wall shot out rays of dim light. Let me first investigate secretly. The Tao network was densely woven, and the immeasurable wall's investigation seemed extremely difficult. It was not until 3 years later that it returned successfully. Indeed, my prediction was correct. There are immortal hunters in the Star Sea, hunting groups of immortals to build the Tao network. That Nangong Fusheng who fought us that day is one of the founders of the Tao network. However, the true master of the Tao network is named Great Net. He is extremely mysterious, and usually only appears as a pair of large blue hands. Even though we broke into the Tao network that day, he did not make a move. The immeasurable wall recounted the information it had gathered, one by one. In Bai Shuyu's mind, she recalled the situation in the previous 2 lives where the immeasurable wall was suppressed. The feeling those large hands give me seems to be even stronger than Nangong Fusheng. With the aim of cooperation, Bai Shuyu came to the Shuo Star Sea Tao network again. This time, however, she did not intrude rashly, but waited quietly. As expected, the Tao network side quickly noticed the arrival of this previous intruder. Figures appeared one after another, confronting her from afar. Bai Shuyu scanned the area, but did not find Nangong Fusheng. Chaos, divine thought, the immeasurable wall quietly informed her of the other party's identities. Guest, having arrived again, what is your intention? Chaos asked expressionlessly. Even though the other party was immortal, these true immortals did not dare to underestimate her in the slightest. Especially knowing that the other party possessed the limitless Grand Tao. Although Nangong Fusheng had taken action to stop her last time, the Grand Tao possession, especially with the blessing of the entire Tao network's power, had caused no small damage to Nangong Fusheng's body. However, misfortune and fortune are intertwined, and he had also broken through a long-standing bottleneck because of this, glimpsing the opportunity for a breakthrough. He was currently in seclusion, comprehending the Tao, and therefore did not appear. Bai Shuyu went straight to the point. Immortal hunters hunt immortals, and I also wish to hunt immortals. Perhaps, we can help each other. The true immortals of the Tao network were all full of suspicion, looking at Bai Shuyu. Bai Shuyu was also somewhat helpless and had to explain again. There is no way forward, and to prove the immortal path, one can only resort to this method. Hearing this, the true immortals of the Tao network fell silent again, looking at Bai Shuyu with complicated expressions. So it was a misunderstanding before, very good. It is indeed possible to discuss it in detail. A pair of large blue hands suddenly appeared in the scene. Chaos and the others were slightly startled and nodded in agreement. Bai Shuyu could not help but become vigilant in her heart. Fellow Taoist, there is no need to be nervous. I am only quite interested in your path of slaughtering immortals to prove the Tao. Of course, if you only want to transform from a mortal into an immortal, I have several other methods here. If you are interested, I can explain them one by one, the large blue hand said with a smile. Several methods of becoming an immortal. Hearing the other party say this, Bai Shuyu frowned, instinctively disbelieving. However, the other immortals of the Tao network all looked as if it was a matter of course. What the large blue hand said did not seem false. In an instant, Bai Shuyu suddenly understood what those complicated expressions on the faces of the immortals of the Tao network meant. They were probably thinking, it's just becoming an immortal, is there a need to be so outrageous? She had not expected that what she had been painstakingly seeking seemed to be readily available in the eyes of the other party. Even with Bai Shuyu's state of mind after more than 30 reincarnations, she could not help but feel a slight fluctuation. Immediately, she said in a deep voice, I would like to hear the details. Ha ha ha, the large blue hands let out a burst of hearty laughter, and a burst of light enveloped Bai Shuyu in an instant. Bai Shuyu did not resist, allowing it to do as it pleased. The light and shadows changed, and Bai Shuyu only felt a blur before her eyes, and the next moment she arrived in a pavilion on a mountain peak. An old man, skinny but full of spirit, was waiting for her. Bai Shuyu, she formally introduced herself. This old man, Chengdao. Chengdao carefully sized up Bai Shuyu, and a few glimmers of joy could not help but flash in his eyes. I didn't expect such a remnant realm to be able to produce such a character. Chengdao praised unreservedly. Bai Shuyu's heart skipped a beat, although she did not understand what the other party was specifically referring to. But presumably, it was related to her heaven-defying aptitude. Not knowing what to say, she could only remain silent. Chengdao did not take it to heart, but asked about the path of slaughtering immortals to prove the Tao in a kind and amiable manner. Bai Shuyu had a look of shame on her face. It is only a desperate method that I came up with because there is no way to become an immortal. One immortal, one step, although immortals and mortals are separated, one can always complete the immortal path.